way around there. My apologies, he's a natural footer.
That's a good backhand belt. So his score, there it is, a 4-6 for his second last effort. One nice big backhand blast then, just got a little hung up. There's our boat that just survived the wide set momentarily just before. 5.57 for Nishi. So that's a good second number. You can see his 12.07 total and what everyone else is chasing. 6.25 needed for Lawler to win or just get rid of and add to the 1.9. Dakota Walters, he's been playing catch up. He's peeled himself off the bottom of the pack via that 4.6. A 3.14 would put him into second. And Dikey, who was the first surfer that rode this morning, for his 5.17, he's going to have to ramp it up a little bit. At this stage, he needs only a 2.5, but with 7 minutes, you've got to be thinking Lawler, Walters will improve on their second numbers. Dikey's going to have to tee off. Exactly 7 minutes. There's our former work site, Umbakinda Resort, just to the south of where we're positioned at the moment. Priority will be important, and it is with Dikey. So at the completion, or just about the completion of our junior rounds yesterday, Billy, a few crew unleashed last night, I heard.
Well, it was Marto Joy's birthday. Now the natural footer.
Yep.
On his third wave, I reckon. Good little throaty bowl. Just keeping that high line. It would suggest he's going to go something towards the air. He does, spins it around. Doesn't quite get the completion.
Yeah, that'll be interesting. He might get awarded. That it kind of blew it, fell off, trying the bottom turn out of that move. So anyway, Dakota Walters winding up here. You could see his thinking. Boost there, got it. Yep. Oh, that'll be touch and go, but yeah. I think he might get it. Yeah, so a little bit of playing up. It started with Marto Joy's birthday down here at the point. Bit of sponsors product got splashed around. The boys then moved on and had a bit of a solid hit out with their Japanese families.
So that was really cool, wasn't it? To see the Japanese and the Indonesians getting into it. A bit of jocularity.
It was good. It was good, and they were getting noisy, and it was to be expected. I believe Lavina was the real scene of the crime last night, as always. All country roads lead to Lavina, we know that.
Yes. Jamal was lamenting that. Not much sleep down that way.
All right, so let's see if Walter's number, if he doesn't get it, there's no credit for that air rev. If he does get it, and they thought he rode out.
Yeah. Either way, he needs that 3.14 to get into a progressing situation.
Had a chat with Billy Stairman this morning. He's about to surf heat 3.
Yep.
And he said, what are you guys doing in the booth? Do you want me to come in? I went, oh, up to you.
What a legend.
So I said, yeah, you can come and do a whole heat with me. It's going to be potentially heat 4 or 5. He's got to surf his heat first and keep the blinkers on. But yeah, he asked the question. Last year's runner-up, so he's probably the most highest ranked surfer here, based squarely off the performances here last year. There's old mate. G'day, buddy.
How good.
He's going, how's this mosquito that's followed me all the way out into the ocean? And looking at me staring at that thing going, what? He wouldn't know what that is. He's got the jig out there. He's keeping an eye on the beach, an eye on this mosquito, and an eye on the Ican. Has he got something there?
Well, No, he's got nothing. Oh, I was getting so excited. That would have been so cool to bring in a big tuna or a mahi-mahi or something. I think he knew exactly what that drone was.
Got him. So he'll probably putt out to sea now and go and get to his regular spot. All right, so Dakota has not improved his situation. Wow, real anxious 3 minutes. Look at those low 3 numbers in blues column, greens column, and red.
Yeah, not feeling comfy at all, any of those 3 guys.
No, so I'm sure every other heat's watching this going, all right, got to make the most of it, a la Kajiro Nishi. That move he does across the top where the fins come out and he gets that little release and slide. Judges love it. He's done it probably 3 times this heat.
Yeah, mate, so with just over 2 minutes, probably all eyes on red. He has priority, Daiki Tanaka. And he also has at 1.60 he wants to kick to the curb. 2 minutes to do it. Some nervous Australians out there, I would wager.
Yeah, some nervous parents, some nervous cornermen at home watching this, hoping their charger can get another opportunity. The heat started really well. It's ended a bit lazy, but there's a lump, Billy.
Yeah,
I can
look at
see
that.
some movement.
Boats on the move.
The boys are paddling. So red first priority, blue second. Both anxious for an opportunity. The next heat. Or is that the current heat? This might be the current heat. This is it. This is just a moment ago when they started paddling for this line. There's probably 2 or 3 lines coming their way. Blue's heading wide. White is right up the point. That's green right up the point. So Dakota's got another wave, but it's too fast.
Oh, wow.
1 minute. Gnarly. Lines coming. Are they going to get there in time?
We can probably put a line through Dakota.
All right, blue now. Solid competitor. He'll know what to do here. He's got to burn off that 1.9. A 6.25 would be handy. Does not get any space to move on that wave.
Things are tight. Daiki Tanaka, though. This is the man with priority. Caught the wave that he wanted. All the other guys got the scraps. And look at the result. A couple of good-looking turns. A third one. He only needs to get rid of that 1.60. A bit of a claim, a bit of a flex. I like that.
Hang on.
Let's not put a line through this man at all. He is in action with 25 seconds to go. A lot of speed. He's had a bit of an awkward heat, but this one looking good. Tail high, rides it around.
Got to ride out.
Get on the rodeo. He does it. Oh, at the back, Nishi is on a blinder. This is kind of incidental, though. He already has the lead. You would think he has the heat. Oh, wow. A whole lot of waves been ridden in the last 40 seconds of that heat, Mark.
Yeah, it looks over his shoulder and it's gone, righto, job well done. Better come in from a beach interview. I'll go down there and have a chat with him in a moment. But, yeah, Jordan, no room to move. Dakota tried to spin it again for another incompletion. Daiki will move into second. 3 strong hits, he'll know that. So that's the state of play. It might be the Japanese 1-2 I'm predicting. And the Aussies on the sidelines. All tough heats, mate. There's a lot of those. That the next heat is a 2 Australian, 2 Japanese mix up. So we're going to see a lot of that today. And it's looking like the former winner in Kajiro Nishi may have hung on for the lead. We'll just confirm Daiki's number. Daiki's going to really push for... well, it was a well-surfed wave. He's probably going to come under Nishi, but solidly above Jordan.
Yeah. You can see the lines pouring through, Mark, and that is the beauty of having that first priority. You get to take any wave you want.
This is one of the bigger waves ridden in the heat. Didn't have a lot of steep pocket to it, so that foam climb was pretty tidy. Right about now, the thing fattens out. He looks over his shoulder about here and goes, all right, I'll just bring it in. No fuss. But Dakota tried to take his act to the air a number of times. He didn't need a big score on this wave before Daiki caught a ride.
Yeah.
Did some pretty good work. Right about now he's thinking, I've got to go huge, I need something. Hanging in, hanging on, does ride out.
This was the one though. Geez, he had to put the afterburners on to get it. Once he did, just opened up the shoulders. He would have been feeling pretty confident after those 2 turns. And the third one, look at him. Lets out a bit of a tension release. All right, 5.47 for the Japanese surfer.
Dakota's numbers in as well. I think it was the 4.6. All right, let me just write that down. Japanese 1-2. We're going to throw down to an ad break, and we'll be right back with Heat 2.
Morning, Bill.
Yeah. Good morning, Chris. Good morning, all. Yeah, with the news that in the opening heat of the day, it has been the Japanese surfers going 1-2, Daiki and Kajiro. We are now into heat number 2, round of 32 of the men. Axel Kuroda, Hiroto Arai, Takuto Ota, and Alistair Reggiato.
Yeah, so Kajiro Nishi and Daiki Tanaka taking their chocolates from Geordie Lawler and Dakota Walters. And I've got to say, Dakota Walters' WSL profile photo, he's about 9 years old. Amazing. So, yep, Reggie from the Sunshine Coast, North Shore boardriders. He's a hell of a handy surfer, this guy. Up against Hiroto Orai, who's been around the scene for a long, long time. Here goes Alistair on his backhand, chopping away at this one, 2 turns. So that's the 3.5. And then the other 2 surfers, Takuto Ota is the surfer in white, and Axel Kuroda is the surfer in red. Can confirm we're at the peak of the high tide.
Righto.
My usual path to work this morning left me with very wet feet. So, sandy, wet shoes, the order of the day. Killing it.
Well, the conditions on offer, Chris. Not a massive swell, but everything's in order. Very user-friendly lineups this morning. Seen some high-performance free surfing going on as soon as the sun was up.
Yeah, and it's all predicted to keep on coming. Here goes Alistair Reggiato sitting all the way down at the bottom of the priority pecking order. But it's a long point break, so why wouldn't he have a look at this? Flying down the line, first turn was good. Second turn was a roof climb floater. Yeah. Third turn was big, and just the little rock and roll ender. He's out of there. All the money for that third turn.
All right, as we see the fish jumping around the fishing boats out the back there, and Alistair plying his trade. Let's cross down to the athlete area where Mark has the winner of the last heat.
All right, here we are, folks. I'm down in the athlete area with the winner of the first men's heat of the day, Kajiro Nishi. Firstly, I'm going to shake your hand, and I'm going to say that was a job well done. You feeling good?
Yeah, feeling so good.
So not a whole lot of waves in the ocean today. Did that make you nervous before you went out?
Yeah, pretty slow. Yeah. and got pretty weak. Shoulder was weak, and super small.
Super small. You looked really strong. That nice little tail release is a good move. And winning here the very first year in 2017, you must like this piece of reef, yeah?
Yeah. Good memories, yeah.
Good memories. Is that still one of the bigger wins of your life, or how did that win in 2017? You still remember that day?
Yeah. My professional history is my first win in the contest. Professional. Yeah.
All right. Well, you're going pretty good. You won here in the inaugural year. It'd be nice to get another win here this year, wouldn't it, at a 5,000 event? Okay. Maybe I said that too fast. Let's go with something basic. The sun over the ridge in the eyes. Is that a problem out there?
But no problem.
No problem when you win. Could be an excuse if you didn't. But anyway, I'll let you go then, and I'll just say congratulations to the past winner here. Kajiro, you're on a tear, looking really strong. Well done.
Thank you, so good.
Over to you again, boys. Thank you.
Yeah, good on you, Mark. I'm loving those interviews. Mark Cliff's Japanese is not that good. Probably as bad as mine, non-existent. So it makes for entertaining viewing, I reckon. And it is Alistair. Look, is it 7.83? That's a total of 2 waves, I do imagine. Yeah. 3.50, the best of it. As the fish continue to bust out the back. Look at that, Chris.
Yep, a 4.33, the result for Alistair Reginato's last wave. The bulk of that would be for that huge third turn.
Yeah, that was a banger. Mate, heat after this, it's Battle of the Anzacs. Caius King takes on Billy Stammen, Micah Marguson, and Elliot Parata Reid. That'll be a ripper.
Yeah, 2 Aussies, 2 Cuzzy Bros, 1 Olympian, 1 guy who's named after a heavy metal band, 1 guy who plays a lot of heavy metal on his Instagram, and 1 hilarious human in Elliot Parata Reid.
He's pretty good, eh?
He's done pretty well at this event over the years as well. So yeah, the boys have had 2 days off, which given it was Xavier Huxtable's 21st a couple of nights ago, probably not for the worst.
And a bit of our celebration yesterday too, Chris. We're just mentioning it was Marto Joy's 19th birthday, and the camaraderie between the Japanese and the Indonesian surfers last night was fantastic.
Yeah, that was like Ryoki Waida.
Yeah, I think he was the instigator.
He's got Japanese heritage and has a foot in both camps and was definitely one of the ringleaders. Okay, here goes Alistair Reginato, staying very busy under priority, but that's not a wave he's going to want to watch again. Yeah, that whole troop of Japanese and Indonesian surfers did make their way from Lani's down to the karaoke bar.
Of course, that's the HQ.
And they ran into the few Aussies last night. The Japanese definitely
best on ground.
Oh, by a mile. I think the Aussie lads they've had their sort of 2-day window. Now this is finals weekend.
Net time for business, mate. That's what we're here for, to win a QS 5000.
It's game day. We'll be seeing the Dockers in action in about 6 hours.
Wow.
Great evening of sport. I stayed up till about 1 watching El Salvador.
Yeah, hit us with the results, mate.
Okay, well, it kind of went to script, as you might expect in the men's final. Philippe got Ian Gentile in the first semi. Only just.
Really?
Yeah, Ian Gentile surfed out of his skin.
Awesome.
Did a huge alley-oop, did a couple of other punts, but those waves were just custom made for Philippe, 2-3 foot runners, and he was just
licking his lips.
His rails were singing. And on the other side of the draw, Griff Colapinto made pretty light work of Liam O'Brien. As we see Reggie, this is his 4th wave, so the Sunshine Coaster relishing the opportunity to go left. Jeez, he's a good surfer.
He really is. You can see the power in the turns. Solid lad. Heaps of flow. There's no awkward parts about his surf, and I really like that last hit, Chris.
Oh, well, it's not, yeah, only just his last hit, but he has made something out of nothing there. All right, here goes Axel Kuroda on his backhand.
Yeah.
Couple of turns, not sure if we missed something up the top. So Hiroto Arai, and this is Takuto, oh sorry, this is Hiroto on his backhand. Hiroto's been around for a long time as well. Been doing the QS for years. And this is Takuto Ota, who had priority, but he's not going to hang on to it for long at all. A little bit bogged on that bottom turn, and that translates to getting bogged on the top turn and going for a swim.
Yeah, no good.
And then on the women's side of things, Caroline Marks went absolutely bananas.
Wow, she got it together. Awesome.
Yeah, so in the first women's semi, how'd it go? Tyler Wright knocked out Steph.
Yep.
Pretty convincingly. And Caroline just smoked Carissa.
Really?
Yeah, Carissa just didn't find her rhythm yesterday. She had flashes of her usual brilliance, but it was all one-way traffic in that heat. As we see Axel Rose Kuroda on his backhand.
Couple of decent belts.
And this is Takuto Ota, and he won't want to see that again. And then in the final, Caroline kept her run going and dispatched of Tyler fairly easily. Looked like Tyler hurt her arm with about a minute to go, but there was no update before I went to bed, or if there was, I was half asleep because I was struggling to keep my eyes open during the men's final, which was the last one of the evening. All right, here goes Hiroto Arai. Good looking wave. 3 big turns, so he's doing some Reginaldo-like surfing on a wave that's twice as big. This is going to be a decent number. So we have a ton of scores to come in. We're almost at the halfway mark, 13 minutes to go. Hiroto is, well, he's probably cost himself about 50 metres of paddling there for not much. This is Axel Kuroda.
Yeah, struggling to find a bit of rhythm is Axel. Inside section, one last blast. There you go, but that wave by Hiroto Arai, beautiful to see and really delivered. Here it is now, Chris.
Bang. Second turn, beautifully placed. This one was pretty crisp as well. So seamless surfing from the smooth Japanese man Hiroto Arai.
Yeah, seamless and smooth, a good pace to it, but yeah, it's a difficult that one, that wave. We'll see. It'll be interesting to see where it comes in. This is Axel looking to get going. Loving the replay action. Well done, lads, in the control booth.
Okay, Axel Kuroda, that's going to be his best wave. And the action just keeps on coming. This is Takuto Oda. Open face carve to a quick closeout bash. Can't quite hang on to that one. All right, we've got a lot of scores starting to drop in. Alistair Reginaldo, a 617 for his best wave. That was the one he caught down the end with 4th priority that just kept running and running, and he smashed it. So first into double figures, a 10.5 total. Axel Kuroda has a 427. I would imagine still has a wave to come. Hiroto Arai has a 3.6 with a wave to be decided upon by the judges. Takuto Ota has a minus score to come in as well. Yeah, need to check in and see if Tyler Wright's okay. Looked like she...
Yeah, what happened?
She went for a massive end section belt.
Yep.
Chasing a score, she'd done a really big first turn, and then she attacked this closeout, and it looked as she was coming down as if her board flipped over and she might have been slammed on her fins.
Yep, that's fun.
And she was sort of waving for the water patrol, and she eventually paddled herself in. It was a bit of an awkward finish because it was in the last kind of minute And Caroline was, you know, celebrating the win, but not wanting to look like she was dancing on, you know, rubbing salt into Tyler's wound.
Yeah.
So, yeah, hopefully Tyler's okay.
That was a nice looking wave running up from up the point. Days like this, you're kind of caught in two minds. There seems to be a heap of waves around. A lot of waves ridden in the first and second heat. Do you be super selective, or you just jump on anything that kind of looks good?
Yeah, it's kind of a bit of both at this stage. Once you get a little bit deeper, you know, once we're getting around to 16 quarters, you're going to have to get a little bit more selective, because it's going to be 8s or lates, as they say. Here goes Takuda Oda on his backhand. Axel Kuroda's last wave comes in at a 7.5, so that was huge. Best score of this heat. And it's an Aussie 1-2 at the moment, but I think we've got a pretty decent number to come in for Hiroto as well. A 6.9 would see him jump up to second. And Takuda Ota, that might just be his best wave. 9 minutes remaining. Still waiting on a score for Hiroto Arai. Still waiting for Takuda Oda to make it back to the lineup. There it is, a 6.27 for Hiroto. So that really tightens things up between first, second and third. Axel Kuroda with a 7.5 has a little bit of breathing room. And then Alistair Reginato and Hiroto Arai are pretty tied up in second and third. Takuda Oda has some work to do. A 2.5, a 1.6 and a 0.87. So he's languishing with a 4.1 total at the moment. Tons of time still to go. 7 minutes 45 remaining.
Axel Kuroda absolutely sticking it to it. It's interesting that 6.27 from Arai. It was a big wave. He did about 3 decent hits, but it was all a bit lateral, I think, and that's why we haven't seen it kind of go into that excellent range.
Yeah, it's funny, you
didn't really push the limits.
If you compare it to the wave above it on the scoreboard, Alistair Reginato 6.17. Hiroto's Arai's wave was a lot bigger, but Alistair just looked like he had a whole lot more energy about his wave. Like, he really manhandled that thing, smashed it from start to finish, and did that under priority, which was just a
very
fantastic
gamely
way to go and put 6.17 points next to your name.
Yeah, well, he's now got first priority, Chris, and good thing to do with Alistair is when he's surfing, just watch his surfboard, because it goes from 12 o'clock to 6 o'clock pretty quickly. Sometimes, 35 past 6. And that's what the judges will be looking at. Of course, you rip your surfboard around in a tight arc like that at the speed that Alistair does, and you're going to get a big fan of spray. It's also eye-catching.
He's a big lump of a lad too.
Right, fourth priority is white, so Axel goes, I'll have a look at this. That's mine, thank you very much. Have a go at it, Chris.
Yeah, well, third over fourth on the priority pecking order, and this is Axel Kuroda looking to extend his lead. Not sure if he's going to do that there. A couple of quick turns. Maybe there'll be something from the sea level front-on angle that we missed. 6 minutes remaining, so it's getting down to the business end of this one, and then we're going to see Caius King, Billy Stammen, Micah Margison and Elliot Parada-Reed. And Caius caught one of the best waves of the event a couple of days ago. Last when he surfed, it just ran and ran and ran all the way to the inside. Billy Stammen, all these waves, if he had to pick his favourite conditions to surf a heat in, 3 foot left, running down a reef like this, are just bill to a tee.
I'm just looking at some of the names in this draw coming up, Chris. Winter Vincent, he's been on excellent form. With Winter, Lennox Smith, he was a strong performer. Morgan Siblick, the best for mine thus far.
Well, hang on. Winter's heat's got Dylan Moffat, who absolutely lit the event up the other day, and George Pittar, who's pretty much the top-seeded Aussie at the moment.
Yep,
and Mega Atana can't be written off either, so that is an absolute doozy.
Yep, not writing anyone off, Chris, but Dylan surfed out of his skin. I think Morgan still has another gear to go.
Yeah.
The way he decimated this place the other day was super impressive to watch.
Sorry, that's the guy who on his backhand beat John
Yep.
in back-to-back events.
Just reminding everybody that he is a big dog. Check this out. This is Alistair now.
Oof.
That's that turn we were talking about, Chris. Up and down. 12 o'clock to 6 o'clock with a bit of back foot pressure. Just seamless surfing there, isn't it?
It's amazing how he's just finding these waves with such perfect pace. It's just allowing him to unleash these turns just metronomically, just in rhythm, just boom, 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 boom from start to finish. Let's have a look at the replay now. Nothing hurried, just placing every turn perfectly where it needs to be. Vertically up into the lips, stabs through it, big bucket of spray, and he got a 617 for something very similar earlier. You feel like that's going to be in the ballpark and put him into the lead. Axel Carrotta, he'd love to get rid of that 427.
He would.
Might be hard for him to do. His last wave was a 397, and I think that was just the 2 turns that raced off without him. So if he can find... You kind of basically just want one of Alistair's waves, but a little bit bigger. But with that same shape, same pace, the bowl on it, just standing up.
Yeah, we keep talking about rhythm, don't we? And it's great to say I want to get in rhythm, but if you don't get the wave, it's super hard. You got to have the dance floor.
It's quite funny as well, for this being a point break. There's often 2 kinds of waves. There's the runners, and then there's the bigger kind of 2-turn closeout guys.
And that has garnished a lot of scores the last couple of days, those 2-turners, because they're quite often right in the lip. The runners, you got to work with the shoulder and try and find that tight pocket. So a lot of tactics coming into play. 2 minutes 30.
A 4-man heat with priority, it just it gives you a lot to think about, doesn't it?
Yeah.
You know, we've seen surfers paddle way up the reef and, you know, be down in 3rd or 4th priority and somehow snatch these little runners that sneak under everyone.
Yep.
There's growers, there's a whole gamut of options here at Ujung Bocor in Tanjung, Setia. Thanks to the Pesisir Barat Regency for having us and backing this event.
Yeah, they really do. The local government really do back it. 617 Alistair has, and on top of that, he's poled a 7.67. So straight to the top of the leaderboards, if you don't mind. The judges absolutely eating up what he's dishing out.
So the best wave of the heat, shading Axel Carrotta's 7.5. So Alistair Reginato with a 7.67 and a 6.17, doing it very nicely in the lead. Axel is now chasing a 6.35 for first. That means things got a little bit tougher for Hiroto Arai in third, requiring a 5.51. And Takudo Ota now on the hunt for a massive 9.27. Hasn't really fired a shot, poor Takudo. He's got a 0.87, a 2.5, and a 1.6 to his name. We are inside the last minute. Can Hiroto Arai cash in his priority? He's chasing a 5.5. He's already got a 6.27, so we know that he's very capable. Will Axel Carrotta go and sit next to him? Can't even see Hiroto on the screen at the moment. Here goes Axel on the move. Is he getting himself over towards Hiroto?
You'd think so. Go sit on that guy.
Where is
A
her?
little bit of pressure.
Where is Hiroto?
Yeah, I don't know.
15 seconds to go. The man with priority nowhere to be seen, and it's looking like it might be an Aussie Quinella. Alistair Reginato is going to win with a 7.67 and a 6.17. Axel Carrotta had a 7.5 and a 4.27, so he knows that he can do a little bit more, but he's still got the through to the next round, so he'll be chuffed. The two Aussies share a little bit of a handshake on screen. That was Heat 2 out of the way. Heat 3 of the Krui Pro will be coming our way right after this quick break. Back to the Krui Pro. WQS 5,000 points are on offer. We saw two Japanese surfers get through in the first heat of the day. We just saw two Aussie surfers get through in the second heat. Could we see two Kiwis get through in Heat 3? It's a possibility, but there's two Aussies in their way. Crispin's in the booth alongside me, Giada Lagarde, and kicking things off straight into action in the white jersey. This is Micah Margison from far north coast of New South Wales. And lightning quick work from the man from the Tweed Coast. Billy Stanman already had a 1 point ride to his name. That's Takuto Oda coming in from the heat in front. In the water, no priority, but they have superior priority to Micah and Billy. Bilbo Stamond, Caius King in the red jersey, and Elliot Parata Reid in the green. This is Billy Stamond down the line having a bit of a look. Micah is going to jump on this one. We just saw Alistair Reginato do some of his best work a long way down the point under priority. So maybe Micah has taken some cues from the Queenslander in the previous heat. That's going to be a decent number as well. There's Caddy Corner sitting down. There's kind of a funky right that breaks back in as well that people have been surfing, and there's a lot of caddies out in the channel. 22 minutes to go, bunch of scores to come in. Run us through this replay. That's not Billy, but here goes Micah.
Micah already on his second wave in the first few minutes of this heat. A nice first turn. Just gets around this section, and that was a really nice off the top that he did. This wave at the end section where we've seen it a few times just fatten out as it gets closer to the channel. This wave with the higher tide is looking really fast compared to the other days, but we'll see it hopefully slow down a little as the tide gets lower.
Micah was absolutely flying on that wave.
Yeah.
Like when you said he got around the section, he didn't just get around it, he blew by it. Speed to burn. All right, a 4 and a 4.67 for Micah's first two waves. So it's a start. They're building blocks. Bit of confidence. You know, that last 4.67 was done without any form of priority down the bottom half of the wave. So you've got to feel like if you can get up the top and link all of that together, you're you know, threatening the excellent scores that are starting to be required to get through. This is the round of 32, round of 16 next, and then we're into the quarterfinals. I think the plan today is to get us up to the quarters.
Yeah, the women's quarters, I'm pretty sure, will be the last few heats to run.
Yeah, men's round of 16 and then the women's quarters. So we are looking at 24 heats today. Just a casual Saturday, no worries. Currently 25 minutes. You know, don't be surprised if they push them out to 45. Just maximise every last drop of daylight. Tysarati, if you're listening, I'm kidding. Plenty of opportunity today. Pro juniors are off. There's only 8 of them left, 4 men, 4 women.
Yeah, we've already reached the finals for the Pro Juniors. Yesterday they ran all day in some tricky conditions in the morning, but it did clean up. It got really nice, and we had a bit of a break during lunchtime as the tide was too low and it was breaking a little too close to the reef. But today is all about the QS 5000. Tomorrow we're already into finals day tomorrow. I saw some pretty nice scores come through in the last heat. Tell me a little bit about what happened throughout that last one in heat 2.
Well, Alistair Regginato just lit it up, basically. He just stayed pretty active. He only caught 5 waves across a 25-minute heat, but he was moving around the lineup, caught a couple of scores without priority down the line. That it was his surfing, it definitely wasn't the wave. He was tearing these waves to pieces. And then right at the end, he closed it out in style. He threw a 6 in the mix, and then he finished up with a 7.67 best wave of the heat to move from second to first. Axel Carrotta had been sitting in first. He had a 7.5 for a very tidy backhand display. Didn't really have a backup of 4.27. And then unfortunately Hiroto Arai had a 6.27 and nothing else, and Takuto Oda barely fired a shot. So yeah, 13 waves ridden between 4 people in 25 minutes doesn't seem like a lot, but it definitely wasn't a slow heat by any means. And we're going to go and debrief it now with the winner, Alistair Regginato, who's having a talk to our own Billy Hangen.
Hey, we are live down at the athletes area, just having a chat with Alistair. Congratulations, mate. Great heat. Really well surfed. You happy with the conditions out there?
Yeah, I was just saying it's pretty stoked with the waves we got today. I was a bit surprised. Seeing yesterday it looked so tough for the juniors, and yeah, it was actually really fun when the waves come through. Super rippable. Just a little bit slow at the start of that heat, but managed to find a couple waves. Well,
the one thing we did notice in the commentary booth, you did it, you stuck it to them, you didn't catch a set wave. A couple of Japanese guys got those big runners. It didn't really allow them the chance to get it up tight in the pocket. Was that a strategy of yours? Is just the way it played out?
Somewhat. I'd noticed, like, not even today, but like previous days, the medium-sized ones kind of run and double up a bit more. Like Axel's 7.5, I saw him paddle into it, and it looked like the best little double up. So yeah, just some of those, like you said, some of those wider, bigger ones are pretty hard to like get tight in the pocket. So yeah, it's part of the game plan. But I mean, if a set comes, it's pretty hard to just turn it up. But yeah, there was definitely some sort of strategy on it.
Well, you absolutely nailed it. I think you should continue with that strategy because it was super impressive to watch. Now, mate, you enjoying your time around Krui?
Loving it. Yeah, we've been coming here a couple of years now, and won't ever turn it up. Every time this contest is on, I'll definitely do my best to try and get over here. It's just the amount of waves we have. Even yesterday was probably like one of the worst days I've had since I've been here, and we still got really fun waves. So it's just, yeah, we're spoiled for choice around here.
You're right, it's a ripping sort of a place. Now, any shout-outs you want to do back to the sunny coast?
Yeah, plenty of shout-outs. Shout out to my coach, Grant, and my training coach, Kerry. He'll probably be watching at the gym, but yeah, and my family, I guess. Yeah, everyone that's watching at home, thanks to the sunny coast.
All right, keep an eye on this man. He is on a roll. Put it there. Well done. Back to you guys in the commentary booth.
You beauty. Billy Hangen having a chat with Alistair Regginato. And pretty unfazed by his performance just then. just happy to keep the ball rolling.
Yeah, as he said, he has been coming here for a few years. I've seen him around. Really friendly guy. Don't know too much about him.
He's from the sunny coast. He surfing on the Challenger Series. Hasn't really had a result this year. But yeah, he's worked his way through the QSs onto the Challengers. You know, a couple of years on the Challengers, finding his feet. Obviously, the goal would be to get on the championship tour. Billy Stammen, the Kiwi on screen at the moment, in the blue jersey, he is one of the veterans of the QS and the Challenger Series. Bill's been doing this dance for a long, long time, and he's still as enthusiastic as ever. He just qualified for the Olympics in El Salvador alongside Safi Vet. So 2 Kiwis going to Teopu to surf for the Kiwis next year at the Olympics. That'll be Billy's second Olympics, which is just awesome. He's been knocking on the door of the championship tour for so long, and then late in his career to get back-to-back Olympics, you know, which is not something he ever would have considered when he first came into the surfing circles, has just really put the wind in his sails, and Billy's flying at the moment. Flew all the way from El Salvador, much like you did, Giada.
Yep.
And you wouldn't tell. He's just full of energy, lapping it up around the event site. And these waves are custom curated for Billy Stammen. He has a deadly, deadly backhand, and expect him to unleash in the back half of this heat. It's been a pretty sleepy one so far. Micah Margison with a pair of 4s is in the lead. Bilbo's just got the 1 to his name. Caius King and Elliot Parada-Reid, 2 of the high-scoring surfers from the first round, yet to open their accounts. Here goes Billy Stammen. Talk us through this one, Giada.
Here he is just going down the line, getting past this first fast section, a nice off the lip, and that was a really good finishing. 2 turns, but really solid. So is Billy from around Raglan? Or where's his hometown in New Zealand?
That's a really good question.
He must surf that left a lot.
I would assume he's from the Raglan region.
And this is a wave from Red. This is Caius King. This is a replay of the last wave of Billy. That was some really solid surfing. He came second last year. Jesse Mendez taking the win. And there he is again.
Yeah, so let's try and catch up on that wave. I think he may have just moved into the lead. Bang, bang, like that. A couple of lightning quick runs down the line. Let's see what he did on that last wave before the end section blast that we caught up with. That was pretty dynamic. Big tail toss. And rode out with plenty of finesse. 11.5 minutes to go. Caius King and Elliot Parada-Reid still yet to open their accounts.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a slow one, but lots of time left. Many heats to run today. I'm excited for the next one. I'd like to see Dylan Moffat surf again. He looks like he's unstoppable at the moment.
Yeah, he was a man on fire the other day, Dill Moffat from North Narrabeen. He's grown up surfing one of Australia's most famous left-handers. Big difference between the beachy at North Narrabeen and a long-running reef pass left like we have here in Indonesia. Still waiting on scores to come in two of them for Billy Stemmed. Would love to see a replay of Billy's last wave if we've got one. Because at the moment we don't really know what we're talking about. And that's pretty much, you can see priority playing out right there. Yep, Billy, we'd like to see a replay too. Kaius King and Elliot Prater-Reed. There's no priority between those two. Micah Margison has third priority, so he's sitting third in line. Billy Stemmen's sitting there. Not happy with his score, so I'm going to assume... I'm not going to assume anything. I haven't seen his fourth wave. He's unimpressed with the score for his second last wave, and a 3.57 the result for his final wave. So that's a funny one.
Do you think he was like saying about his scores?
Yeah, I'm assuming maybe he didn't quite ride out of a turn is about all I can think, because if you've fallen, you've obviously badly impacted your score, and you do have that grey area between completing your wave and making it clear cut and riding out. But yeah, Billy pretty frustrated with his scores there, and I think we both assumed he was going to do something more with that first wave that's only come in at a 2.33. That's the one we watched the replays of.
Yeah.
So I'll need to have another look at maybe both of Billy's last waves if we could. So Micah Margison, a pair of fours, beats Billy Stemmen with a 2 and a 3. Kaius and Elliot yet to open their accounts, and somehow there's only 8.5 minutes to go.
This heat is going by really fast, and two of the surfers haven't even really stood up yet. Or no, they actually haven't stood up. You know, as you, the longer, I feel personally, the longer you wait in a heat to catch your first wave, those like heat nerves start to, you know, creep in, and you get a little colder. You're just sitting there. You're in your own head a lot.
Colder?
Yeah.
Out here?
Yeah.
Come on.
It's pretty cold out there.
You've lived in the tropics too long. Billy Stemmen's from New Zealand. Elliot Prater-Reed's from New Zealand. He's not getting cold out there.
Well, I think it's quite chilly out there.
There's not much to Kaius King, but and he's from Byron, which is, you know, warm, but he still lives in a wetsuit half the year.
Like for me, this is wetsuit season already in Bali.
You're being ridiculous.
I surf with a spring suit sometimes in this time of year.
All right, here we go. Elliot Prater-Reed shaking off the shivery conditions to work his way down the line. 2 strong turns. He's going to hammer the lip once again. He's keeping his momentum. He's sort of playing catch up, but he's just whacking these turns. Now the wave wins the race. Bunch of big backhand belts for Elliot Prater-Reed. He is back in the mix. 6 minutes 50 to go. Kaius King now gets first priority. Talk us through this replay, Jess.
Yeah, this was a really nice wave from Elliot. I feel like he really kept his speed throughout all his turns. This wave really opened up for him. He got some really nice sections in. Nothing too crazy, but I think it was good to just get this job, you know, get the heat started. And there we have Micah taking a look at this wave.
This is Kaius on his backhand. He is absolutely flying. We saw him do this in his opening round heat. That DHD of his has just got so much drift through those turns. He's flying. Needs to do something with all this speed. A second turn up into the lip. A big belt. Can he hang on to it? He can. And the hair flick dramatised by the length of the locks. And Kaius King's done it very nicely. Maybe would like to have squeezed in another turn or two, but talk us through this one, Giada.
Yeah, you can really see how the speed of the wave, because he has to really run down and highline it a lot. Gets around this big section, and I think this is where most of the points are going to come through. a really nice finishing. Yeah, I think you're right. He probably would have wanted to get a few more turns in there, but that wave was really fast.
Yeah, I think he might have wanted that last, not the end section, but the section before to stand up a little bit more as well, because he had all this speed and he was styling and he looked like his board was just beautifully under his feet. But that last turn was not as dramatic as we were probably hoping for. There's nothing against Kaius's surfing. I just don't think the section stood up perhaps as well as it could have. But 4 minutes 45 to go. Significant numbers to drop in for Kaius and Elliot. Billy Stemond, he might have a bit of fire in his belly right now. We've seen him splashing some water. He's not happy with his scores that he's got. And he's flying a million miles an hour. And he's saying, hey, see that? I rode out of that one. What more do you want me to do?
Yeah, this is a replay of the last of Billy. A smaller one than the ones we've just seen, but a really nice finishing here. Sides the tail out.
Yeah, that was huge. Okay, last score for Elliot Parada-Reid, a 5.67. Best wave of the heat so far. Kaius King's last wave, a 6.57. Huge score by comparison. And, well, I stand corrected. That section maybe did do what he hoped it would. So the scoreboard has received a major shake-up. Micah Marguson is somehow still in the lead without having caught a wave for about 20 minutes. He has a 4.67 and a 4. Kaius King has a 6.57. Billy Stamond has a 3.57 and a 2.33 with another score to come. So there's Billy's last wave was a 5.43. He's now up into the lead. And he's sort of looking a bit quizzical still, Billy. Because I think he might feel like that was sort of what he did on his first wave. So yeah, be good to see some replays, or if Billy hangs on, I'll have a bit of a chat to him.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what was going on. He's been lots of hand movements going around in this heat for Billy, looking back and.
Yeah, well, I think he's unhappy with the 2.33 that he got,
Yeah.
and I can sort of see why. That's why I'd like to see a replay, because I'm assuming maybe the judges deemed he didn't ride out of his last manoeuvre. But anyway, 2 minutes to go. Billy Stamond is in the lead with a 5.43 and a 3.57. Micah Marguson, a pair of 4s. Kaius King, best wave of the heat, a 6.57. So he does not need much, nor does Elliot Parada-Reid, who has a 5.67. So 2 minutes to go. Billy Stamond would love to get rid of his 3.57 and see if he can't consolidate the win. Micah Marguson, he won't be happy with a pair of 4s. He has priority. He needs to upgrade his score. If he gets a 4.34, he'll go above Billy and feel a little bit safer, especially with just 90 seconds to go, but he won't be looking for a 4.34. He is looking for the time right now. Micah, there's 90 seconds to go. Kaius King has a 6.57. He only needs a 2.1 for second, and he only needs about 2.5 for the lead. Elliot Parada-Reid needs about 3.5 for the lead, or 3 to jump up to second. If we get a set, this scoreboard goes out the window, because there's going to be plenty of numbers dropping in. Both Kaius and Elliot don't even have a second score yet, so
Yeah.
Micah, he'll just be wishing that time flies past right now. He's having to make his way over. He has priority, so that works massively in his favour as well. Kaius King has paddled a long, long way up the reef. This is a clever move. He only needs a 2.1. It's a tiny wave, but that first turn was good. The second turn was sharp as well. Well done, Kaius King. Here goes Elliot Parada-Reid. He's only looking for a small score to move up to third. The judges are loving his surfing on the back of that 5.67 he just got. And there he goes. Gives himself a bit of a clap. I don't know who that was aimed at other than a bit of a cry of joy. 10 seconds remaining. Micah Margison would love to catch a wave. Here's the replay of Elliot Parada-Reid's last salvo. A lot of body torque, throwing plenty of water, gives it the big scream. This is so clever from Caius King. He's done really well to get away from the pack, especially to paddle up the line rather than head down. So we have a lot of scores to come right now. You never know. Caius and Elliot could overtake Billy and Micah here.
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty confident that that's a big possibility in this heat.
Caius's wave was tiny.
But
So is his requirement at the moment. But I don't think we're looking for second. We want to go to first because it's so tight between all of these guys. Naturally, we're on hold, so the surfers in the next heat are going to have to bide their time. Hopefully they don't get too cold. I know that's a factor in this equatorial tropical region.
If you ask, we're going to go talk to Kian
Let's keep talking about the scores. Elliot Parada-Reid's last score of 3.97 moves up to the lead. Billy Stairmand is now in a little bit of trouble. Caius King only needs a 2.43. He got 2 turns in. It was a tiny wave, but he did really well to get himself up the reef and chase it. 2.43, the requirement. Oh, this is going to finish up so close. There's less than a point between first, second and third, and that's going to get even tighter when Caius adds his second score in the mix. Currently, Elliot Parada-Reid is winning. Billy Stairmand is in second, last year's runner-up. Could we see him get knocked by Caius King? There's Elliot Parada-Reid. So he's talking to his good mate Jack Thomas. Those two are travelling together. Still waiting on this number. This is going to be one of the most scrutinised 2-point rides of all time. Caius is looking around. Oh, these 4 guys will all be mates. It's all's fair in love and war. They've all done what was required of them. 2.543, the requirement for Caius King. Byron Bay is, as a collective, is biting its fingernails right now to see if he's done enough. He's already on the beach, which from here is a fair effort. So if you're on the beach when your scores are getting read out here at Tanjung Bocor, you know the judges are having a very good look. There it is, a 2.6. He does go up to second. So Elliot Parada-Reid and Caius King go from third and fourth to first and second. And unfortunately, Micah Margison and Billy Stairmand bow out. I'm going to go and have a chat to Elliot Parada-Reid. Don't go anywhere. That'll be coming our way right after the break, along with Heat 4 of the Krui Pro.
Yep, sorry.
All right,
Okay,
welcome back to the Krui Pro. We are in the round of 32 men's QS 5000. This is heat 4. In the red we have George Pitter. In the blue we have Winter Vincent. In white we have Nyoman Artana, also known as Mega. And in the green we have Dylan Moffat. In the booth with me is Mark Clift. Good morning.
Yeah, well, good morning, G. Wow, nervous moments just then. That was pretty hectic. I'll ask you in a minute, but the clock has been now ramped up to 30-minute heats. Not often you see that happen mid-round, but Tysarati's had a close look at it. Maybe the head judge had some input. Either way, George Pitter off and racing early on in heat 4. The importance of making your opportunities count today could not be any more overstated.
Yeah, even though we did see in the last heat our surfer Micah Markson, he started off early and unfortunately didn't make it through in the last minute of the heat.
Okay, looked like there was some craziness in that last minute, so I kind of missed the back end of that. How did it pan out? What we'll do, we'll get back to that question in a moment. Let's throw down to Chris Binns with Elliot Parada-Reid.
All right, having a chat with Elliot Parada-Reid, mate. Maybe you can tell us what just happened, because that heat was kind of crazy.
Yeah, firstly, I'd just like to apologise for claiming a 3, but it just felt so good.
That was hectic. You and Caius went from 3rd and 4th to 1st and 2nd on the strength of your second waves. You only caught 2 waves. Seems like there are waves. Was it just a slow heat, or what went wrong or what went right?
Yeah, I don't know. I knew I had Billy and Caius and Micah. They're all like really good surfers. So my game plan was just to like wait for a good wave, and then that good wave just didn't come. Didn't have a wave with like 9 minutes to go. But yeah, Tanjung providing. So yeah, cheer cars.
What's going through your head when you've got one score and you only need a little one? Like we saw Caius looked like such a smart move, just paddling way up the reef and catching a little piece of nothing and just getting what he needed. You just sitting and waiting and hoping, or are you scanning the lineup? Do you want to keep on the move? Do you want to sit in the one spot?
I had a minute to go. I was like, next wave that breaks that I can catch, I'm going it. And it kind of, there's a weird part of the reef where it kind of breaks a little wider, and I think Micah was a little too far out on it, and I don't know, I just did a couple little swivels. It wasn't anything pretty, but I kind of knew I only needed a 3, and I was pretty confident that that was going to be it, so I gave it a little less goal, and yeah, got it.
The heat in front, we saw Alistair Regginato get his scores sort of down the bottom of the reef on smaller runners, whereas a couple of like Hiroto Arai was getting the sets but not converting. Are you watching that, or are you just sort of going out with your game plan and sticking to it?
I actually sat down here watching it for ages, but nothing was really running through my head. It kind of just all goes off feel out there. And I also just want to quickly thank Wayne Lowen for shaping me these magic boards, and Matty Aldridge and Matty Cairns back at Surfboard Empire. I take their advice. They're really knowledgeable about boards. I'm super confident on these, and every batch of boards I get seem to just keep getting better. So yeah, if you're around Coolangatta, go see Matty Cairns and Surfboard Empire. He'll put you on your magic stick. Let's go.
Professionally done. All right, you've done pretty well at this event in the past. What's it going to take to go all the way to the final day?
Hopefully I can just catch a few more waves and stop giving mum a heart attack. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It sounds corny, but just heat by heat. But yeah, I don't know.
A win's a win. You're through to the next one. Well done.
Thanks. Cheers.
Back up to you guys in the box.
Yeah, really well done there from Elliot Parada-Reid in that last heat. Caught those 2 waves in the last 5 minutes.
Yeah, no, I was sitting next to his old man during most of that heat. I won't tell you what he said, but I had to move. He was about to lose it.
Here.
Let's watch the Winter Vincent.
Wow, I love Winter's style. He looks so relaxed every time he's doing these turns. It's a beautiful, nice finish from Winter.
And I love this. I love the way this guy surfs. I've seen him a lot over the years. Mega Artana goes by the alias Megatron. Fast, powerful, a lot to like. Totally different sort of setup to Winter, who's a big, tall, lanky fella. Contrasting styles, and I've really stood up and taken notice of what Winter's brought to this event. But over many years of watching Mega, I really think he's a serious campaigner as well. Meanwhile, let's just watch this. It was a nice stab to kick things off. Didn't quite flush his floater, but did get around the section, more importantly. So Winter looking for something to sign off here. Throws it up above the lip. In kind of minimal conditions, you've got to be happy with that start.
Yeah, and right behind him is Mega Artana. A nice first turn. Unfortunately, doesn't get around that section. It was a little bit of a smaller one. It really ran fast across the reef, so...
Yep, he was just trying to add a second number there. I think he was pretty confident after he started. I think he had the best score, maybe in the 6 range. If we can get the second numbers up, please, Toto.
Yeah, we have the first score of Mega Artana came in at a 617.
Okay, so
really
this is the wave,
nice looking wave here. One of the bigger ones today, and took it all the way through. Really nice finishing. Had a large variety of moves.
Yep, he's got a real good whip about what he does when he puts his board up there. So sort of bounces from move to move and gets real good projection out of the lip is a big part of his success. George Pitta there with an okay number. Winter's probably going to have something in and around those 2 scores. There it is, right on, a 417. Dylan Moffat, who absolutely lit a fire out here a couple of days ago, right through the middle of the morning with a 9 and an 8 and a throwaway 8. That's him in the red. Things aren't going that well just at this point. He might be the beneficiary of an additional 5 minutes. The clock started this heat at 30.
There we see every morning the fishermen coming back in or going out.
Yep. A lot of little boats just over here, isn't there? About half a K away from us.
Yeah, the little fisherman's village down the road. We see them all parked up on the beach. Everyone's sitting, waiting to go out. It's very similar to Desert Point, the famous fishing boats every morning.
Yep, good call. All right, and a nice smooth ocean this morning. We were kind of thinking maybe a little bit more wave action, looking at the forecast, but maybe it's still coming. Could come right during your heat, G. That'd be handy, wouldn't it?
Yep, I really do hope so, and especially if we have 30 minutes.
So you're heat 1, right, of the women's?
I am. I'm heat 1 of the women right after this round of 32.
Yep. So 4 more heats coming at us shortly. A neck and neck draw for second spot at this stage. That last heat was, you don't see many finishes like that where 3rd and 4th end up 1st and 2nd inside at the last minute.
Yeah, and they just sat there the entire heat. For 25 minutes, they were sitting down for 20. So it wasn't looking great for them. And then at the last few seconds, some really great heat tactics from Kai's King as well. Only looking for 2.5. He went up, got really far away from everyone, got a little tiny wave, did 2 turns, and got exactly what he needed.
Yeah, so I saw that. So he threw all his eggs in one basket and went, right, I'm making one move here.
Yeah.
I'm getting away from these guys. Either it's going to pay off or I'm out, and it paid off.
Yeah. So I thought that was really smart surfing from Kai's King. He showed a really great control under pressure as well.
That's what it's all about, isn't it, really, to be able to perform when everything's kind of going against you and you don't need much and the clock's gone and it's like, right, it's now.
Yeah.
Make it happen right now, mate. And he's chasing a 2 and it's like, so it wasn't even a huge number, but you're still, the pressure is there. You fall straight off, it's all over.
Yeah, we have seen already a few heats as well where, we've seen surfers lose with needing a .93 and wasn't able to get it, you know. So I thought that was really smart. He acted quickly, got away from the other guys in the heat, and got it done.
All right, so Mega Artana in the lead. Pitar and Vincent, a neck-and-neck draw at this stage. Dylan Moffat, who really had the best number out of everybody a couple of days ago. It's a different day. It's a different story. And he's got 3 gnarly competitors right next to him that are all got off to a bit of a start. So it's time for Dylan to perform under pressure.
Yeah. So in the next heat, talking about Dylan, is his friend Morgan Sibilik. We'll be seeing Lennox Smith, Kian Martin, and Takumi Yasui.
Well, they're all big heats.
Yeah.
4-person heats. They've done a great job to get to this point. I just saw Kian having a chat with Tommy Dixon and Matty Cattle up there in the camp next door to us. Nathan Webster's there, sort of providing some intel as well. So here goes George Pitar.
Yeah, this is our Surf in Red George, just going down the line. Oh, unfortunately comes unstuck. But, you know, trying to get it started. Has a 417. Plenty of time left, but
here's Dylan.
Here is Dylan taking to the air already.
Well, he sat there for a long time, and he thought, well, this is what kind of got him some big numbers last time he surfed. He threw down a couple of huge rotations, did some really good rail work, but his air game was undeniable last time, so he's like, righto, that's one of my strengths. I might as well start with that because the wave's offering not much. So a couple of scores, sub 1 point.
Yeah, we've really seen the ocean slow down. Not too many options coming through.
All right, so I imagine your theory, Giada, would be get one early.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, if you can really start building your house quickly, I think that would probably be the best option when it's this slow, because there is not many opportunities, and you don't want to be ending your heat with like 2 minutes left to go and you're needing a score. So it's better to have that base.
I imagine it's going to be a lot of people's theory today.
Yeah.
If it doesn't work, what do you do to help reset?
Like what do you tell yourself?
Yeah.
Or?
So say half the heat goes, you haven't had one, maybe the other girls have, and you didn't get off to your fast start. It's nice to say that. If it doesn't happen, what's plan B?
Honestly, just try keep your cool, use some breathing techniques, and just say, all right, your heat is starting now.
Stay positive.
Yeah, just stay positive and relax. At the end of the day, our sport is so special because sometimes it doesn't depend on the athlete, but it depends all on the ocean. And if that situation comes down to that, then unfortunately there's not much you can do.
Well, as I was saying, I was sitting next to Elliot's dad for most of that heat, Jamal, and it got to the point in the heat where halfway through the heat he'd sat up the point and waited, and his dad's gone, right now he's just got to keep waiting. There's no point busting out of that theory. There was no priority set. He was still on the inside. And so Al just had to stick with his plan of hoping to get a set from the deep point, and he did. And then he got a little wide back up and surfed a short heat, but enough to get through. Here goes Dylan. So he's screaming down the line. He's looking for a ramp again. He finds one that time and flushes the landing. So a one maneuver wave, a nice clean air rev. You could see that was his theory as soon as he stood up. So he's had 3 waves now for sure. He's got something he can hang on to.
Yeah, that was a nice one maneuver from Dylan. You can see him already eyeing this section as soon as he stood up. It's the wave is running really fast right now, especially with that high tide. As I was saying there this morning, it's you have to have a lot of speed to get around some of these sections.
Yep, it can easily run off without you, so it's always one eye down the line. I think this will put Dylan back into the conversation. It was a nice air where he reversed it as he landed. Nice flush landing. Let's see what the judges' thoughts are. Either way, it's a pretty nice scene down here this morning when I'm just on a work day watching some heats. The nice green land shot there, all the coconut trees. It's pretty beautiful. It's not built out at all. A 5-5 for Dylan. Second best wave of the heat.
Yep. Yeah, there's been a big change in weather compared to yesterday morning. Yesterday we woke up, it was stormy and windy. We had to delay the start because it was pretty chaotic. This morning the sun's out, water's blue, waves are pumping, so we're excited for another big day of competition.
Right on. There's Winter. Him and George yet to really fire, but everybody's got something. We're now just over halfway through this heat.
Yeah, Mega feeling not safe but pretty confident. The 617 has priority, so if a set does indeed come, he'll be the first one to, be able to get it.
Now I'm pretty sure Mega, flashing back through the years, he's been here a bunch of times. I'm pretty sure he made a semi-final appearance here a few years back, and fits into this wave really well. Burst out of the blocks with the 617. He does have top priority. He's the surfer in white out of Bali. Been competing for a long time. He just sat through a judging course the other day to try and pick up some more skills that he can use at events and maybe make some money on his journey through contests, and maybe just to help him as a competitor.
Yeah, you're right. In 2017, Mega walked away from here with a 3rd place.
Oh, okay, so the inaugural year. Here he goes now. Boom, crunch time. And
Really?
again, he's just fast, you know what I mean? He makes stuff happen. He's got speed, and he's only small in stature, so he's got that nice real centre of gravity. Rarely do you see him mess up and fall off. His skill set is so strong that he can rely on these top turns, and just that extra whip he puts through his moves springs into his next turn pretty quick smart. So you watch this effort right here.
Yeah, this is some really great surfing from Mega. A beautiful first turn, throws so much spray out the back. A nice little carve to just set it up for this one. And that's going to be feeling pretty good. You can really see how low his center of gravity is when he's surfing. His stance is really solid, so it's really rare to see Mega do really any mistakes or fall off when he's surfing.
Yep, and he's real sort of sparring partners with surfers like Garut and all those halfway boys, and he's got a touch of the Garut Widiatas about his style and his speed. That's a good thing to have, so kudos to the halfway boys.
There's my boy Kian. He's coming up in the next heat, round of 32, heat 5. Morgan Siblick, Lennox Smith, Kian Martin, and Takumi Yasui. I'll be cheering for Kian on the beach.
Well, looking at this point, Mega Artana is on his way to the round of 16. That was a 7 and a 6-1-7, so huge numbers.
Yeah.
Strong lead. It's going to take a huge effort from 2 of these other surfers to get him out of that position. 7-6-7 for Dylan Moffat. The other day he was throwing away an 8, so Dylan will have to keep that belief alive. He can get there. George and Winter both need the exact same low score for second spot.
Yeah, there's
Here we go. Who's got priority in this sitch? Red. So George Pittar's a little wider than the boys, so he'll probably just take this off him.
There we see view from above. George Pitter using his priority. Oh, this is looking like it's going to be a really good set wave. Nice first turn from George Pitter straight into the second one. Unfortunately, this wave looking like it's going to fatten out a little bit, as we've seen it happen a few times this event. Those bigger ones looking really good, but sometimes just get
Whoops, here we go.
Get away from the reef and fatten out.
The wave kind of runs away from you. It starts to run out to sea. So that's about the section where Mega is right now. You can see it just hits that Burger Town area and just loses all its power. Runs off into caddy corner down there and staying busy. I like his theory. Now that will relieve some nerves for George. He did some really good work early before he had to start a series of cutbacks to add a few more numbers.
This is Mega. I'm pretty sure under priority, catching this one on the inside. A beautiful layback from Mega Artana. Only one turn though, so I'm not sure if that's going to go in his top two.
He did get a couple of moves in.
Yeah.
Yeah, I still don't think it's his top two, but this is definitely George's best wave. Really good way to kick things off. The wave had plenty of height, top to bottom twice. A little series of cutbacks now on this section, and he knows it. It's time to probably get out of there. Nothing else going on down the line, but that will relieve some nerves for George. Wise move. Our next heat just making their way out. So heat 5, that's Morgan in the red. Lennox Smith will be in the blue. That's Kian in the white. And Takumi Yasui will paddle out in the green. The judging tower right there, the athlete area. A pretty good setup. Thanks to Bobo Box for putting together the money to build the tower, the judging tower, the 2-story tower. Where's Pitar's score? Surely he goes to second.
Yeah, only looking for 227 to go to 7. Go to second, sorry. I'm pretty sure he got that already with that first turn.
Yep, the first move was every bit of that.
And there we have it. His last wave came in at 473.
All right, so the fact the wave ran off the reef a little probably cost him a few points. When he paddled onto that thing, he probably thought he was in, you know, for every chance of a 6 to an 8 sort of score. But after his first move, the thing just started bending out the wrong way, and it just runs off the reef pretty quick. 473 in a heat like this, though, he was probably hoping for more, but second place is a good spot to be with just 6 minutes to go.
Yeah, but both Dylan Moffat and Winter Vincent are only sitting on a 0.93 and 0.43.
Yeah,
so
good point.
Those are really small scores.
Yep, George will be nervous. You're right.
We're reaching the 5-minute mark, so George, third priority. He's going to be hoping either it goes completely flat.
Yeah, and Mega's just paddling past the boys going, how you going, fellas? Hey, even his last wave was a throwaway, and that would have been a pretty good score had it. We had the input from the judges. So blue and green hold their spot. They've gone, no worries, boys, you can paddle off. We got you covered. This fella here is coming down to ask him again, how you go, boys?
Trying to maybe apply a little bit of mind games and putting some pressure.
Sits directly in their line of vision. How's that? Doesn't need a wave at all. 5 minutes to just hold on here. Knowing young Mega, seriously good competitor, he'll want to still try and add to his total. Here goes George.
Yeah, George with third priority goes up the line. A beautiful first turn straight into that second one. And he's going to town on this one. Well, we are watching it from the drone, so...
he's going to town, all right.
Yeah. But I do really think that was a great wave.
Begs the question, why didn't either Dylan or Winter want that wave? They had priority over him, and they just watched him surf on a pretty steep section coming their way. Maybe Dylan knew something that was behind, so let's see if this pays off now for Dylan Moffat.
Yeah, a good first turn for Dylan, and well, I thought he fell, but
so the wave he let go
was
better than that.
Maybe, I think George just saw potential for this one. Talk us through.
All right, so the judge's view. First turn, 12 o'clock, huge hit. Again, just keeping his speed going now. He gets another pocket and tagged it again, so there was nothing wrong with the drone view. It showed that he was surfing good, and indeed a really strong ride, I reckon. And this is the wave that Dylan took. Only offered a couple of moves. That wasn't quite as good as George's combo. And he'll be like, damn.
Yeah. Especially when he's going to be hearing those scores.
Yep, for sure George is going to get a solid number here.
Yeah, looking to improve a 417, and I'm pretty sure he got it.
Yep, that'll be
I
his
would
best
say
wave.
the only thing that might not be in George's favor is maybe the size of the wave.
I think the quality of his surfing, the judges will reward it.
Yeah.
For sure, George upgrades his territory to a 6.5. Second best wave of the heat. Judges loved it.
Wow, it shows again some really smart surfing from George Pitter. He had third priority, paddled out the point, snuck under the boys, literally passed in front of them.
He did. They watched him surf towards him. So a little bit confused with that, but let's see if Dylan can recover. He's got an air game. He might have to go to it again. He thinks he does. Oh. Huge. Huge flyaway moment. Now, where is Winter? There he is, upside down.
Oh, this is going to be a really good wave.
Has to fit something else in. Oh, I think that's the first time I've seen Winter fall this event. The pressure mounts. George will be breathing a sigh of relief. The guys in the next heat are watching closely. Here they come.
Yeah, Dylan looking for a 5.77 to move to an advancing position. So with a few minutes left, he's going to be feeling the pressure. Some really nice turns from Winter. Vincent unfortunately falling off on that last one. We've seen judges really rewarding waves that have been finished and really cutting out points for when they're not. So
yep, they're both feeling the pressure there, Dylan and Winter. The clock was ticking down. They both had opportunities. They both kind of messed them up a little bit. Not ideal by their lofty standards. They were two of the standouts coming into this round of 32. Bit of time pressure got the better of them there. White and red are going, yep, no fuss. We still got it covered.
yeah,
And now they drop into third and fourth priority as well, just to rub a bit of salt into the wounds.
yeah.
So they're both going to improve their totals because they're both throwing away those 0 point somethings. Dylan was almost a nothing. A 7.09 was needed for Winter. Still going to be chasing a score. Under a minute. Does he go up the point and try and do a Kai's King? He's probably got to try something. There's no point sitting right next to white and red.
Actually, we've seen that twice already. George Pitter did the same thing Kais did. He went up the point and caught that wave. But we see George.
4-2 for Dylan. Previous ride.
George using his priority over Winter Vincent. A nice turn straight into the second one and finishes it off really nicely.
Well done, young man.
That was some great surfing.
All right, Megatron, victory lap here. Oh, really quality again, just that projection. Does he get around this? No. George gets out of his way. All right, well, congratulations, red and white, unless Dylan can go absolutely ballistic, pretty strong, throws it up again, surfing for his life in the Krui Pro. He's going to have to dry dock this thing right on the beach. It's still giving him a little bit of joy out wide. He now looks over his shoulder and has gone, whoa, 5.77. Scores to come for George. Will still improve his total, I'm convinced.
Yeah.
So the 5.77 is not what Dylan needs. I think it's going to be a little bit more. Another one of them finishes.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing lots of those.
Yep.
With the ocean being as slow as it is.
So the judges have got a little bit to decipher out of that and see who they want to see through to the next round. I'm confident George really smashed that little inside wave. He took that wave off Winter. And Winter probably should have taken a wave off him a few moments back.
Yeah.
When old mate George got the 6.5. So we can speculate, but in the heat of battle, decision making's got to happen pretty quick, smart. And both Dylan and Winter will probably be going, damn, why didn't we take that way? That could be the debrief coming out of their camps or their coaches. Got to try and learn each time you surf, each event. So if you lose, ask yourself why. What can we do better next time?
Yeah. There we have the last score of George of 593. Does extend the lead. Dylan looking now for pretty much a 7.
Yep.
We didn't see much of the first part of that wave, but I don't think he'll be getting the score.
I don't think there was enough top to bottom surfing. There was a lot of speed line, horizontal sort of moves to project and stay on the green face. I think he will realise that his campaign is just about to finish. All right, we'll get to those numbers in a minute as heat 5 kicks off. Caddies make their way in. Heat 4 make their way back to the beach. We will throw to an ad break and we'll come right back with Heat 5 in a moment.
Yeah, and Jocko's up there going.
We're back. Here we are. We have started Heat 5. We've had a little change in the comm booth. Giada's gone out to have a chat with Mega Artana for a brilliant heat, and Billy Hangen steps in for his thoughts here on Heat 5. G'day, Bill.
Yes, good morning, Mark.
So Mega Artana ripped the bag out of that heat, made a 7 and a 617.
Giant killer.
Yep. Well, he got third here the first year.
Yep.
2017 in the men's round. All right, let's have a look at this. The black board whips around. The surfer in green is Takumi Yasui.
Wow.
Solid start. Boom. He's up against Morgan in the red, Kian in the white, and Lennox Smith in the blue. This is your boy, Kian.
Yep, here's the Swedish surfer now, getting caught behind. Not all the high-scoring waves have been set waves today, Mark.
No.
Talking with Alistair Reggiano, and he's like, yep, that was the plan.
All right, I saw you having a chat with Kian. We'll stay with Lennox Smith here. Big wave, top to bottom. Not sure we caught the start of that. Saw you having a chat with Kian before he went out. How did that conversation go?
Yeah, I'm not going to get in his head or anything or contradict anyone who's coaching Kian. So I just asked him, have you been watching the surf today? He goes, yes. And I said, have you seen where the big scores are coming, the types of waves? And he said to me, yeah, not the set waves. He goes, the big set waves are good looking, but they haven't produced any big scores. And I went, great, have a good heat.
Good game plan, young fella. He's been doing the rounds for a long time. He's worked his way onto the Challenger Series. Geez, this was a big wave. 2 huge moves. Oh, and a third. This score is going to be giant.
Oh, if it goes to 11,
excellent.
He just got an 11.
Yep, excellent number coming. What did Morgan do on his first?
Oh, straight into the attack mode. Have a look at him. Easy as you like. I love that grub rail bottom turn. Really low center of gravity. Powerful surfer, professional. I'm going to steal a quote from Matty Cattle. Methodical.
Well, I really, really liked Lennox.
Oh,
Lennox is, you know, those 3 turns on a wave that size. Super top to bottom surfing. It was insane. I reckon into the excellent range. Morgan with a good number as well, but I really like Lennox's over Morgan's. Both good scores. We're going to throw down to Giada, who is about to have a chat with Mega Artana. You.
All right, so I'm here with the last heat winner, Mega. It looks like all those trainings in Uluwatu are paying off. Tell us a little bit about what the conditions are like out there.
Yeah, it's conditions pretty slow, but just lucky if you get a couple wave, because seems everyone's waiting, and not really many sets comes. Yeah.
So you were the first heat to have an extra 5 minutes. When you heard that, was there any change in your heat strategy, or did you keep it all the same?
Oh yeah, I just heard it. They said it for 30 minutes on my heat. Yeah, I was pretty happy because kind of condition like a little bit slow, and they gave us 30 minutes. So good.
So when you were out there were some big names. You paddled out. What was the first thing you wanted to do when you're out there? Tell us a little bit more about your heat strategy.
Yeah, just staying calm, and no nervous, and just try get a good wave in the heat and do better. Yeah.
You will be competing again today. So what are you gonna do now while you wait?
I will sit in and get some food a bit on breakfast, and yeah, just watching the every waves for the next heat. Just getting ready. Yeah.
All right. Is there anything you'd like to say to your friends or family back at home?
Ya, terima kasih pada semua teman-teman dan keluarga saya, bapak, ibu, dan teman. Dan ada juga boys mungkin yang nonton di Halfway Kota Boardriders. Terima kasih.
All right. Terima kasih, Mega, and see you next round. Back to you guys in the booth.
Yeah, thanks very much, Yada. A very happy Mega Artana. I tell you, someone else who's very happy, Mark Cliff, and that is Lennox Smith.
Happiest guy on the beach. Oh, two happy lads. Look at these scores. My goodness. Well, Lennox Smith, I'd love to even just see that again on the replay, and Morgan's. It's not often we've seen scores go into the nines, and none bigger all event than Lennox Smith.
957.
Brilliant.
Big smile.
Huge wave. Top to bottom surfing. Here it is again. Thanks very much, guys, for queuing this up. Got to have a look at this, everybody. This is considered the best wave on the men's side of this year's 5,000, and have a go at Lennox Smith, just helping himself to gigantic moves, Bill.
Oh, the last one. Each turn got better and better. It was a beautiful looking wave. Wow,
So Yasui now has got a bit of something to think about. All the boys will be playing catch up big time. It's not good reading. When you hear that and you're a competitor, you're like, a pair of nines? Are you kidding me? It's got to be a little deflating. He goes red again. So Morgan has got a 9 of his own. Really strong. The last time these two surfed, they were dead set standouts.
You know, a really hard thing to do, Mark, after you've done a decent turn is not to sit back and admire your work. You know, when you're coming down off a turn, you're already thinking about going into your next bottom turn. Morgan does that beautifully. He doesn't sit back and admire his work. Looks like he's halfway through a turn. Let's have a look at it. Each one of these. So he's halfway through this. He's thinking about his next turn already, especially this one. Oh, straight up.
Rapid fire, wasn't it?
Rapid fire, yep, you're right on.
Well done there, Morgan. That'll be enough to go. Well, he's already in the lead. His one will disappear. So a good backup score, good theory. Just get another number on the board and give both white and green something serious to consider. It's going to be hard to reel them in from this point. You know, if you're Kian or Lennox or Kian or Yasui, it's like, damn, back against the wall straight away.
Yeah, now they just need like a 3 to make it really hard for me. And if they get another set wave, bring out the ice buckets.
Well, Morgan's will be more than a 3. That's going to drop right into the middle range somewhere. No downtime on Morgan's last ride. 3 good hits.
Well, they talk about that magic 16 mark, don't they, Mark? An excellent score range, a heat total.
Yep.
I reckon these guys are well on the way to that.
Oh, 7.33. More than the middle range. It was another excellent score. The judges are really buying into the Morgan Siblick act.
Yep.
Rapid fire, top to bottom, board above the lip. Now, I said this the other day, and you watch him next time he stands up, Billy, his vertical spray off his backhand blast. It's just straight up. His connection with the lip each time he gets there, it's almost not even a fantail so much. It's more just a spike.
Yeah, full fire hose, isn't it?
7.33, what a huge two waves early in a piece. This heat is absolutely on fire. How's the viewing for the crew at home? Must just be going.
Oh, they're loving it. It's freezing cold in Australia. What am I doing?
These guys are sweating in boardies, having a heat. Seriously.
Wherever you are around the world tuning in, welcome. This is the Krui Pro. It's 2023. The action is hot. The weather is hot. And man, I hope we do it all again next year.
Well, Lennox has laid down a 5.9 for his backup as well. Boys are just about comboed. Have a look at Yasui. He needs the best wave of the entire event to go into second. Kian needs a 15.47 two-wave total. Yeah, mate, we'll be here again for sure. I'm predicting the government, the Pesisir Barat. Big props, guys. The event started 2017 as a 1,000.
Yep.
2018 went to 1,500 QS points. 2019 became a 3,000. And we had a couple of down years. Last year boosted right into a 5,000. And this year as well, with Pro Juniors attached.
Yeah, a bit of a bonus plan there. Really good initiative by whoever thought of that.
Yep.
Speaking with a lot of competitors, and one of the standard questions is, you know, are you enjoying your time here at Krui in Indonesia? Like, oh, I'm not missing out on this one.
Yeah.
So the competitors liking it. That's a big contributing factor to the high performance that we're seeing right now from Morgan Siblick and Lennox Smith.
Yeah. So with surfing like we're seeing from Lennox, surely it's not long before we see him graduate into the Challenger Series.
Yep.
And that's what everyone's doing here, basically. It's the third tier of event. CT, obviously, the big leagues. Challenger is your second tier event to try and get onto the championship tour. And then this event here, these 5,000s are the next biggest events that you can enter to try and garnish enough points to become a Challenger Series surfer in your region. Here's Morgan.
Here he is. I really think he belongs on the CT, this fella. He came on with a massive bang the first time round. Just playing with it now.
Yep. Didn't even really need to finish that wave, so he's just kind of seeing how his air game's holding up here at Krui Reef. Ujong Bachor. He'll realise that he's well on his way to another surf here today. And I believe it's going to be man-on-man stuff.
Yep, surfer on surfer. You bet. Bring it on. Yeah, who can forget when he was on the absolute roll in Newcastle? Morgan Siblick and Luke Egan was there, gushing all over him, walking up the beach. Merriweather boys going crazy. And he went down to Bells and performed really strong over there. He came onto the scene with a massive impact.
Yeah, it was bizarre, wasn't it? He was just couldn't do anything wrong. He was just racking up thirds and huge results on the championship tour.
Of course, he came to Rottnest, remember that?
Yep, righto. Where'd he get there? Was it a runner-up?
Second, I think. Yeah,
second to Medina.
Medina.
Finishes in the top 5, gets a berth at Trestles. And it's all just a whirlwind tour of like,
yeah.
Now he's dropped off from those lofty heights and trying to revisit that scene.
Well, I reckon he's got it in him to get back on, and it's a familiar pattern. I think Joel Parko dropped off after his first year on tour. Andy did, you know what I mean? So just because you've been on the tour and you drop off after the first year, it's not a death sentence. It's not a nail in the coffin. It's just like, right, I'm going to go away and learn a bit more, come back for the second attack. And I really hope we see Morgan on that CT, because I think he'll do some major damage now. He's got a little bit more experience.
Yep, good call. And he's definitely making his Krui campaign count to this point, earning huge numbers. He'll be through, I'm predicting at this stage, to the round of 16. He's doing his fan base the world of good as well, the people that are watching this event. Here he goes again. So a smaller inside wave, pressure valve is absolutely off. There's that spike I was talking about when you watch the spray. He's liking something down the line as well. Keeps working on his air game for the next round. So basically, effectively a free surf now for Morgan. Researching what he can bring to the man-on-man component next round.
Yeah, it's just let the other lads up there to play, all three of them. They were looking down the line going, where the hell's Siblick? He's just having a free surf down the road.
Yep. He's not interested in trying to get priority back or sitting next to those boys. It's like, you three can fuss over second.
Well, I might go in and get a jaffle.
Maybe.
I wonder what's going through their heads. Lennox Smith sitting out there. I've got a 9.57. How am I second? A 9.57 and a 5.90. How am I second?
Yeah, you're right. He won't give a hoot though. But these guys have got some serious catching up to do. Look at the slumped shoulders of the other two. They're like, oh, what the? Yeah. Come on. We never got a chance to feel some joy in this heat.
Massive fan of Kian Martin. We've known him since he's a little grom. Super nice kid. One of the best surfers you'll see. And for him to be in a combination situation here with just a tick under 15 minutes remaining, it speaks volumes for the surfing of Siblick and Smith.
And they just went and backed their nines up straight away.
Yep.
Just to really deflate these two. Yasui's like, oh yeah, righto. It's third priority. I'm coming third. 9.6. Come on. You kidding me?
I might go in and get a jab.
Look at the smile on Lennox's face. He's looking around going, how good's this pro surfing gig?
Yeah, excuse me.
So yeah, Lennox right from the other day, right in the middle of 2 days ago when Dylan Moffat went nuts, Morgan went nuts, Lennox was in the heat right behind those two. He went nuts to really catch our attention, and that wave he caught was just the best wave I've seen all day.
Yep, I have been banging on particularly about the set waves not offering scoring potential, and then
oh mate, just shuts down your claim.
Lennox Smith is like, take that, you idiot.
Billy Hagan, what do you know? But it was a rare one. It was a rare one. I'm going to stick in your corner, Bill, and say he got lucky. Best wave all day by a long shot. And Morgan's wave wasn't as good and almost got the similar score because he just, you know, did some brutal surfing of his own. Definitely wasn't the wave quality, but the surfing was undeniably good. There he is.
They're taking it easy.
Whatever. I'll just have a little swim. What's that down there?
Well, the rock lobster.
Yep, that's what relaxed position looks like, guys. The red rashy there. Not a care in the world.
Can't wait to see the next wave that Lennox rides. I mean, look at that. 6.76 is requirement.
And he's got priority.
Yep.
Could things be going any more your way? Well, either way, I'm going to probably be the lucky recipient of the beach post-heat interview with either one of those two. That's going to be fun.
Yeah, they'll be in a good thing about the post-heat interviews. Everyone you interview is in a good mood because they've just won. Speaking of big sporting events, Tim Zhu goes for the welterweight championship of the world this weekend. Good luck to him. I'm sure he's tuned in watching.
Today or tomorrow?
Well, it's in America, so I don't know what the hell. I think it's tomorrow, Saturday American time, Sunday Australian time, Bali time.
Yeah, of course he's tuned in.
Second generation boxer. He's old man, of course, Costa, over from Russia, and Tim being born in Australia. Exciting stuff.
Yeah, I'll watch any sport at the top level, mate. I love, high-end athletes that are the best of their field, regardless of what sort of mode or sport it is. I will tune in, and the big takeaway from all that over all my years of just watching any sort of sport when they're interviewed and that, the theme is always the same. They always, just focus on what I can do, and elite sport is elite for a reason, because they have their basics down really well, and it's It's always that they say similar things across all sports, because it's true. You've just got to stay focused on what you do. That's all you can control, and that's a big takeaway from any athlete.
Yeah, the mindset. Yeah, they definitely do.
Mental games.
Yeah, the mindset from sport to sport. You know, it's very similar.
All lines approaching, buddy.
Lines approaching.
Boys have not really engaged here at the moment. As they come over this little lump, they might see something they like.
Can't do a bit of meerkatting there.
Yep. Is all the energy focusing up the point, or is this worth investigating? Morgan will probably have a squeeze.
Why not?
His jaffle's just about ready. Does he come in on this one?
All right, Siblick. Have a look at him. Beautiful technique on that bottom turn. I love the way his left arm passes the center line of his body every time he goes vertical. There it is again. Really pushing it on the last turn. Lennox Smith now. He needs a 6.76. This one running away from him. So it's the old zombie flop. And reset. 9 minutes 45 remaining.
Throwaway numbers from both these two. Handsomely in first and second. Morgan, again, just that quality top turn. Smaller inside wave. Couple of bowly sections. Warming up for the round of 16. He's having an absolute duke out with this guy, Lennox Smith. Geez, I would have liked to have seen him get around that section.
He was surfing the beach yesterday when we were there, Mark.
All right.
Lennox. Really good form then. I suppose it's really important you get a day or two off. You don't just sit around. You've got to keep that ball rolling and momentum rolling.
Well, surfers love to surf, mate, you know. They rarely have a day off. All right, so 9 minutes now. Yasui and Martin. I feel a little sorry for them too. That's the way it goes. Fish are biting out the back bill. A bit of a boil up just then. All right, so it's been day 6, huge efforts. 104 heats up until yesterday.
Wow.
Yep, and I think Ty Sarati's got 24 scheduled today. I reckon we won't get there because they've been ramped up to 30-minute jobs. So I can definitely see, you know, we've got 8 heats here. We're at heat 5. We've got 4 heats of the women's. That's 12. Then we've got 8 heats of the next man-on-man round of the men's.
Yep.
That's 20 heats. I reckon that'll probably do it. Gazing ahead.
No, yep, gazing ahead. I agree with all you said. I'm a bit fixated by Keane Martin there. He's looking towards the shore. He's looking for waves. You think it means nothing to these kids. Think again. Because he seems to be a little bit out of sorts. He just wants a wave to show everyone what he can do.
And he really needs something here as well. You know, I mean, it's not looking good for an advancement, but on the Challenger Series, hasn't put runs on the board yet there, so he's dropped back into one of these 5,000 events. Squarely chasing points to help him stay on the Challenger and re-qualify again through the Asian region.
He's an absolute gun of a surfer, you know. He's been competing since he's a little kid. He knows how everything works.
Yep.
His presence around the contest side is always positive. He always has the surfing foremost on his mind. And then you see him here and he just can't get a canvas to paint on.
So I think you've got to end up in the top 6 on the Asian region to qualify for the challenges. So there's a lot of serious contenders here still in the event. There's a lot of Japanese surfers still in the mix. They can all take points with them and try and fill one of those top 6 positions. So Yasui, that's a big deal for him as well.
Yep.
He's there in the green. He's going to have to go ballistic. He's got to be patient and pick an absolute A-grade wave, and he's got to do a touch of the Lennox Smiths or better to drag himself out of this round. Look at these two. Look at Blue just having a chuckle with Morgan. Going, how good's this, Morgs?
Yeah, in contrast to white and green out there, just going, what do I have to do?
Guess got to wait now. There's no point catching a, you know,
Yeah.
You got to wait for a set that those two got. That's the only option. So 6 minutes remaining. The next heat will feature Nathan Cook, Xavier Huxtable, Tully Wiley and Oscar Berry. So 4 Australians right there, trying to get some runs on the board and get into the top 6 on the Asian region rankings. You can see somebody creeping down the point from the next heat. I think that's White.
Yeah, it looks like he's gone the jump rock off, the rock jump off.
I know what you mean.
Up the road.
Xavier Huxtable just turned 21 a couple of days ago and would be pretty happy they didn't surf any open men's yesterday.
Oh, yeah, that's for sure.
I think the Lavina looked a bit like an IC unit yesterday. ICU unit.
Yeah, I was speaking to the crew who's staying down at Lavina, Jamal, prior to Reed, and he goes, everything's wrapped up by 10:30, 11. But in the jungle, it feels like it's, 3 in the morning.
Yeah.
You're up early, you're up with the sun, you're always doing something during the day. Yep. So, yeah, definitely keep a lid on it. You've got to celebrate these milestones, but keep a lid on things. And
boy, oh boy, didn't Mate Joy celebrate yesterday. It was his birthday. 19 he turned.
We all did. We thank Tibi Jurek for looking after us at sunset. It was a magic moment in Indonesian surfing yesterday.
Yeah.
Bloody Jasmine, sorry, I'm just a bit distracted there by this set. Jasmine Studer getting through by the skin of her teeth at the last minute. Muddy Joy's birthday, excellent sunset. All the work crew there enjoying a refreshment. It was just a special time, and it's probably the reason we do these contests, Mark. Lennox Smith now.
Lennox Smith, good bit of camaraderie. Now, does he improve? He needs a 6.76. Will below tail second move, so 1 manoeuvre wave will remain into second quite easily. Won't improve on his total. Yeah, it was pretty cool down there, and you got to enjoy those moments, Bill. They just it wasn't a scheduled thing; it just happened, and everybody enjoyed it. There he goes, action replay over and out for Lennox. Well, predictably, White and Green haven't ridden away for a long time because there's no point catching a B grade or a small wave. They've been well snookered from the word go. And from that point, only had one option and just got to wait for another one of them, them sets that came through at the start of the heat. Still feel a little sorry for them. I would have liked to have seen them do a bit more surfing each, but the stage was set early and they had to park up and just bide their time. Clock's just ticking down. It's going to be a huge moment for Morgan and Lennox. About to confirm their inclusion into the round of 16. Looks like young Xavier's fudged fudged things a little and already sitting in pole position in the next heat. There he is. Just paddle past the boys. There's still 2.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, I just heard the beach announcer. Hey, you beat it.
Oh, that's the enthusiasm. I can't hear you. What did you say?
Just one more wave.
Who, me?
Yep. That's funny when you're a little grommet. You got your mum waiting on the beach. You're like, oh, just one more, and you end up catching like 3 more waves. And here you are on a QS 5000. It's the same mindset.
That's it.
Trying to get those guys out of the water in the morning is
I've heard
mission
you.
impossible.
I've heard you, mate.
That's pretty funny, though.
Oh, Grumpy Pants, Uncle Grumpy Pants.
Got to be good at something, Mark.
Yep. Day 6. It's been a ripping event so far. A lot of heats have been surfed. I'm predicting that we're going to roll out probably 20 today. Put us in a really good spot for tomorrow. 32 heats remained in the event when we started today.
Right.
So if we do 20, I think Ty Serrati's squarely trying to think of a early afternoon presentation.
Yep.
All the dignitaries will be down here. It's going to be a big day on the beach either way, being a holiday, being a weekend.
Batik shirts aplenty.
Yep. The Gudangaram incense sticks will be out in force today. There'll be a lot of hello misters. There's 2 blues in the lineup. Yes, Xavier, we can see you. 1 minute. Ken's just like,
yes.
oh, well,
Throw the towel in.
when it doesn't go your way, you can't beat yourself up.
Yeah, commiserations to that young man and to Yasui. Both great surfers. Keep your heads up. Sometimes it doesn't go your way.
Ken had a good run through these events last year. I remember in Nias, I think he got the 3rd up there.
Yeah.
So there's a lot to like about that young man's act, but absolutely, you know, boys got a huge jump on him early, and it just rolled out that way. They both played a smart game, backed it up quickly, and since then there's been no real movement on the scoreboard. Over and out, it's going to be congratulations to Morgan. I'll be able to get down there and have a chat with him. And Lennox Smith, BOG 957, none bigger throughout the whole event.
Yeah, you're spot on there, Mark. Stick with us wherever you're watching around the world. We have more men's round of 32 action coming up right after this ad break. This is the Krui Pro 2023. I'm joined in the booth by Chris Binns. He's got the heat drawer in front of him. Welcome back, mate. Who is in the water?
Hello, mate. Nathan Cook is the surfer in red. Xavier Huxtable is the surfer in blue. Tully Wiley is wearing the white. So Tully the Wizard Wiley is in white.
I like that.
And Oscar Berry is the surfer in green. So 4 Aussies duking it out in this one. 2 Aussies in the last heat went absolutely bananas. I reckon that was the set of the event because we saw
100%.
Morgan Siblick tee off with a 9 and then Lennox Smith on the wave behind a 9.57. I was sitting on the surfer's deck when that set came through. It was noticeably bigger than anything else we've seen, and unlike some of the other big waves we've seen came through, they both had fantastic shape as well. Here goes Tully Wiley flying down the line. That spray of his is really doing a good job of highlighting those big forehand hammers that he loves to wield. And this is a strong opening score for the man from Torquay. He's not done yet either, still skating around. Can he find a little bit of open face and garnish this one? Of course he can. He's still not done.
Oh.
And in the end, the legs just giving away down the bottom. We've added 5 minutes to the heats.
Yeah, yes, half hour. How good. Here he goes, the White Wizard. Interesting to see where the score lays. Nothing too critical. Handy surfing, handsome surfing. But a good looking running wave. That's probably his best turn right there. A bonus section on the end. Looks like there wasn't too much power in that wave, Chris.
Yeah, he's a big lump of a lad. So, takes a bit to get him going. So we've added 5 minutes. Obviously the last heat where we saw 2 9s and a 7 was deemed a little slow. Fair enough.
Oh no, that was half hour as well. This is the second heat that's half an hour long.
Okay. So maybe that 5 minutes produced those waves.
Monkin.
There you go. Tully Wiley a 5.67 to get
things going.
Yeah, just shy of the good range. That's pretty good judging, I think. Tully will know he can get going a bit faster, a bit more radical, a bit more critical than that. So he'll be anxious to get out the back, take his line in the priority queue, and rack up some serious points. Oscar Berry on screen. So the athletes area, it's good to hang out there and see what's going on with the competitors. There is a full-on feeling in the Aussie camp when the boys went 1-2 with Reginato and Axel. There were high fives and hugs and a little bit of swearing going on, so it's good to see a little bit of team camaraderie. A good feeling going on amongst the Australians. Really prominent because that's where they are hanging. I noticed the Japanese crew are kind of down the beach a little bit in the other hotel. I'm sure the feeling there is strong too. Of course, the Indonesians, they're loving every minute of it, as is Xavier Huxtable. The birthday boy from the other day really backs it through the lip then. Makes it around the section, follows it up with another attack on the lip, but goes straight face first into the whitewater. So the fish continue to bust up all over this reef system at Ujung Bacur.
Okay, so Tully Wiley and Xavier Huxtable from Victoria. Nathan Cook, Central Coast, New South Wales.
Right on.
Oscar Berry, Gold Coast. So 2 Victorians, a New South Welshman and a Queenslander.
Oh, God.
In action. And on that note, we're going to cross the country to a West Australian. Mark Clift is having a chat with the winner of the last heat, Morgan Siblick. This is going to be good.
All right, here we are in the athlete area with Morgan Siblick, winner of the last heat. I think I know the answer to this, but I'm going to ask it anyway. How good does it feel to start a heat like that?
It feels epic. I feel like those are kind of the set of the day so far, so hopefully that's good signs. But yeah, I thought that there was only going to be one wave in the set and then went over, and then the next one was bigger, and I was like, oh, how good. And then yeah, my one felt pretty good, and I pulled off and just turned around. Lennox was doing a huge hanger right in front of me, so I know it's pretty sick to get through with Lennox.
And then you did a really smart thing. You backed it up straight away with a 7, and the pressure was off, yeah, straight away.
Yeah, I feel like you don't want to just get out there and sit there, because you saw in that heat it kind of went pretty quiet, so I didn't want to be sitting at the end of the heat with a 9 and a 1. So yeah, I kind of just wanted to back it up as quick as I could and just get at least a 5 or something on the board, and then after that I went and had fun, because we're surfing an Indo point break with no one out, and why not?
Practicing your air game, I saw at the back end of that heat for your potential man-on-man matchups next. So you've got to be looking forward to that next round, yeah?
Yeah, I'm excited. Feel kind of a bit more confident after that heat. This is my first time surfing this board out here, so I was felt a bit shaky on my 9. Just kind of wanted to go through the motions. And yeah, I buckled it and got it fixed by a local guy down here. So yeah, just seeing if it hung in there, and it did, and felt like it had really good hold. So I was frothing.
I reckon you got to surf that one again. That seems to be a bit of magic. Lennox got off to a ripping start as well with a 9.57. After that, you guys just looked like there was not a care in the world. Did you have a chat with Lennox mid-heat at all after that?
Not really. He was kind of sitting out there with Prio, but once both the 9s got called out, we kind of just turned around and smiled and gave a little shaka. We were pretty frothing after that, so yeah, you can't complain.
All right, I imagine you got a lot of friends at home that would have saw that, so would you like to give the boys back at home a bit of a rev up?
Yeah, I think my family's probably watching, and all the boys, so yeah, how he's going. Stoked you tuning in, and yeah, wish you were here.
Great heat. I'm going to shake your hand again. Morgan Siblick, job well done, mate. You're a ripper. Thank you.
On your mark, Cliff. Nice interview. Thanks very much, Morgan Siblick. Why that was going on. Chris, Xavier Huxwell and Oscar Berry got a couple of belters.
They sure did. We're still waiting on some scores to come in for all three of our surfers. Tully Wiley's dropped 2 numbers for an 11.44 total. Let's try and break down how he's got to there. So Tully Wiley, a pair of 5s, a 5.67 and a 5.77, telling the tale. Waiting on numbers to come in for, well, this one for Xavier Huxtable in blue. Bashing away on his backhand. First 2 turns were pretty strong. Would love to have hung on to that one, not to be. He goes down. No number for that yet. Oscar Berry, a 4.33. Do you think there's another wave to come after that, or?
Geez, I'd hope so. It was a really, really good wave.
Yeah, I think the app that we're operating off is a little bit lagging behind the scores on the screen. Xavier Huxtable, a 4.1. And then his last wave was a 3.33 for the one where he fell at the end. I would imagine that Oscar Berry still has another number to come. Nathan Cook has priority, so he's yet to open his account.
That's one thing we're sure of.
That much we do know. Also know there's blue skies. There's none of the, heavy
humidity hanging around.
Yeah, it's a lot fresher out there today, but with that comes the sun.
Yeah.
It is going to be roasting. It's still only 9:15 in the morning over here.
Yeah, the competition site was buzzing early. I don't know why my alarm was set for 4 a.m, but it went off and woke us up. Struggled to get back to sleep, and by 5 o'clock you could hear everyone arriving, checking out the conditions, going for a free surf, and raring to get going. This round of 32 will clean it on up.
Yeah, I did no favours for my body clock staying up till a little bit after 1 watching
El Salvador.
El Salvador, the Surf City Pro last night, and then yeah, I definitely did not wake up before my alarm this morning. May have even hit snooze once or twice.
Why not? Maybe the coolest name on tour, Surf City Pro. You ever been to El Salvador?
I have.
You surf that wave?
It wasn't breaking when I was there. We surfed just a little bit up the coast, more in the zone where they host the ISAs, El Tunco, Sunzal, that kind of work. Right. I was actually there. God, this is going to make me sound very old. 2006.
God, you're old.
And it was El Salvador's come a long way since then. That was at the peak of its,
strife.
Yeah, let's just leave it at that. It was quite a scary place to be back then, but I hear these days it's wonderful.
Yeah.
I'm glad, because it was terrifying back then.
Well, they're taking the Pro Tour there. They don't take elite athletes anywhere around the world unless they're safe and looked after. Big shout out to Byrne. He'll be looking after global security for the WSL athletes. I'm sure he's tuned in.
He's the man.
Well, it looks like we aren't the only ones to see those fish bust up outside of the break. Local fisherman investigating. He wants a bit of dinner and a bit of sales down a local market. Oscar Berry, he wants a second score, and here he is. Wraps it around Chris.
On his backhand, he got a 4.33 for his opener, and he's repeating the dose on this one as well. Plenty of speed, and turns it all into these big fans of spray out the top of the wave, and that's going to be a second score. Can't see it putting him into the lead, can see him putting it into second.
Great spray job.
It's a great spray job as the world's loudest garbage truck is about to do some circle work right next to our booth.
Right, Xavier Huxtable getting busy now. He's third on priority. Doesn't matter because there's no one around. He's going to take this medium size inside runner. Oof. That's a really good tail drift over a difficult section. The Victorian getting going now. Stabbing it through the lip. He wants to finish this off, get himself a decent score, and he doesn't. Just fumbles at the last second. So Xavier on his way to a good score. They've been putting a lot of emphasis on the finishing manoeuvre, Chris, so that may have affected that score significantly.
Oh, it definitely will have. Yep. No doubt about that. So Xavier Huxtable riding a Sharp Eye, which is easily the hottest South American surfboard in the world right now. Of course, Felipe Toledo is the guy who boosted those ones to the moon. Marcio Zuvi lives in San Clemente these days. He's definitely Brazilian. I saw Nathan Noodles Webster walking up the point to go for a surf last night. He had the previous hottest South American surfboard brand in the world under his arm. He was riding a Xanadu.
Wow. I saw him surfing the beach yesterday. He's absolutely ripping.
Yeah, you forget these guys who were on the championship tour.
They're on there for a reason.
Yeah. I remember the first time I surfed with Noodles out at, I think it might have even been yelling at main break.
Yeah, right.
Pro surfers just don't miss waves. They paddle for lumps in the ocean that, to me, it just looks like a bit of a wind chop rolling through, and then they take 2 strokes and all of a sudden they're up and planing and flying.
Mate, I reckon that is a big part and a big difference between capable surfers like yourself and I. You know, we're capable of screwing it up at any given second. And the pro surfers, from the belly to the feet to top speed in a split second.
Yep, absolutely. We're also probably all guilty of overestimating our own surfing prowess and riding boards that are a little bit too small.
Oh, yeah.
Guilty.
Yeah. You look cool on the beach, though. Yeah, it's a big reality check when one of the coaches accidentally films your wave. You're like, oh, God, I thought I surfed like hockey.
There is, yeah, no greater leveler in surfing than seeing footage of yourself. It is awful. Photos. Photos are the answer.
Yeah.
Just pick out that one moment where your arms for a split second in the right spot as they continue on their journey from one wrong spot to another.
2 seconds after that, I fell off.
13 minutes to go. Tully Wiley still in the lead with a 5.77 and a 5.67. This man, Oscar Berry, is in second, chasing him down. He's looking for a 5.94. Is it punt time?
Oh, of course it is. Come on.
There it is. Big, lofty rotation. Can't ride out of it. Xavier Huxtable plays the priority card over Oscar. And he is sashimiing this thing as he whips it to shreds down the line. And that was nicely done by Xavier Huxtable, the X-Man, looking for a 5.6. Oscar Berry, if he had landed that, that was a massive punt.
He was right up there, wasn't it? Looked like a video game for a second there. 2 surfers going upside down. Xavier Huxtable finishing that wave this time. Check it out.
Yeah, Oscar's an incredible skateboarder too, so this is definitely in his wheelhouse. He was eyeing off the ramp, got the rotation. The craft was rotating with him. And then Xavier, yeah, really kicked the tail out over that one. Again, it's only a small wave, but it's just biting the reef on the inside and running, and he's matching its pace perfectly, and that's going to be a nice number. One man from Torquay, Nathan Cook, he has sat for, well, it's a 30-minute heat, so he has sat for 18 minutes.
Waveless.
Waveless. He's waiting for one of those 9s that we just saw Morgs and Lennox Smith tee off on.
Indo Dreams right there. It's an encouraging sign, the horizon there, Chris. You can see the swell lines marching across. Let's hope that results in some swell today and tomorrow.
It's such a wave-rich region. No one's leaving early, Everyone's in this. It's a surf trip with a comp thrown
Attached.
in. And talk to everyone. And yeah, it sounds like Monday, the drive and the airport is going to be chaos.
Yeah.
And I'm very happy to let you guys take care of that. I'm just going to be staying here and surfing and watching the crowds dwindle. Hallelujah.
Yeah, everyone off to their own commitments. I know, I think Morgan will be going to Bolito, wouldn't he? And maybe Dylan Moffat.
I think Bolito's for a while.
Yep, they'd have to. You'd think they'd just go straight from here. Maybe spend a couple of days
Bolito's
decompressing
Bolito's-
in Krui.
Bolito's not till July,
Oh, yeah.
so there is a month. I would imagine a lot of people are going to get back to Bali and then go on a few strikes, get some waves in while you're up here.
How early do you get to a competition venue if you're serious about it? You go a week before?
I think at the most.
Yep.
It
You still want to be fresh, right?
you want to be fresh. It also depends on the forecast. If it doesn't look like there's going to be a ton of waves, there's not a lot to be gained from getting there early, apart from you paying more for your accommodation and that kind of thing. If it looks like there's going to be waves, absolutely try and get there a little bit early, but you don't want to get venue fatigue, if that makes any sense. You know, you stay in a room that's not your own bedroom for beyond a week and you start to get pretty antsy for your own creature comforts. If you've got great accommodation and you know the place beautifully, you've been going there for years, you've got
Bring it on, yep.
friends over there, you've got crew that you surf with, you've got a good routine, by all means.
I remember 2015 when Adriano de Souza had his ears pinned back gunning for that world title. All respect to Adriano, a fantastic guy, but he was surfing out of his skin. When he got knocked out, the Goldie, watching it on telly, and then the next morning there he was at main break, getting ready for Margaret's.
Oh yeah,
He really was laser focused and straight to the next venue. There's no holidaying, there's no back and seeing the family, because he was having a real red hot go at it. And guess what? He won a world title that year.
Yeah.
So yeah, it takes a lot more than just riding waves to become a champion surfer.
Adriano was famous for that. He was the precursor to the Brazilian Storm. He sort of sat between Brazilian generations. Guys above him like Neco Padarats and Rayoni Montero. And then he was kind of in his own age bracket, maybe even a little bit ahead of Jadson Andre. And then obviously Gab and Philippe and Italo and co. And Adriano would turn up in Tahiti 2 weeks early. He'd turn up at Bells 2 weeks early.
Yep.
You'd always see him around the comp site with his laptop, wanting to know what the event password was for the Wi-Fi, because he's trying to communicate back home. And he was a real kind of lone wolf on the road. He used to spend a lot of time. I know the Bells locals, when he won Bells, it was a really popular win, because he just everyone respects people who've put in the time.
Yep.
Like you said, you see Adriano out at main break really learning the ropes. He went to Hawaii. He thought maybe that was a bit of a weakness. He knocked on Jamie O'Brien's door, of all people, and said, I want to stay. Jamie's house used to have a little upstairs and then just this disgusting cave underneath that he'd fill with all his poopies and rat bag mates.
You're into the cave, De Souza.
Adriano just knocked on his door and said, I want to stay with you. And Jamie said no, and Adriano wouldn't take no for an answer and just kept going back. And sure enough, eventually Jamie went, yeah, all right. And that was the same year that Adriano ended up winning the world title. So that is the sort of dedication that is required. Okay, last score in for Xavier Huxtable was a 6.5. So the two Victorians, it's a Victorian Quinella. Tully Wiley in the lead with a 5.77 and a 5.67. A pair of fives at the moment beating a 6 and a 4. Xavier with a 6.5 is looking for a 4.94 to get up into the lead. Anything over a 4.23 will give him a little bit of separation from Oscar Berry, who's in third with a 5.5 and a 4.33. That would have been a lot bigger if he'd ridden out of that lofty punt he threw up earlier. And Nathan Cook is waveless with 24 minutes run in this heat.
Well, that's unheard of.
Someone didn't catch a wave 2 days ago.
Really?
Yeah. Yep. Didn't catch a wave in the whole heat. And then poor Charlie Haitley from Burleigh needed a .93 for 10 minutes at the end of her heat the other day. Didn't catch a wave. We saw the opposite earlier. Caius King needed a tiny score, had 4th priority, paddled to the left of the screen, way up the reef, caught the tiniest little bit of nothing, and just eked out the score. I saw him on the surface deck afterwards. It was the best 2.9 of his life. It was such a smart move.
It was a smart move, especially way down on priority. I was watching that also, Chris, live, and then Elliot Parada Reid, he got one about 10 seconds afterwards and really delivered. Went from 4th to 1st within the last 40 seconds of the heat.
Yeah, and then apologised to me in the interview afterwards for claiming a 3.
Well,
it's crazy, the ebbs and flows of the ocean. You know, we just saw in the last heat Morgan Siblick and Lennox Smith trading 9s. Less than an hour earlier, we saw guys pretty much dry docking themselves and getting to their feet just to eke out 2s to get through. Elliot Parada Reid and Caius King, they both sat for 20 minutes with just 1 wave to their name, and they both went from 3rd and 4th to 1st and 2nd, just throwing whatever they could at the wall at the death, and just getting away with it. 4 minutes remaining. Look at those 3, absolutely shoulder to shoulder in what we think is the takeoff zone, but what we've seen this week is that it's a huge playing field, and depending on the tide, the size of the swell, and let's throw a few other variables in there, where the moon's at, you know, what the wind's doing. Here goes Nathan Cook. He's finally opening his campaign. That was a strong turn. I like that. And a bit of point of difference. We haven't seen too many goofy footers this morning, so it does allow you to draw some slightly different lines. I mean, we've seen Tully Wiley. He's a goofy footer. he's done some stuff in this heat, but yeah, a lot of what we've seen is that backhand surfing, and it's amazing. You get so used to something, a little bit of a point of difference.
Yep. Fresh approach.
So, number to come for Nathan Cook, which will see him only needing 1 score rather than the 2 he was faced with. Talk us through it, Bill.
Yeah, it's his first wave. He's waited an eternity for it. And that's a big, heavy back foot turn. This thing racing off in front of him. He's just had a bit of a wave-starved heat. Not a bit of a wave-starved heat. He's absolutely famished. Just that 1 wave. 3 minutes, under 3 minutes to go. I'm not sure, he just
3.67 the result, so he now needs a 7.06, obviously very attainable. He'll be down in 4th priority, however.
Yeah, anything is possible. Elliot Parada Reid proved that. So Nathan Cook, get on out there. Might be a 4 wave set, who knows?
Wouldn't that be a delight?
That would be fantastic.
Saw George Pittar talking earlier to Dylan Moffat. Dylan high scored his first heat in that round. High scored the round in his first heat, and unfortunately narrowly went down then. And GP George was just, you know, feeling uncomfortable about what a grindy heat it was. You know, these guys are all mates. They totally understand that what happens in the water happens in the water, and you put your friendship on hold for 30 minutes. But then it's always a little bit awkward afterwards, because you want to celebrate your own success, but you definitely don't want to rub it in your mate's face, especially when it's you know, not necessarily purely surfing. You get these slow heats.
Yep. Yeah, it is drama filled though.
It's not like tennis. Tennis, you can just hate the person.
Yeah.
Because the court is just a...
Tink tonk, yep. Yeah, I've got one of those. Plays tennis.
50 seconds remaining, and this heat is looking very becalmed. So the Victorians will be hoping that that's it. No more waves get ridden, and their men, Tully and the X-Man, the Wizard and X-Man. That's not a bad duo, is it?
Not bad. The White Wizard this heat.
This heat, yeah. So the ocean looking like it might have just sucked all the juice out of the last few minutes of this heat. Oscar Berry and Xavier Huxtable having a bit of a chat, bit of a handshake. Good job, mate. Yeah, sorry about that, bruv. And then Oscar makes his way over to Tully as well, and this heat is done and dusted.
Looks like I'll be having a chat to the White Wizard.
Say good day for us. All right, we're going to throw to a quick little ad break. Billy's going to make his way to the athlete deck to have a chat to Tully Wiley. And I will be back with Heat 7 of the round of 32 here at the Krui Pro right after this quick break. Hello, hello, selamat pagi. Welcome back to the Krui Pro. Bit of a dreary back half of Heat 6, but Tully Wiley and Xavier Huxtable won't be complaining. They are through to the round of 16. In the water right now in Heat 7, Rinta Utu is surfing in red. Joe Azuki is wearing the blue jersey. Varun Tanjung is in white, and Ben Lorentzen, resplendent in green, is paddling into a wave that might just kick off proceedings. Chris Bin's in the booth, and talk us through this wave, Giada Lagati.
Yeah, this is Ben Lorentzen, got one of the highest heat totals in the first rounds. A nice opening carve, and a nice second one as well. As he makes it around that section, a really long wave for Ben Lorentzen. Unfortunately, doesn't finish it off.
He would love to have ridden out of that one, because I think he will have left a few points behind. He's got a really fluent style, generates heaps of speed without too much effort, which is what you want. Mark Cliff the other day said you can't teach speed, and that really does make a lot of sense. You see some of the best in the world, and they can climb to their feet, and they're just absolutely flying. That first little foot down on the gas. All right, here goes Varun Tanjung flying on his backhand. Hammers that first turn, big sheet of spray. Second turn was good as well, so Varun is looking lively, and that's a great turn as well for the Bali lad.
Yeah, that was a really great wave from Varun. It's a good way to start his heat, finishing it off, doing some really nice turns, you know, to build a little bit of confidence. Here is the replay of Varun's last wave. A nice opening, well, more of a check turn as he goes down the line. This is where he gets really started. A good first turn, nice second one, and this is a beautiful finish. The Tanjungs are all probably watching down at the beach. And this is the replay of Ben Lawrenson. What do you think, Binzi?
I thought this was great. I love that he just kept generating speed. A couple of times it looked like the wave might have raced off without him, and he just went, nah, and a little pump of the gas, and he was away again. I think it's going to be pretty evenly matched between Varun and Ben after that first exchange. Varun, 2 turns that were really, really big. So they were the 2 real high points of that wave. Ben Lawrenson, a little bit more flow from start to finish, but not sure he got quite as much done. He's not going to hang around and wait for any scores. He's only got 3rd priority, but he's into his 2nd wave. He's flying now, and that wave we shall never speak of again. So the 2 Japanese surfers, Rinta Utu and Joe Azuki, are being patient, waiting to open their accounts as we come down to the 25-minute mark.
Yeah, in the next heat, we are going to be seeing Ryaru Itu, Japanese surfer, in the red, Cooper Davies in the blue, Mike Clayton Brown in the white, and Jarvis Earl in the green. And that will be the last heat of the round of 32 as we move into the round of 16 of the women's. Another big day of surfing here in the Krui Pro 5000.
Yep, looks like we're aiming at 24 heats again, which is massive. 16 heats of juniors yesterday, which was pretty good given the cards we were dealt early in the morning. A bit of a storm, diminished swell, onshore winds, and then a low tide that really drained the energy out of the ocean through the middle of the day. That'll change this morning. The swells come back up. I can confirm it was high tide first thing because my feet got wet on my walk to work. Ran out of room on the beach, and conditions are pretty dreamy. The overcast, sort of heavy clouds of the last couple of days have well and truly burnt off. The sun has come out for the weekend. While we wait for a few first numbers to drop in for this heat, let's cross down to Billy Hangen, who is chatting to the winner of the last heat, Tully Wiley.
Yep, we are live, and I'm here with the winner of heat number 6, Tully, the White Wizard Wiley. That's what Finzy's been calling you. Hey, tough conditions out there, mate.
Yeah, it's super tricky. It's really slow, so just had to make sure I got a quick start, and I actually ran way up the point and paddled out just so I made sure I had the inside off the start, and luckily got like a quick one, and then yeah, really lucky to get a wide one on the way back out, and then just sat for about 20 minutes. So a lot of sort of tactics and strategy coming into play out there when it's this slow, so really happy it paid off.
Yeah, it is slow, and it's not massively big swell, you know, a medium-sized one at best. You would think that would be advantage to the smaller guys, but you're a big fella, and you've come out on tops.
Yeah, it's just, when it's this slow, it doesn't really matter. It's just whoever's on the best wave, so that was kind of the goal, just to get the 2 best waves of the heat, and Zave got one pretty good one under my priority, but it was probably not the right wave for my forehand, so yeah, he had that one, but yeah, super happy.
Well, mate, Xavier did come through second. There's been a couple of Australian 1-2s, and I've seen a lot of high-fiving and back-slapping going on over here. Bit of a feeling amongst the Australians?
Yeah, we're all doing well, like everyone in our camps through to the round of 16 now, so it's always hard when you got your best mate in your heat as well. You both want to get through, but yeah, just stoked we both got through, because it kind of sucks to lose one of your mates in the draw, so yeah, good result for the boys.
Well, it does, mate. Do you want to give a shout-out to anyone down the camera while we're here?
Yeah, just big thanks to Paizel for this board and Adam Robbo for the spray, giving me a bit of extra flair, and all the family back home. Miss you guys, and yeah.
Well, Owen Wright had been my favourite surfer for many years. He's a goofy footer, and he's over 6 foot. Now he's retired. I think you're my favourite surfer. Give it here. All right. Winner of heat number 6, that is Tully Wiley. Back to you guys in the booth.
All right, scores slowly starting to filter in. This is Rinta Utu on his backhand. Ben Lorentzen has a 4.17 and a 0.57 to be in the lead. Run us through this replay of Rinta.
Yeah, this is a really good wave from Inta. A smaller check turn, and that's a really nice second turn. I love that finishing takes it 12 o'clock.
And this is Joe Azuki. Bit of drift out of the tail. He's got some work to do to find the open face once again, and it's just going to be a two-turn combo, and he's out of there. Now Varun Tanjung. He's still waiting on a score to come in, and we think that might be a decent number. So this will be his backup. Can he hang on to it? He's there.
Oh.
Oh, not quite.
That was going to be pretty cool.
Yeah, released the tail. He pretty much had both feet on the nose, was trying to hang on to that one basically right out. Switch, fins free. Ben Lorentzen, that will be his second scorer. So this one is slowly starting to take shape. Got a lot of numbers to get in. We've got three surfers all within 10 square feet of each other trying to get back and see how this one goes for priority. Ben Lorentzen, that is hunger. Look at him go. Varun Tanjung has the outside running. Joe Azuki might want to look over his shoulder and see where these boys are at. Oh, this is fantastic.
Oh my God.
Ben Lorentzen is kicking and thrashing. He might split the middle of Varun and Joe Azuki. I think Joe's just realised what's going on behind him. Special mention to Ryan Williams on the drone as well, who is tracking this to perfection. What do you reckon? Do the priority judges just leave them hanging and let it go? Ben there just kind of taking his foot off the gas. They're looking back at the priority board. And they've given second to Joe and third to Varun. So often the surfer who's caught that the wave in front can get priority unless you can, clearly get out in front of them. This is the replay of Joe Azuki's last wave. Big turn, that one. Loved how he just got up and over, released the tail. Did it again on that wave. So this is going to be a pretty decent number. This is Ben Lorentzen.
Yeah, it's a really nice turn. Nice wave, from Ben Lorentzen, surfer from the sunny coast. I love this wave of Varun. Really nice spray out the back on that first one. Unfortunately, he didn't get to finish this turn. I thought that was going to be a pretty cool one, but just doesn't make it. You saw him fighting till the end to get it. And we have our beautiful drone shot. Seeing from above, you can really see how clear the water is. The reef right there. Beautiful stuff.
Okay, score in for Rinta Utu, a 5.33. Not sure if that's for one or two waves.
Still waiting for both the scores of Varun Tanjung. Haven't seen those yet. First wave of Ben Lorentzen, a 4.17. He's still waiting for a score. Rinta Utu sitting on a 5.33. There we go. The first score of Varun Tanjung comes in at a 5.67.
Puts him into the lead.
Yeah.
With a number still to drop. So 17 minutes to go. Things are starting to tighten up. I think we've still got scores to drop in for Ben Lorentzen, Varun Tanjung and Joe Azuki. So Rinta Utu's 5.33. His is the only score that's going to stay where it is at the moment. Priority is with Rinta. Second priority is with Joe. Third priority Varun. And fourth priority Ben Lorentzen in the green jersey from Noosa Heads. Looks like Varun Tanjung on the move. Joe Azuki does have priority, so he can, well, second priority, so he can keep Varun off. But, you know, maybe Varun was trying to sell Joe on this one. Joe Azuki won't be worrying about that right now. He'll be worrying about whatever he's going to get up to with his turns. And unfortunately, the second one was no good. And he is out of there. Still waiting on his first score. There it is, a 4.03. So now we need one more score for Queensland State Champion Ben Lorenzen. And one more for Varun Tanjung. Where do the Tanjungs live? In Kuta?
No, they
up on the
live
Bukit?
up in the Bukit. Yeah, they live up there. I see Varun surfing Pandawa a lot. Ulus, they head a lot to the East Coast, surfing Kramas and all the secret waves that the Tanjungs know around that area. Often with his younger brother Sinar and Bronson Mady. And Westonhurst always there with them as well.
Yeah, I wonder how Rizal Tanjung felt when he worked out Varun was a natural footer. But it hasn't stopped Varun. He's pretty deadly on his backhand out at Padang and Ulus.
Yeah, Varun, I've spent some time with him in Desert Point as well, and he has some of the best wave selection I've ever seen in my life. He knows exactly which one to go and which one not to go.
Okay, well, hang on. He's gone one right there under Rinta Utu's priority, so he has worked this beautifully if he can turn it into something special. Unfortunately, the second turn he went big, could not ride out of it. Second score has come in for Varun. It's a 3.17. Second score for Ben Lorenzen, a 4.1. Run us through this replay, Jada.
Here we go. This is Varun. Just as I was saying about the wave selection, under priority, catches this wave. It was looking like it was going to be a really good one. Unfortunately, doesn't finish that second turn. So he'll be coming back. He's in the lead, but we still have 13 and a half to go.
All right, here goes Rinta Utu. He has a 5.33. It's not going to take much to put him up to second. And this is a good looking wall. It's got great shape. It's not the biggest of waves, but that doesn't seem to be too significant. He's just whipping his way through turn after turn. And this one keeps running for him. So the drama keeps building as Rinta Utu kicks out a long way down the line. 13 minutes to go.
There we have a little bit of coaching from the caddy. Looking like he was saying to get a bigger wave. But this was a really well surfed wave by Rinta Utu. It was the wave that kept on giving. It took him all the way through down past the caddy point. I think most of the scores are going to come down on this inside section where the wave really stood up for him.
All right, this is heat 7, men's round of 32. Obviously 8 heats in this round. And then we are through to the women's round of 16, which is the last round of 4 surfer heats. The first of which features Yu Giada up against Janire Gonzalez, Ellie Harrison and Rina Matsunaga. Heat 2, Kira Pinkerton, she's been one of the standouts for mine. Nao Amora from Japan. Izzy Campbell put together an incredible heat the other day, and Nanaho Suzuki. Annette Gonzalez, the second of the Gonzalez sisters from the Basque Country, up against Philippa Anderson, Sierra Kerr and Annie Dos Santos. And then 3 big name Japanese surfers, Anon Matsuoka, Minamai Nanaka and Minori Kawai. 3 of Japan's finest in this sort of generation, up against Safi Vat, the Kiwi, who recently just qualified for the Olympics over in El Salvador. As in, she qualified for the Olympics in El Salvador. The Olympics aren't going to be in El Salvador, they're going to be in France, but they're actually going to be in Tahiti for surfing. Go figure.
I have heard a rumor that the surfers might not be able to attend the opening ceremony just because they might not have the time to.
I don't think that would be a rumor. There's a lot of talk about the Paris Games with trying to minimize the footprint, and there's going to be a lot less athletes who hang around the Olympics. As the local constabulary do a little flyby, there's going to be a lot less athletes hanging around from opening ceremony to the close. You know, you think about if you're a 400-meter runner and you compete for less than a minute on day 2, do you really need to take up a bed for 2 weeks? So a lot of the teams now are getting a lot more not frugal, but they're being a lot more economical and a lot more efficient with how many people they have in Paris at the time. And I think the fact that surfing takes place all the way on the other side of the globe, in the other hemisphere, over in Tahiti, there won't be a whole lot of interaction between the surfers and the rest of the squads back in France. There will be some exceptions. I'm sure if someone was to win a gold medal and put themselves into, you know, give themselves a chance of carrying the flag for their country at the closing ceremony, you'd jump on a plane straight away. We saw Rio Wider from here in Indonesia. He was a flag bearer for Indonesia at the Tokyo Games, as was Ramzi Boukaim from Morocco.
Yep, Ramzi was definitely a standout in the last El Salvador Games. Unfortunately, getting injured as he just qualified for the CT.
He hasn't surfed an event this year, and I'm led to believe hasn't entered any of the next round of challenges either. So, yeah, an ankle is a really painful injury to try and rehab. There's so many bones in your foot that you have to get it right. And a big lad like Ramsey, you know, his poor ankles are carrying around 90 kilos of pure Moroccan beef. And yeah, you got to get it right. Rinta Utu, a 5.4 and a 5.33, sees him in the lead. Varun Tanjung slips down to second. He needs a 5.06 to get back to first. Ben Lorenzen's chasing a 4.68 to advance. Joe Azuki is looking for a 4.82, so it's pretty tight between the whole field at the moment. Ben Lorenzen has priority. Joe Azuki has second priority. 7 minutes 45 to run.
Yeah, these 30 minutes seem long, but they go by really quick, especially if you're out there. Varun with third priority, hoping to back up a 3.17. The last few ways he hasn't been able to complete them, so he'll be looking for an opportunity to do that. Joe Azuchi only sitting as a backup with a 1.93. These are not big scores required to pass, so lots of time left, and anything can happen.
Okay, Varun, he's scratching. He's a little bit late to the party, and this one races off without him. 7 minutes to go.
Yes, this is round of 32, heat 7. We have Rinta Oto in the lead, Varun Tanjung second, Ben Lorenzen in third with priority, looking for a 4.68, and Joe Azuchi in fourth, looking for a 4.82. We will be going straight to heat 8. of this round of 32 with 1 Japanese surfer, Ryaru Itu, and 3 Australian surfers, Cooper Davies, Mike Clayton Brown, or MCB, and Jarvis Earl. As we see now, Ben Lawrenson cashing in his priority and taking off on a good looking wave. That was a great first turn. Whips the tail around and almost manages to ride out of that one. I don't think it will be the score he was looking for. 5 minutes and a half. 5 minutes and a half remaining. After this, we're going straight to the round of 16 of the women. After that, the round 16 of the men, and we'll finish off our day with the women's quarterfinal.
Here goes Joe Azuki, whitewatery takeoff. He's a long way down the point. And, well, maybe not. He had priority, so I'll take that back. Here's the drone angle. That first turn, that turn looked pretty sharp. And rhythmically flowing through the maneuvers. And a big dramatic closeout finish. He stands tall. Did he? We need to look at that one from in front to figure out just if he did ride out of it. The arms went up in the air, but it was almost as if he was trying to salvage it while going down. Let's have a look at the replay of Joe's last wave and see if we can unpack that, because we have seen a few surfers get cruelled when the judges decided that they didn't ride out cleanly. Joe looked like he'd done some work at the start. Run us through it, Giada.
Yeah, taking off with a little bit down the line compared to the others. This was a really nice turn. 12 o'clock and another nice open waved top turn. I think this was the most vertical one there, and we're gonna check if you did ride out of it.
Whoa.
That's
yeah, I don't think you're fooling anyone when you claim it as you're going down. Here goes Rinta Utu in his red jersey. That was a big open face turn. Just the 2 sections, and he shies away from the second one. So, 3.5 minutes to go. 5.4 and 5.33. See Rinta Utu in the lead. I don't think that last wave will affect anything. Varun Tanjung now has priority. Is looking for a 5.06 for first. Anything over 3.17 will make life a little bit tougher for Ben Lawrenson and Joe Azuki. And here goes Ben Lawrenson from the Sunshine Coast, doing some work on his forehand. For once, he'd be so used to catching waves on his backhand at home in Noosa. 3 minutes remaining. Again, Rinta Utu, hang on.
Waiting for the last of Joe Azuchi as well. Looking for a 4.82. Not sure if we're going to consider that a finish or not.
Oh, I'm not touching that. That one is well and truly for the judges to decide. Not the greatest angle either, a little bit behind it. Obviously he was a long way down the point, so hard to quite see where he was at. But I tell you what, if I was a coach, I would be telling my surfers to 100% ride clear of every wave. Just gun it out in front of the whitewater, stand up tall, just put it beyond doubt. Because as soon as you go down in the whitewater, it's a grey area. Okay, there it is, a 7-point ride for Joe Azuki. So whether that last section was deemed complete or not, he did do some pretty epic turns before he got there. A 7 for Joe Azuki and a 4.03 see him in the lead. Rinta Utu now chasing a 5.64 for first. Varun Tanjung now looking for a 5.06 to advance. Ben Lorentzen now chasing a 6.56 with just over a minute to go.
Yeah, Byron, he does have priority, so if the opportunity comes, it's all on him, but it doesn't look like there's much coming out the back. Still 55 to go, 55 seconds to go. Let's see if we're going to see another buzzer beater in this one as well.
45 seconds remaining.
Here we go, 30 to go.
Here goes Varun Tanjung, 30 seconds. He needs a 5.06. He's going to have to throw everything he can at this one. First turn was good. Wave races off without him. He dives off, and you would imagine as he goes underwater, his hopes sink also. Rinta Utu is sitting in second. A 5.64 would see him take the win. He's on his way if he can repeat turns like that a few more times. The hooter sounds, so it's academic. Both Japanese surfers are through. Now it's just a matter of in which order. That was a pretty strong way to finish off for Rinta Utu. I'm going to go and have a chat either to Joe Azuki or the man on screen, Rinta Utu. One more heat to go in the round of 32. It's coming our way right after this quick break.
All right, we're back, and this is the final heat of the men's round of 32. So the lineup is, let's have a look, Ryaru Ito in the red, Japanese surfer, then 3 Australians, Cooper Davies in blue, Mike Clayton Brown in white, and Jarvis Earl in green. Following that, women's opens for quarterfinals, well, for round of 16 heats. Then they will go to surfer on surfer matchups from there on. Men's will be on after that. There will be 4 heats of those, 4 4-man heats to confirm before they reach their man-on-man stage of the draw. So welcome everybody. This young fella here last year certainly caught my attention. Jarvis Earl ripping straight into a small reef hugger, blowing up here last year. Pretty sure he surfed his way into a 3rd placing. Blue now, Cooper Davies screaming down the line, a big float, bowly section, got to crunch it, he does, but does not ride out. White now, MCB. Pretty good start here. Down the line he goes, throwing the chook feathers, another hit coming up, bang. His wave still delivering more sections, giving him lots of opportunity, helps himself to every one of them. MCB, great start. Jarvis, is he on a 2nd wave? Stop it, how did that happen? Billy Hangin, you got to be impressed with what we saw out of Jarvis here last year.
Stuck in my mind, has never left. What a great surfer.
And Raru. have a go at what he's putting together as well. Riaru. Boom.
Bang, that was a good finishing manoeuvre.
Wow, flying start from this heat, mate. 3 minutes off the clock, 5 waves ridden.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Who we got? Jarvis Mike Clayton Brown, Cooper Davies.
Yeah. And Riaru Ito.
Duddy Japan.
Yeah, of course, a great wave from him as well. Here's our action replays. There's going to be a lot of them because 5 waves were ridden. So Cooper, this wave, he falls on one of these sections. I think this next section, which is a bit of a pity. But you watch this thing that the other natural footer gets in the heat. MCB was a great wave, but Jarvis's first effort here.
Bang. Oh.
That was his last effort. MCB, this is the wave for me.
Right, the natural footer. I haven't seen this before. This is my first look at it. Wow. That is a big fan of spray. A lot of back foot in those turns. It's a medium-sized wave, but it's offering up a lot of opportunity, a good pace to it, and a lip every time he goes near the top. Wow, bang.
Pretty good, eh?
Let's go the excellent range. That's why I'm not a judge.
All right, well, let's watch red now. So the judges have got a lot to take in out of this first 3 minutes. A fair bit of madness went on, and you can see the slick, goofy foot action of Riaru Ito. That was huge as well.
I'm putting that to the top of the list.
Well, you haven't seen Jarvis's first wave either. That was pretty good. So a 6.33 for Jarvis. That'll be the benchmark. But Riaru, I'm with you, mate. I really liked it. I thought it was a bit more brutal than MCB's. Mike Clayton Brown might have got more sections, but Riaru sticking to what the judges want to see, those big, hefty spikes. I think this is Jarvis's very first wave, Bill.
Yeah, righty-o. My first look at it too, so I was a bit late to the commentary booth.
No worries, mate.
Doing a bit of admin. Yeah, look at that, super busy. A lot of flow. Ticking all the boxes. Speed, power, flow, variety, and look at this thing keeps going, this little wave, doesn't it? Wow, the last tail high drift there.
So I think the judges will be comparing that goofy foot action against Jarvis, Rito's,
yep.
Riaru's, and not as good.
Wow, 7.83.
Cooper's on again. What a blockbuster start to heat 8.
Yeah, some waves are heats are wave starved, and some there's just plenty.
Cooper Davies screaming down the line, much better than his first ride.
Look at that. Wow.
Yep, good connection again. Back end of this wave is really offering him a lot. It might be small down there, but he's teeing off. So you've got to be happy with a start like that. For all the crew online, it makes for really good viewing. The competitors would be all feeling pretty relaxed after everybody getting some sort of opportunity to impress. And there was a lot to like about these first 5 minutes. Cooper really starts to wind up about here. Boom.
Oh, that's a good one.
Next one as well. Boom.
A lot of his board going above that lip line.
Yep.
On second viewing of that wave.
Yep.
That's going to score quite well as also.
Maybe a little fumbly in the first half. Smash the end half to pieces. We're going to throw down to, I think Chris Binns is going to have a chat with the winner of that last heat. Go, Chris.
Cheers, guys. I just had to grab Rinta Utu, winner of the last heat. Didn't know that he'd won. Congratulations. Happy to get through to the next round?
Thank you. 今も最後の最後でいい波乗れて、前のラウンド同様逆転できたんでよかったです。
Tell us about your friend Joe Azuki.
そうですね、ジョーは日本でも一緒にサーフィンする仲間で、ワン、ツーで上がれてよかったです。
Any words to friends and family back home in Japanese?
結構こっち来て何日も経つんですが、まだ1回しか試合してなかったところで、いろいろ休みの時間も気が張ってて、今日こういうヒートやって緊張したんですけど、また1で上がれてよかったです。次も頑張ります。ありがとうございます。
Mate, well done. You're looking really strong. Congratulations and good luck in the rest of the event.
Thank you.
Back up to you guys in the box.
Thanks, Chris. Short and sweet. There we go. Either way, well done. Rinta Uto, winner of the last heat. Meanwhile, the leaderboard is starting to take shape. So, yep, 5-4 for Coopers. The best number, red, 3 spicy, slick moves on a good, clean surface. That's what the judges have been hanging their hat on all week, is just the quality of moves and just the style involved with that young man. That was just epic. I'm glad you got to see it, Bill, because real benchmark now for Heat 8. Talking the 7.83 of Ryaru Ito. Sick.
Rightio.
Good start, though. They're all off to a flyer.
Yep, you beauty.
All off to a flyer.
Bring it on. This is the last heat of the round of 32 for men. After this, round of 16 of women, correct?
Correct. And then back to the men's for a 4-heat, 4-person matchups in the round of 16.
Yep.
So we had that a little confused this morning, saying that was the man-on-man round. It will not be. There's another round of 4-person heats in the men's side of the draw before we get to the 2-person action. So 20 heats have been forecast. I think we can fit it in.
Yeah, 30 minutes.
Well, the first 4 weren't, remember? The first 4 were 25, so it's still either way, probably a 10-hour day, which is about standard, what we've been knocking out most days.
Bring it on, mate. Anyone else?
Easy, too easy.
Anyone else, you'd be worried.
We're hard workers, Billy, you know that.
Yeah, I just had a nap between heats before.
I think half my friends at home fell off their chairs then. Good morning, everybody that is tuning in. It's, let me see, 10:15 here in South Sumatra. The crew in WA, good morning. To crew all around the world. I'm sure there's a lot of Japanese tuning in, a lot of crew on the East Coast watching people like Cooper, watching people like Jarvis, and watching people like MCB.
Yeah, he has played that priority card pretty well. Cooper had to give away to him. But it's not taking full advantage of it this time.
No, that was a bit weird.
Yeah, I'm getting messages from around the world, mate. Michael Sarong was watching in Singapore. Now he's in Bali, tuning in every day, loving the action. So big shout out to you, Rocco. It's great to get feedback from all around the world. People are watching and enjoying the show. We've been a pleasure to bring it to you.
Yep, the broadcast crew doing a really great job with the camera angles, the replays, not missing a moment. So for the crew online, should there be those exchanges go on, we generally get the replays and the second view of waves and nothing gets missed, so it's absolutely spot on. You can see all our second totals there. Everybody knows who's who and what the standings are. Jarvis Earl on the move down there in green. He's liking what he sees. And remember last year, and through this event, Billy, and through NIAS, how many times we interviewed this young man.
Big smile, big turns, big personality. Jarvis Earl, showing why we have been gushing over him for at least 12 months now. Tail high finish, never looked like falling off. There was no downtime and there was no awkward parts of that wave.
That board looks rock solid. Style is to die for. Maneuver selection spot on. There was speed and power on display. So this young fella is on a collision course with a spot on the CT, I believe, in the future. So we'll watch this again. Just a speed maintainer right there. Another sort of high line move. Then he gets his teeth stuck into it with a bit better schwack, and the finishing move, huge. Spray still coming down from that end move.
Yep, the
work site.
What were you calling him last year?
The Earl of Jarvis.
The Earl of Jarvis, that's it.
Is that Giada getting ready for her next heat? It is. So our fellow commentator there. Yeah, good luck, G. Women's rounds on next. We just saw
the judging tower there and the priority board.
Yep.
Great
so
setup
obviously
here.
red with first priority. That's how it works. Some photographers there. There's a little camera cage right there, that little slick thing. Giada getting ready for a heat.
Xavier Huxtable always has priority. There's always an X above some number.
Oh, I see where you're going with
Like
that.
that?
The X-Man. The X-Man. I get it.
Anyway, dad jokes aside, there is 17 minutes and 35 left in this. Mike Clayton Brown, he's got the lead.
Yep.
Scored a drop for Jarvis Earl.
Yep, he'll get the lead back. That was pretty sick. Either way, that man in red, he's got to be chuffed with his first effort. 17 minutes now and with priority. So Ryaru Ito, the sole Japanese competitor in this heat, trying to take down 3 Aussies. There we go. So that's a 7-4. Second best wave of the heat, so the judges loving Jarvis's style, a compact approach, where he did his manoeuvres. It was a really good looking wave. So 3 waves ridden now for Jarvis, but a pretty strong lead. So Rito Riaru would need just about 6 points to haul him in for first, about 3.5 a second. Can see the festivities starting to take shape outside, Billy, as we're staying right on site here, of course. The presentation stage gets built right in front of our front door.
You going to do the presentation?
I don't know.
Being the head commentator?
I don't know, mate. I mean, it's 3 steps from my bed. How can we say, no, we can't make it? Couldn't get transport.
Jarvis on a real small one there,
Yeah,
breaking on the not the right part of the reef at all. So good idea to bail on that.
Didn't need it one bit.
No.
So imagine that's going to happen tomorrow, everybody. For those crew online that are wondering about proceedings tomorrow, I reckon if we get our format completed today, we're looking at about 12 heats to finish off on finals day, which will put our presentations probably just after lunchtime. Around about lunchtime, in remembering that we're 1 hour behind West Australian time, Bali time, and 3 hours behind East Coast time.
In Australia?
In Australia.
Yep.
For other crew around the world, I'm sure you can work it out as to what sort of time frame that falls in your neck of the woods.
Jarvis staying busy under priority. He's fourth. He's having a crack at everything. It's 740 next to his name now. So first position is his.
He's going to get up there and tag the drone.
He's got to touch the drone for sure. Come on. Oh, that is a big tail high. Oh, air rev attempt.
Giving
no
us
grab, nothing.
Giving us a good look at all 3 fins.
Yeah.
Some pretty tidy, safe and respectful drone work from Ryan Williams. Thanks, Ryan.
Here's the front on view, mate.
Yep, so this is what the judges look at. He's just having a bit of fun here. He's like, okay, no pressure. I'm leading by a fair bit. Might as well keep investigating. Went a long way, saw one big ramp. Boom.
Oh, he's almost done it.
95% complete, but no credit for that move. Ripping day outside. You can see not a cloud in the sky. Silky Indo-smooth ocean. There is the competitors area.
There's the gang, they're loving it. There's KJ, Kai Johnson. And looks like Anna De Soto in the front there.
Kira Pinkerton. The twins from the Basque Country in the front. And Dos Santos, yep.
Great addition to the contest site this year. There's a little grass hut up the back, right next to the Dunnies. That's us. We're in there.
I like our spot. Our couch is cosy. TV screen's good. We've got a few little workers with us, some little Indonesian workers holding up cards and telling us, queuing us into moments, which we love their work. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a pretty dreamy job we've got right here.
And as every day rolls on, Billy, there seems to be more and more policey and uniforms rolling up and soaking in the action, and the dignitaries will be in force tomorrow.
I feel very safe and looked after, so big thank you to all the government agencies involved.
Pat Chuchu.
Pat Chuchu, you are the man. Pesisir Barat is the place we are at.
Yep. Yep, it is the region of Pesisir Barat, the local government that have thrown all the money at this event. Pretty much one of the sole sponsors, you know, putting up the dollars.
So Pesisir is where we are, and Barat is
west
side. That's right.
So
a bit of a surprise, Mark. I think we are going to have a special guest for the next heat.
Yeah,
let's keep it a secret.
Yep. So we're going to be
poked ahead in then.
Yep, we've got a young female surfer going to come in and take us through her thoughts on the women's side of the draw. Get at least one heat out of our guest commentator out of Bali. Very cool. It's going to be good to hear from her.
You're giving it away?
No, there's plenty of young girls from Bali here. So 12 minutes to go in this one. The Earl of Jarvis leading things.
Where's he going?
Oh, it doesn't matter. Right up the point. He's got
Does-
fourth priority. He's
Does
got a
what he
lead.
wants.
He's got a touch of the Kai's Kings. Up he goes to investigate the upper part of the reef.
Yeah, well, that was his saviour today, Kai's King. Needed a 2-point something, and he got a 2-point something and progressed to the next round. That was a very stressful and dramatic heat, that one.
That was heat 3 earlier this morning.
Yeah.
We're just about done with this round of the men's. The ladies will be in the chute for 4 appearances, 4 heats to roll out. Red on the inside. So this is the slick surfing of this goofy footer, Ryaru Ito.
Wow.
His first wave was the wave of the heat because he's just got a killer style. It's really smooth, really spices it up. Down he goes, out the back, Bill.
Yeah, that was Jarvis having a look. He's not scratching into this one, so it is Cooper Davies on his backhand. The big fella takes to the air, and let's hope that board hasn't gone places we don't want boards to go. He looks okay.
Hang on. Here we go now. So MCB is on a tear.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
well positioned in this heat. Strong top turn, bottom turn, top turn combo. Gets a nice little fluffy section to bounce over onto that. Couple of good combo moves to finish off. He's not done with it. Actually, one more tag. That'll be very handy. His 4.67 will be gone. I'm not sure he goes all the way to first, but he will put a bit more distance onto a consolidating second. Mind you, Ryaru has a score to drop that's going to be could worry MCB or the Earl of Jarvis, Billy.
Here goes the Earl. Love a good goofy footer, and this guy's amongst the best you'll see. That second turn completely different to the first one. The third one completely different to the previous 2. Jarvis Earl plying his trade on these medium to small size runners at Ujung Bacur. It's a pleasure to watch this man surf.
Oh, that was outstanding. For sure, he would have nailed the a big 2-wave total once that drops. You can see him sucking in the big breaths. That's pretty hot out there. It's approaching 10:30 here. Boiling hot. Trying to surf with a rashy on in 29-degree water and string together 8 high-powered moves and then try and attempt a sprint paddle back out. Good luck if your sunscreen's going to deal with that. It's going to melt right off.
MCB, mate, this first turn's a ripper. This one, he kind of gets stuck on top of the roof a little bit. Not really. I'm getting picky. But, yeah, that's a solid backup wave. All surfers now with a second scoring wave, something of substance anyhow.
Yeah.
So we'll see where that all falls up and down the leaderboard.
Man, this heat's going to be really close, Billy.
Yep, tight.
The action replay again. Let's see how much work he gets done there. One nice hit.
Yep.
2 really nice hits. A third. It could have been a stock standard floater, but turned it into a snap. What's that, 5?
Yep, well.
5. Here we go. Boom. Kind of a lot of quality surfing on a really good wave. I love this guy's surfing, Billy.
Me too. He's so fluid. You know, I have been talking that they're very well drilled and methodical surfers, the Japanese, but there is a little bit of something about this guy's surfing. A little bit instinctive, and yeah, you kind of don't know what turn he's going to do when he goes towards the lip, and that's kind of refreshing from a Japanese surfer.
He's got a lot of flair.
Thank you.
Can mix it up as well, so it's a pleasant on the eye to watch him go about his business.
Yep.
It's all critical as well, but makes it look like it just fits. Look at these sections just dropping one after another. He will be mighty happy with this wave. I reckon it's the 2 goofies into first and second.
Oh, that last turn, I tell you what, had a little bit of stink on the tail for that one.
MCB's doing a whole lot of surfing in a really tough heat. But I think once these numbers drop, it's going to be the 2 goofies. We're speculating here, but they're just getting the better waves.
Great heat, mate. Heaps
Unreal
of waves. Heaps of really exciting surfing, high level, elite stuff.
Across 4 surfers, this could be sort of the highest 4 wave totals across the whole day because they're all getting a good crack at it. How's Cooper here?
Yeah, Coops, that was a massive floater.
Replays thick and fast.
Yep, this is Clayton Brown. No, we haven't seen this wave before. That was a really tight one.
Wow.
Fantastic finishing manoeuvre. So, wow, I've kind of lost count, but all I've seen is mind-blowing surfing for the last 5 minutes. This is fantastic stuff.
I'm glad we're not parked up in the judges' tower right now, mate. There would be a little bit of brain explosion going on there. There's a lot of quality surfing. The boys have to try and separate now and come up with a, fitting this into the top end of the scale. Now that wave of MCBs on reflection, it had shades of Lennox Smith's ride this morning. Lennox maybe a bit more brutal.
Yep.
Lennox got a 957. It was a similar sort of a wave. It was some big turns. I'm not saying it goes there, but it kind of reminded me a bit of it.
Okay, yep. Well, everything was just in place for that Lennox Smith wave. Everything was, it was the perfect storm.
It was.
Like it was the perfect wave for this morning and had a lot of places to attack, but you still got to deliver when you stand up on your board, and Lennox Smith, didn't he do with that?
I kind of think everybody's put their best scores on the board and we're owed them. So the scores coming, I think, will have a huge bearing on everyone's totals. An 8.5 for Riaru. I reckon he'll hold on to the lead here. Even Jarvis's wave, I think, he needs an 8.93. I don't know.
Much needs a 9, yeah.
But he won't be far off. He'll be just under, if anything. But right there, the two goofies staring a berth in the next round clearly in the face. Mike Clayton Brown will be in for a big number.
Yeah, this is interesting. The green column, one to drop.
Yep. I think it's his best wave. Geez, the 8.5 fits well in Red's column. That was just so sick.
It was, yeah, much deserved.
Yep. Right, we're speculating here. There's a very important 5 minutes remaining in a high-powered heat. What a way to finish the men's round. 9.43 MCB. Shades of Lennox Smith. Woo! The judges must have remembered Lennox's wave as well. Does Jarvis. An 8.54. I think it could be a... right there. They're still having a think about it. 9.43.
It was, I can't remember Lennox Smith with what number heat he was, the second heat, but they would have been comparing both of these waves.
Thanks for the replay again, boys. Really appreciating it. 3 big hits, comparable to Lennox Smith. Lennox's wave was perhaps a little bigger, but the judges remembered it, and that's how they sort of got that number there for MCB.
They would compare from the same round, wouldn't they, the judges?
Yep. So that was heat 5, actually, that Lennox Smith displayed, the 9.57. Second best wave of the day has just been lodged. I'm not sure whether... There it is. So Mike Clayton Brown, thank you very much, 9.43. It's really good to see these additions to our web broadcast guys. So we really appreciate it for the broadcasting team to show us that sits squarely as the second best wave of the whole men's round.
All Aussies.
Well, no, Riaru will be there somewhere. He'll be just off screen. He'll be in the 6th position with his 8.5 in this present heat. So Riaru in the red, 8.5, and another really strong backup in the 7 range. He's leading, but that man in white, Jarvis, must be going, how am I not second?
Cooper Davies with priorities, not interested in this. And the boy's not going to scratch into that either.
Jarvis on the ropes, chasing an 8.54. My goodness. The way he started this heat and the surfing he's done, he'll be going, are you guys sure? Am I not owed a wave? 6.7, I think that last wave just a 6.7.
Is that it?
I don't know. But look at the waves on this heat. It's huge. 14 points and you're coming 3rd.
Yeah, right.
Seriously, you know what I mean? And chasing an 8.54. Second prioritas now with 2.5 minutes. Talking about the surfer in green here. We've really enjoyed what he's done over the years. He's against the ropes now. He's going to have to dig deep. See what sort of championship qualities Jarvis can come up with under pressure. Geez, he's ridden some good waves.
Yeah.
Riaru, though, just been a quiet assassin in this heat. He's just gone about it. All style. and flare, and he's picked 2 good waves. 16.33 2-wave total is huge. Yep, MCB is a bit nervous.
Yeah, how much time to go? Can I fend off Cooper Davies and Jarvis Earl? I want to get through to the next round.
He's got 4th priority. Can't do much about what's going to happen in this next set.
Bit of heckling?
Yep, bit of heckling from the sidelines maybe. Throw a bit of seaweed.
Under 2 minutes now.
What a heat. Geez, I'm glad I sat in and studied this heat, mate. And I'm going to pencil Riaru in as someone to really keep your eye on with a style like that. And his manoeuvres that he's got in the bank.
Yep.
I can see him going a fair way through the draw. He's already a fair way through the draw. Yep, there's the competitors area. That was Kira trying to hide. What a heat. Look how close the pack is. You throw a blanket over those 3. Wow, how's the respect they're showing to Jarvis here? Like just hounding him.
If this kid stands up, he could do us all in.
Red's come down to just sit right on the back of his surfboard. White's not giving him an inch either. What a heat. 45 seconds. The way things started, you could not have foreseen this happening to the Earl of Jarvis. But congratulations, MCB. He's reeled him in right on cue when he needed to do something big. It's exactly what he did.
30 seconds to go, Mark, and we can see the top of screen there are sets coming through. Second priority is Jarvis Earl. First priority is Cooper Davies.
Cooper can't get through.
Cooper can't get through. There's 20 seconds to go. He's got to turn and go on this for sure. He does. All right, the young goofy footer, the entire event on the line of this wave. It's a small, medium one. He's going to have to go super big. The requirement, an excellent wave. He's an excellent surfer, this inside section. This is super important, this last maneuver. He sticks it. He gets through, one would ponder. But I think that's what it's going to be, a failed attempt to finish that wave. Wow. Meanwhile, at the back, Cooper Davies.
Well, just, you know, that I don't think that wave, maybe it happened in time. Either way, he's comboed, so it's still going to be a 4th placing there for Cooper. But more importantly, that was a big decision in the scheme of things. Jarvis Earl will cop a 3rd. Mike Clayton-Brown will take a very well-surfed 2nd, and Riaru Ito just won a whole lot of fans with that performance. We'll be back in a minute with the women's round. Well, we're back and we have started. We've swapped divisions after a blockbusting Heat 8 in the men's. We are now squarely looking at Heat 1, the round of 16 of the women's. And I've got a special guest in here with me. It's Toina Izquierdo. Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Not too bad. How'd I go with that pronunciation? It's about as close as it gets from anyone. It's a bit wrong.
It's pretty good. The last name was right. The first name was interesting. It's actually Taina.
Taina.
Yeah.
I have called you a bit of both over the years, and I went with plan A, and it was actually plan B. All right, we're going to come into the booth and see what Taina looks like. That's her. Say hello. Any quick shout-outs to anyone at home you might want to throw down in Bali Town?
Shout out to my dad, who is a warrior and inspires me every day. And shout out to my sponsors. I wouldn't be here without them. So thanks, guys.
Well done. Well said on your kart show. We love you, mate. Okay, the women's round. Why don't we just saw the names pop up, but why don't we just say who they are and confirm their colours?
So in red we have Rina Matsunaga. In blue, Ellie Harrison from Australia. White, Gonzalez Extabari Janire from Europe. And in green, Giada Legati from Italy.
Yep, and the reason you're in here is Giada is on commentary duties, and she's surfing a heat, so we wish her the best of luck. So this is Jair Gonzalez. Do you know much about this one?
No, but she's looking very confident and solid on her feet.
Sure is. I think she's got a twin sister rolling around. Were they twins? Or are they just sisters? Okay. They look very similar, don't they?
Yeah, and I'm not sure if she's the older one or the younger one.
Oh, I can't tell.
Me too, but they both rip.
They do. Yes, and let's see how I go with that pronunciation. I'm not going to have a go at the last name. It's kind of it's a fair bit going on, a fair few X's and T's for me, but it is Jania Gonzalez.
Jania
we're rolling with anyway. That's her in the white.
That is a really good first wave. If she finished that, that would have been a very high score.
And it's a full blend of internationals in this heat. Let's watch red now.
Rina up and riding. Oof.
Matsunaga, Rina Matsunaga. And you were in this round, Taina, and we've been saying throughout our commentary that I'm mighty impressed with the Japanese female surfers throughout last year's two 5,000 events in Indonesia, and this year there's a lot of them here, and they're really good, aren't they?
They are. I love their center of gravity style. That is something that I'm working on myself, and I watch a lot of them, and I'm taking notes and learning from them.
All right, well, let's see where your notes go. Who have you really been inspired by and taken note of? Well, let's talk mainly on the Japanese side of it. Who out of those clan do you really like and would like to emulate?
I love Sarawakita's style, and I do love Anon's attack.
Yeah.
Anon has got to be one of my favorite surfers right now.
Yeah, I agree, and she's only 17 years of age.
Yes.
She was here last year. She won the Pro Juniors at NIAS on a backhand last year. So she's an outright favourite.
Yeah, she just surfs with so much confidence, and she's so sure of her ability, and you can tell that she's confident and powerful.
And you know how important it is too, you know, in contest surfing, the rash vest goes on. It's all about confidence, isn't it, really?
It is. From experience, I know it is all about confidence, and yeah, you're against yourself, and you're in your head a lot, and the person who is confident in their ability, they do the best.
Yep, good words. So Jania Gonzalez opened with a 6.50. So who else out of the women's draw have you taken something from out of this event? It could be anyone that you might be inspired by, but is there anyone else there that really caught your eye this week?
Safi Veri, she has a strong backhand, and I love the way she surfs. She just qualified for the Olympics, and I was there to see that, to witness that, and yeah, she's a very strong surfer.
So you've just come from El Salvador yourself?
I did.
And how was your time over there, your experience?
It was a great time. I learned a lot. There was a lot of big names over there, like Chris Moore and Tatiana Weston Webb, and yeah, watching them surf. And actually, I was in a heat with Tati. That was pretty incredible, and it was a really good experience to just be with them. And
did you have a chance to have any chats with her, or?
I did not. I lost that heat and just had to, go through my own process and losing. But
all right, well, let's hear from the winner of the last heat, Ryaru Ito, and he's going to be down there with Billy Hangen. Billy.
We are live down at the athletes area. Ryaru Ito is the winner of heat number 8. He had some stiff opposition, and congratulations first. Well done. Your opposition was Jarvis Earl, Mike Clayton Brown, very strong surfers, but you overcame. Do you feel the pressure?
Yes, so pressure, and everybody so very good. Yeah, and so wave so good. Yeah, super pressure. Yeah.
Yeah, he reckons his heart is pumping. He has heart-pumping style, that's for sure. You have a very unique style of surfing. Do you have a coach or do you learn yourself?
Yeah, I'm coach my friend, and I'm favorite surfer, and Clay Marzo and John Florence.
Okay, I can see the similarities there. Yeah, two very good surfers for sure. Now, in Japan, your home break, other waves like this or beach break?
Yeah, my home break, Typhoon Swell, looks like this. Yeah, yeah. So.
That's awesome. Great. I'd like to come and visit you one day and surf that wave. Now, do you want to look down the camera here and speak to anybody in Japan?
次も頑張ります。Okay.
Right on, brother. Well done. We'll see you later into the quarterfinals. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks, Billy. Ryaru Ito styled his way into the round of 16. All right, so we've seen Giada just ride a wave. Is that the number, just the 183? Yep, okay. All right, so Taina, what is next for you after this event?
I'm going to go back home and be with my dad and just surf my heart out.
Well, the Indo season's just kicking in, really. Our first big swell kind of happened last week, through this week, the back end of last week, this week. So I guess it's a great place to be, right in the middle of the season in Bali, yeah?
Yeah, the Padang Cup might be coming up, and that's something to look forward to.
Yeah, the Rip Curl Cup.
Yeah.
Padang Beach.
Exciting stuff.
The one month waiting period over August. Let's see if that plays out, and how and who gets on the invite list.
Who knows? Can't say, and honestly, I have no idea.
All right. And what's your next event that you might have on the radar that you're going to enter?
Actually, I still do not know.
Okay.
I am just going to focus on my surfing and building my confidence.
Yep.
And yeah, surfing my heart out, honestly.
All right. And do you do other training apart from just board riding?
I do.
Tell us about it.
I love going to the gym and doing my own thing and listening to my body. Some days I go hard, some days I don't. But the biggest thing I'm focusing on right now is listening to my body. And as a woman, you know, we deal with a lot of hormones and all that kind of stuff. And listening to your body is the biggest key in figuring out when to rest and when to push it. Yeah, it's
wise words.
Interesting stuff.
All right, good stuff. Let's watch Ali Harrison here. Big old wave. Finally recovered from that first move into a big vicious hook. Going down the line here. Still got plenty to work with. A finishing manoeuvre about here would be pretty handy. She's got that. Right down now, sort of in caddy corner area.
I just love her style.
Yep. Ali did really well, I think, here last year. I've seen a bit of her over the recent times. I think she won an event in Western Australia last year. Giada.
Giada, she is solid. She's a solid surfer. Really, really impressed by her.
All right, well, she's kind of had a couple little slip-offs, so she's going to have to regroup and dig deep into a bag of tricks.
20 minutes, so there's plenty of time for her to do that. And I'm excited to see what she does.
All right, here goes the little one, Juni. She's already opened with a 6.5, so she'll be brimming with confidence. Gets one hit away, and that's it. Flicks out right in front of Giada. No doubt a paddle battle for priority will ensue between those two. She got a little stuck there in the foam, so G's put the afterburners on. And it's pretty important, isn't it? Because times like this, your training's kind of got to kick in. You're probably pretty puffed after riding a wave, and it's steaming hot out there.
Yes.
So I guess anything you can do to get an advantage if you want to be a serious competitor.
Yeah, training definitely helps.
Yeah.
With confidence and stamina, just overall mental and physical, training definitely helps. And yeah.
I know, well spoken. And I like what you said before earlier as well about knowing when to rest and when to push it, because you don't always have up days. And if you're not having an up day, relax, do something different.
Yeah, you always want to avoid a burnout as an athlete.
Let's watch Ali here. So this is her last ride, her opening ride. Didn't quite connect perfectly with that section, but a really good recovery. swinging into a big second move. She's picked off a pretty good wave in the scheme of things. Yeah. Do you like it?
I love her style, and I know what she's capable of, so I'm excited for her to get back out there and get another wave and absolutely tear it apart.
So Juni, this is just a one-turn wave. Pretty good turn, but that's it. All right, so out of Bali, who are the other female surfers coming through we should keep an ear out for?
The next generation, definitely. We have Lydia Kato. Honestly, I love her style, and I've been traveling with her for a month now, and she surfs very mature for her age. And Jazz Tudor is another one.
How stoked was everyone when Jazz made the final yesterday?
That is amazing. Watch out, guys. Indonesian surfing is coming up.
So Red's put together a couple of hits. This might have been her opening wave. Maybe. We'll soon find out. So Giada again. So she's got a couple of turns away in this heat. Hasn't finished a wave just yet. So we know she can do better. She's still got about 20 minutes to work on it. 17 and a half make that. Priority goes to Matsunaga. There's some scores. Still none bigger than a 6.50 by Jania. Ali's put together a 4.6, the second best score of the heat. All right, so home time in Bali. What other activities do you get up to apart from surfing and training?
I work at a restaurant, and that's been very fun.
Okay.
Oh, we have Red up and riding. Rena.
Take us through this. You go for it.
Wow, that was a good first turn. And then back up again. No downtime, which is nice, but the wave didn't offer so much opportunity after that.
Yep. Yep. So where is she? She's sitting in third. Well, she's going to improve on a total. We'll go to second. Needed just a 0.94. That'll happen. So here's the action replay. Second time. Rina Matsunaga.
I like that turn.
Yep. And who have you been rolling with this week?
I have been rolling with a few of the Australian girls, actually, like Rhea Campbell and Gia Lawrenson.
All right.
Yeah, because I don't see them often. When the QS the best thing about the QS for me is I get to see old friends and catch up with them. And yeah, that's one of my favorite things about QSs.
Unreal. What's been your best ever result at a QS level?
Third place, semi-final finish.
Where at?
At Yo-Yo's a few years ago.
Okay, I remember that. That was right after we did Nias, Simalu,
Yeah.
Yo-Yos, right?
And the Vans Pro in Bali.
All right, so you've had 2 semi-final appearances.
3.
3? Where was the third one?
It was in Simalu.
Oh, so back-to-back third places. Well done.
Yeah.
Simalu, that was good fun, wasn't it?
Yeah, I love the Indonesian QS leg that we have here. We score perfect waves, and yeah, it's a dream.
Thank you to the ASC, the Asian Surfing Cooperative, for providing those opportunities. Meanwhile, Giada had
deep.
priority, too deep. I think she's going to lose priority. She does. So it goes all the way to Jania, gets first, because I think second placing Ali Harrison. All right, so I think there was just a quick reshuffle there of all priority positions apart from Ali. Giada went all the way to third. So when you first started using priority, was it hard to get your head around? Did you pick up on it pretty quick? Can you remember?
I did pick up on it pretty quick. Yeah.
It's a big part of surfing now, isn't it? You've got to use it wisely. Like just then, that's, you know, you paddle, you miss, you lose.
Yeah, for sure. It's important, and you can use it as a strategy too.
Towards the end of a heat, it's a great time to have it.
Yep.
To have it on those times when the ocean's a little inconsistent, you got priority at the right time, can be a huge difference to the outcome of the heat.
For sure.
So tell me more about El Salvador. Who are the other names in the women's draw that you saw that were just flaring up and you've gone, oh my God, how's the standard of women's surfing?
Erin Brooks.
Yep.
Erin Brooks, I thought she was going to win it.
Wow.
And then Tati got a huge score at the end, but Erin Brooks was a huge standout for me. Not only in competitive surfing, but free surfing. She knows how to get barreled, and she's just an overall well-rounded surfer, and I really look up to her. Yeah, she puts in the work, and it definitely shows.
Well, huge name. I'm glad you brought that one up. And speaking of the Padang event, made the final there last year. Among a bunch of bossy barrel riding dudes, and she made the final.
She's an absolute beast. That girl is small, but her talent's huge, and yep, she definitely put some guys, knocked out some guys, and that's incredible to watch. And yeah, this girl is going to probably win the event this year, hopefully, if she gets invited.
Girl power. That's
Girl
some positive thinking. Good on you. Here goes red. So let's have a look at Rina Matsunaga here. From the drone view, the wave shuts down. That's why no one else wanted a piece of it. So that was Rina with 4th priority. So had to have a look.
Yeah. At a day like today where it's small, wave selection plays a huge role out here. And yeah, you gotta pick the best waves.
Good? All good. Here we go, set pouring in. Look at these lines coming from way downtown. When things connect, it breaks from up there. Seriously. This is a really good view of the reef. Take us through Ellie's wave.
Ellie, up and riding. Perfect bottom turn. Wow, that's a really nice slash. Up again. Not too big. The wave didn't offer so much, but
That's how clean it was. You could see right through that wave with the drone view.
beautiful water out here.
29 degrees.
I was out there caddying today. There was a bunch of sea turtles. That was beautiful. It's beautiful out there, you guys. It's a dream.
Right on. Thank you very much. So let's just stay with the live action. This set still continues to pour through. Geez, you've got to take it off pretty deep on this set. Tide's starting to get to that real optimum mid going out sort of moment. So this is Ali. So this is what the judges see. So it's really nice to see the drone view, but in reality, this is how we get our number. It's all about the visuals the judges get. A couple of turns there. It's probably just going to be a backup there. Is that in? I think that might be the 317.
That is a 317. So she bettered her position and back into second.
All right. Alright, so it's looking like Juni trying to burn off the 3-2. It's not a big ask, so a couple of good moves or one really strong turn, she'll do it. Wave denies her. Watercolour again, just looking absolutely spot on. So who do you hang with at home and surf with mainly? Taina?
I am a solo girl, but
well,
you go to any beach in Bali and I just meet my friends there. I happen to just bump into people that I know, which is great because I don't have to plan things. I know I'm going to see someone, probably one of my friends, and I see Kailani often, Kailani Johnson. I see Bronson and Varun, Weston, the boys that I grow up with. They're my brothers, and yeah, I just see lots of
a couple of them are going really well, aren't they?
They are.
In the junior boys final.
Weston and
Bronson.
And Pajar too.
Okay, so is that Mare Ariana?
Yes, and we call him Pajar.
Again?
Pajar.
Pajar.
Yes.
Pajar.
He honestly.
What does Pajar mean?
I have no idea.
It's just the name he's required. Being given from your crew, a nickname. Pajar.
And he's been a standout to me in the event. He's been surfing so well.
I was watching him a couple of heats back, and I thought I was watching Mega Artana. And then he's come in, I've gone, oh my God, that's the guy? That wasn't Mega? Very similar style, and that's a huge compliment.
That is a very big compliment. Mega is one of the best surfers in Bali.
So here goes Giada.
That was a really good first turn, really sharp and back into a nice carve and up again.
Yep.
Looking for a section for another hit. And she's pumping. And
Finish it. Yeah.
finishes it very strong, very solid on her feet, and that would be a great score.
Yep, that's exactly what she needed to do to answer back. This one needs a little bit less of a number. The wave is looking a little bit less than Giada's in actual wave height and quality, but doing some pretty good work there is Rina Matsunaga. So both third and fourth are going to bother Ali Harrison a little bit here when these numbers drop. Easily Giada's best wave. We knew she had that coming because she's much better than she showed us on her first 3 waves.
I love Jada's wave. She hit that first section and the last section very powerfully, and the judges love that.
Here it is again, so let's watch, because it's really nice to catch their attention early, and that would have done that.
Love that first turn. Nice carve, and love the finishing.
Yep, so it was a best turn early, then probably her best turn last.
Wow.
Well,
And that is Jada Legati.
Yep, connecting with the end section. A little hair flick to sign off. She'll be hoping that's a 5.27. It very well could be.
She is a very smart competitor, and yeah,
I think she's
she
got
rips.
Ivan coaching her in the corner.
Oh.
Yes, so he's down here. I think he's looking after a couple of the athletes. So your go-to spots in Bali are what?
Uluwatu
Yep.
and the beaches.
Which beach in particular? Would it be Padma?
It would be Padma or halfway. Depends what banks are working the best, but those are my 2 go-tos.
Yep, well done. What about Canggu? Do you bother with the traffic getting up there? It's pretty hectic, isn't it, at the moment?
It's a bit far for me, but I went to Canggu quite often to prep for El Salvador.
Right.
Similar wave. Yeah.
So who would you have been training with up there to get you ready for El Salvador?
I've been training with the Indonesian national team.
Let's give them a rev up.
PSOI.
Let's mention the coaches.
We have Dedi Sentosa, Dylan Amar, Arya Subiakto.
Yep.
Those are the coaches. And yeah, we've been working with them. And we've got Kailani Johnson on the team and Lydia Kato on the girls team.
Nice. All right, live action. Ali Harrison now will need to answer back. Giada's just stolen second placing off it with the 5.77.
Wow.
Big
that
backhand blast.
That was a proper finishing. Solid.
Yeah, kind of saw the fins there on that finishing move, so it'll be interesting to see how it looks from the judges' tower. Giada's on again, so after the 5.77, she's walked straight into another wave.
Wow.
One big hit. She only had a 2.50 to improve on, or a 3.94 for the win.
I love that little tail drift. The judges love that.
She might get all the way to first here.
That was committed, and yeah. We'll see what the judges have to say about that turn.
Yep, so presently half a point ahead of Ali Harrison. So she needed the 5.27, got the 5.77. Here's Ali's judge's view of that wave. And the end turn, yeah, fins out the back. That was huge. So they'll really enjoy that. So Giada's is being challenged here to hang on to this second. I think she improves on a 2.5 for sure. But Ali Harrison's going to improve on her 2-wave total. That was a pretty solid finishing move. Fins out. The judges will have noticed that.
Five minutes remaining.
Red's on the move. Rina Matsunaga, not what she wanted. Jania has led from start to finish. She's starting to get a little nervous hearing some of the numbers that are coming out from the announcers. Giada's getting close. Ali's got a pretty good score to drop. It's probably realistically the turn of the heat, that one of Ali's. So I'm sure the judges are going to throw something at this. That's how old works, right? Remember when we used to set up on Buckinda?
Yes.
The last few years.
Yeah. The filmers love that spot now.
Yeah, nice and shady. It's right there. It's where most people kind of walk down and out from.
Yeah.
The little keyhole that you paddle out in is right there, just to the bottom of the picture.
Krui is one of my favorite locations to go to.
Geez, it's provided this week too, hasn't it? Out of 6 days. Let's watch Rina.
Wow, that was a good hit. And straight into another one.
Ali Harrison's gone to the lead.
Oh, wow.
Yes,
a
a 5.4. You know, it's about the quality of the moves, you know, as you can see here. And this is a big learning curve. We spoke with this with Giada, to sit here and to watch stuff go down, and then we see replays, and then you see numbers. It's such a good learning curve. I'm glad you're here having a look at this.
I am so grateful to be here and learning.
Because you can see it, you know, the 5-4. She went for it. It was only kind of a set-up move, and then went for it big time and made it, and goes from third to first because the judges see that. It's not 3 or 4 or 5 moves. It's the best move of the heat.
And it was clean turns.
Yep, best turn of the heat. Fins out the back. It's hard to do. It's something you don't see that often, maybe particularly when the waves are a little bit inconsistent, but she took a big risk. She made it, and high risk equals high reward. So a 10.2 wave total now for Ali. Has dislodged Juni out of first for the first time this heat.
Wow. Ellie Harrison has got to be one of my favorite surfers.
Yeah, I'm picking up on that vibe. You've said it a couple of times, and I can see why.
She is super stylish, especially on her forehand. It's amazing what she does.
Well, learn from all this and take something from your favourite surfers and put it in your act.
I
Taina.
sure will. I'm taking notes over here, guys.
Good, good. Perfect. So, Giada needs to answer back. Needs a 294. Third priority, that's the issue. Both the girls in first and second have probably got something to say about this set. So Juni will be eager to get back into a top spot. She needs a 350. What do you reckon about this one, Taina?
She's pumping, and that was a solid turn, but I don't think the wave will let her do another one.
All right. So, was that a 3.5?
I'm not sure, but I don't think so.
Yeah, it was a nice turn, done at speed. It was pretty tidy. It might go in and around that number, maybe just under. Initial thoughts. The 5.4 of Ali's was much bigger.
And she managed to fit in 2 turns.
Yeah, she did. She did a little sort of a speed run before it and a big fin blast out the back. So the 3.5 of Juni to get the lead back is kind of questionable. It wouldn't surprise me if she did, but first impressions, probably not. So G with second priority. Time is getting away from a third priority. Rina Matsunaga, 6.04. That's not it. Can see the next heat of the ladies in the chute. Here we go. Juni again's got another little wave. Just needing to improve the 3.5. She's got a series of moves going on here. Little tag. She kind of got the board up on every single move. Up again.
Wow.
Come on. Oh, surely back to the lead. That was sick.
That was an impressive wave. She is a smart competitor, and
Found that down the line, out of the way of the others.
I love that last turn. That was commitment.
Pretty much all of them, because it was one of those wide waves that actually had a pocket.
Yeah.
It didn't just burger out and die. It actually kind of got better. That's rare. What a find for young Juni to pick this wave up. And then the foam climb, and then into another big clean green water hit.
Wow.
Boom.
I like that wave.
That was an absolute bonus of a wave out wide on the reef, right at the perfect time to regain the lead. I reckon she would have. Giada's got a number.
Wow.
Giada's temporarily in the lead. Stuff's going to change for sure. That's a 3.5 plus for Juni.
Yeah.
Ali Harrison might get bumped. Whoa. So waiting on numbers, but Giada, with her that one big hit of Giada's, that must have been her
4.6.
her 4.9.
Oh, 4.9, yeah.
Yeah, so anyway, the next heat's making their way into the lineup. I'm going to bounce out of here in a moment. And maybe you might be able to hang in there for one more with Mr. Quick Spins. Would you like to do that?
Sounds good.
Okay, so let's just wait on that number. I think Ali Harrison's in a bit of trouble here. I reckon for sure White goes back.
Yeah, that was a solid last wave of white.
Yeah, it's rare that somebody gets a number that far down the reef, but the wave was one of those better wide ones. The work she did, they're having a good discussion about it right now. So when it takes a while, you can see it's probably right thereabouts the requirement, and goes back to second. It was a 4, so well done, Juni. Okay, we're going to throw down to an ad break, and Chris Binns is going to come right back with Taina Izquierdo. We'll see you shortly.
Hello and welcome back to the Krui Pro. This is the second of our women's round of 16 heats. Chris Binns in the booth alongside Taina. And on screen right now, Giada Lagarde got the win, a 5.77 and a 4.9. And Janire Gonzalez from Zaruz in Spain, in the Basque Country, a 6.5 and a 4. Just getting past Ellie Harrison, who was sitting in second and unfortunately bows out. The score coming in after the hooter had gone. Who have we got in the water right now, Taina?
Right now we have Kira Pinkerton from the USA in red, Nao Omura in blue from Japan, Isabella Campbell from Australia in white, and Nanaho Suzuki from Japan in green.
Yeah, pretty stacked heat this one. Kira has been a bit of a standout through the event. Izzy Campbell had an incredible heat.
A few 8s.
A couple of 8s last time they surfed, and Naomura and Nanaho Suzuki have been very impressive as well. Still going on with the 30-minute heats, and give us the rundown on the last heat. It's pretty tight, just 10s, you know, 4s and 5s and 6s getting you through.
Pretty tight heat. I see Jada get a pretty solid score in just one turn, but one really critical, committed turn. And yeah, it's all about commitment and wave selection out there right now.
Okay, this is Kira Pinkerton. She's from San Clemente, California, so she's not actually earning any points being in this event. She's just here to surf. And sinking her teeth into waves like this, why not? Goes down on the second turn. We saw Kira drop a couple of big scores in the earlier rounds.
Yeah, I spoke to her the other day. She's just loving this event so much, and the waves have been cooking, and she's having the time of her life.
Yeah, she went viral last year, getting a few bombs in the Mentawais as well, and she's basically wrapping a surf trip up with some heats. Here's Izzy Campbell from Denmark down in the deep south of Western Australia.
Wow.
Power-packed backhand.
Wow, I love that wave.
Yeah, that's going to be a decent number. Would hazard a guess it's going to be the best wave we've seen so far. Nanaho Suzuki's opened up with a 5.67. Still waiting on a score for Kira.
Here's Nanaho's wave. And she hits the lip, critical turn, into another one, and finishes it off with confidence. Look at that little claim.
And this is Naomura. I think this is live action, flying down the line. Couple of floaters, and then the wave races off without her. She gave it a little bit of a fist bump, so maybe there was a bit more up the top that we didn't see. And this is Nanaho Suzuki straight back into action. She is streaking across this one, speed to burn.
Wow.
Throws it all up into that section, but can't ride out. And
And hopefully we can catch up on a replay of Izzy Campbell and Kira Pinkerton's opening waves as well. The judges have a lot of work to do right now. Kira's opening score of 2.6, so paying the price for going down on that second turn. This is the replay of it. Talk us through it, Tana.
All right. She hits that first section nicely, but unfortunately just goes down on the second one.
And this is Izzy Campbell. It was only a smaller wave, but it hugged the bottom pretty nicely. Gave her the opportunity to unleash a barrage of turns from start to finish. Got a little bit of drift out of the tail to sign off from that one. And this is Nao Amora. Speed to burn. Nothing really critical resulting from it. Just those two kind of floaters. Did we see her take off there? Or did she do something before we caught up with the action? Not sure. The judges will know everything though. Anaho Suzuki's dropped in another score that's less than a point.
She's staying busy though, and that's a good strategy to have out there right now.
She sure is. So Izzy Campbell has priority. I've got a hunch she's going to go close to the lead. Meanwhile, while the judges figure out what's going on the scoreboard, we're going to find out exactly what happened in that last heat as Mark Clift is talking to the winner.
All right, so here we are live down here in the athlete area with our fellow announcer, Giada Legati. What a heat. How are you feeling after that one?
Yeah, I'm feeling really good. I actually didn't know I passed until like I was halfway into the water. I thought I got third, but then I thought I got second, and then when I came in, I actually won the heat, so I was pretty stoked.
That's what I was going to say. You started off well fourth, you got up into a second, dropped to third, and came off with a win. That one big blast, that's what got you your second number, and that's what got you into the lead. Feeling good, yeah?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good. I'm relaxed, which is strange, but yeah, they took a while to give me that score, so I really wasn't sure what I needed, and I was stoked to make it through.
All right, so this week you're sticking with the no warm-up surf theory. You're just surfing heats only, but it's working well.
Yeah, I've never free surfed. I've only surfed my heats. And that's, I guess that's what, yeah, it's working. So I'm just going to stick to that and, yeah, surf again today. I'm just happy to be here, honestly.
Well, your time in the commentary booth with us guys and watching heat after heat after heat, it looks like it's rubbing off.
Yeah. I think being in there with you guys and getting all that insight and seeing what the judges are scoring every wave really helps. I get to see other people's mistakes and what to do, what not to do. So, yeah.
It is a big learning curve in there, so well done. And now, listen, you've been saying it to everyone every beach interview. So what about say something in Italian to the fans out there that might be watching from your homeland?
Tantissime grazie a tutti che mi stanno seguendo e stanno qua a guardare al Krui Pro. Speriamo di far bene nei quarti di finale, vediamo cosa succede. Un bacio e ci vediamo alla prossima hit.
Well, I didn't get any of that, but I love what she just did, everybody. That's Giada Legati. So back to the crew in the booth.
Thank you very much, Mark. All right, opening score for Izzy Campbell, a 4.5. Nao Amora has a 4.5 as well, but I think hers is a 4 and a 0.5, two waves. Kira Pinkerton just a 2.6. And Giada, she's a cop. She's a police officer in Italy.
She is a police officer. That's pretty rad.
The Polizia. Part of being a member of the national team is you have to do some kind of national service, and yeah, the police force is her outlet of choice. I wonder if that means Leo Fioravanti has to be a policeman.
I have no idea, but maybe. I wouldn't want to mess with them then in the water.
Giada's got the badge and everything. Yeah. Secret handshake.
Pretty cool.
All right, 20 minutes and 45 seconds to go. Kira Pinkerton, last wave came in at an 8. I think that was while we were having a chat with Giada, so hopefully we can see a replay of that. Nanaho Suzuki, a 5.67, doesn't have a backup. A 4.94 would give her the lead. Izzy Campbell, a 4.5. That's a starting point. In her perfect world, she won't be hanging on to that score in 20 minutes' time. And Nao Amora has a 4 and a 0.5. And that's a bit the same scenario for her. Priority is with the West Australian in the white jersey. Second priority is with Nanaho Suzuki. Kira Pinkerton is in fourth priority, but she won't care. She's in the lead. She's got an 8, an excellent score. Seeing her there, and she would love to back it up with something significant over the remaining 20 minutes.
Kira Pinkerton is a dangerous surfer because she has a lot of talent, and yeah, she's powerful.
Yeah, she sure is. Competitor on the Challenger Series. And I've spoken to her a couple of times. She said she's not happy with how she's going on the Challenger Series. Sort of had 2 duds on the Aussie leg and decided she needed a little bit of a reset, a bit of a circuit breaker. Came up to Indo, surf trip, just to remember what surfing's all about. Even this event, she's surfing freely. There's no bigger picture points on the line. Obviously in a heat, she's surfing for the scoreboard, but beyond that, this isn't going to affect her year at all. And well, it is affecting her year positively because surfing without any form of pressure, we're seeing some of her best surfing this week.
Yeah, I spoke to her this morning, and she's just having a blast here in Krui, and she's just happy to surf an event with perfect waves and clear water and good vibes.
Saw her in action with the Tanjung Setia dance troupe last night down at Lani's hotel. Dino, the owner, his daughter and a bunch of her friends put on a beautiful traditional dance for a bunch of us who were having dinner. And lots of the competitors were getting up and joining in with the dancing. Tenchi Iwami, the Japanese junior, was the standout for mine, but Kira was shaking her hips and trying her best to keep up as well.
She is living her best life out here, and I love to see it.
Yeah, she absolutely is. The night before, she seemed equally at home singing karaoke with the Aussie Rascals. So a good balance of everything for Kira Pinkerton.
Whatever she's doing, it is making her surf incredible throughout the event, so it's working. Everyone has, you know, different ways to be mentally prepared for heat, and having fun is her way, and yeah, good for her.
And what about yourself? Are you, you're obviously surfing all the Asian QSs?
Yeah, so far this year I've done Krui, but I'm just seeing how I go and learning every event. I still got so much to learn, and honestly, being here right now and watching from the live broadcast, I'm taking notes and yeah, learning a lot.
Yeah, we just heard Mark Cliff talking to Giada. When you do just watch a lot of heats, the way we are doing in the booth this week, you can't help but study the lineup. You know, you see lots of surfers with their coaches will pull in an hour or two beforehand and just watch the ocean and mark down where the scores are being found, which sections of the wave. And
what the judges like, and yeah.
And I would suggest that Giada's great result at the moment, a small part of that success is probably coming from the amount she's been forced to watch the ocean this week. And just, you can see where people are getting scores, you can learn from other people's mistakes rather than your own.
For sure.
Which is a nice way of doing it, because learning from your own mistakes is, well, you learn, you definitely learn, you won't do that again, but you know, if you learn from other people's mistakes, you can keep your success rolling.
I think Izzy Campbell just lost her priority.
Yep. She's had a big paddle and not got into that. She goes from first to fourth, so that might be a mistake. But with so many waves around, it takes off the pressure, and she can go on a little insider like this. And wow, let her rails sing. 2 big turns, maybe a little bit of frustration after the paddling error.
But you can tell from her body language she is hungry, and yeah, I don't doubt her ability to get that score. It's not a big score to get into second position, and I think she might have got that.
Yeah, you'd imagine the 2.11 is going to get gobbled up by this score. above her. However, Kira Pinkerton only throwing away a 2.6 and Nanaho Suzuki only throwing away 0.93. And here she goes right now. You would imagine that 0.93 is already consigned to the annals of history. One big turn, wave races off. Now it sort of gets a little bit burgery. And the ender's not going to be a whole lot. So Izzy Campbell, the better of that exchange, but she's trailing Nanaho by just over 1 point. So she needs the better of the exchange to jump up to second. 14:45 to run. Let's have a look at these replays.
Love her style, and this first hit was beautiful. The wave doesn't really offer so much, but she manages to finish it off, and that would be a score. I saw her land an air reverse in the QS in Japan a few months ago. That was incredible. Wow.
How good. Yeah, Izzy Campbell, incredible skateboarder, and she's only 16. Last year she went to Lakey Peak.
I was there. That's where I met her.
With Stab High. And yeah, I think who was competing in that? We had
Sierra
Kerr, Izzy. Katie Simmers wasn't there. Oh, she was? Yeah.
Bella Nalu.
Bella Kenworthy.
Bella Kenworthy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was incredible. The air that Sierra did to win that event was, yeah.
Wow.
Pretty awesome.
The girls are just stepping it up, and boys, watch out.
Absolutely. I was on the beach in Newcastle when Carissa Moore landed, I'm going to say, the best female air ever stuck in competition. And it was so good that her opponent, Joanne DeFay, clapped her from out the back.
That just shows some good sportsmanship too.
Yeah.
That is great.
Also just recognizing that that's the sport progressing in front of your own eyes. Carissa wasn't so much of a claim as in she just grabbed her face and was like, oh my gosh, what just happened?
I did that.
Yeah, she blew her own mind.
Yeah, that's the best feeling.
Okay, so Kira Pinkerton 8 and a 2.6 needs a second wave to put this one beyond doubt. Are we waiting on any more scores? Yep, one for Nanaho Suzuki and a second one for Izzy Campbell. That was the exchange we saw between second and third. So this is a pretty important set of numbers to come in.
Still plenty of time on the clock. So we're going to see some more 8s, hopefully.
Alright, still waiting for the last of green and the last of white. And up next, heat 3. We've got another multinational bout. The second of the Gonzalez sisters is Annette Gonzalez. She's a natural footer from Zaruz in the Basque Country up in the north of Spain. Philippa Anderson from Newcastle in New South Wales. Sierra Kerr, who's an Aussie but seems to spend her time between Encinitas in California and the Gold Coast, where her dad Josh originally hails from, and Annie Dos Santos, who's from Brazil but lives in Australia. So yeah,
Annie's been charging.
she sure has. You name it, she surfed it over the last 6 months. We've seen her in action at Chopu in Tahiti. Did you see the bomb that she got? That was incredible.
Yep.
Borrowing Lucas Shumbo's toe board, which is hilarious because he's about a foot taller than Annie, so her stance was about as wide as you'll ever see. You know, you don't have an option with the straps.
Yeah.
And you also probably couldn't get a better guy, although a guy whose thoughts on what's dangerous or not are probably on a different scale to 99% of the planets, towing you in. And she got an absolute bomb. She's also surfed Chipstone Bluff. She made a bit of a name for herself on the northern beaches of Sydney, surfing Deadmans in Manly on a huge La Nina swell a couple of years ago. She's caught waves out at Jaws, and if you get the chance to see the latest series of O'Neill edits, she gets a couple of, I think, backhand tubes.
Yeah, somewhere in the men's.
Is it the men's or is it somewhere completely different?
Who knows?
Who knows? But yeah, she is not afraid. Okay, all these scores are in. Nanaho Suzuki, your last wave was a 5.07. That's enough for the lead. Kira Pinkerton now needs to upgrade that 2.6. She always was going to have to, but now she definitely does if she wants to win this heat. Izzy Campbell's last wave, her best, a 5. So a 5 and a 4.5. Still stepping stones. She'd probably like to get rid of both of those. And Nao Amora has a 4 and a 0.5. So the scores are building slowly. Nao Amora wouldn't be happy with a 4 as her high. Izzy Campbell not a whole lot better off, but with 2 sort of mediocre scores. Nanaho just a fraction more. So it's showing you there's, you know, only just over a point between first and third. If Nao Amora can, you know, get something in the 5 region, there's, you know, everything's going to be square between our 4 surfers.
Eight minutes.
Yep, round of 16. So this is the last round of 4 surfer heats, and then we get down to surfer on surfer action. And the schedule for the quarters is already starting to fill in. Giada Lagarde, our first quarter finalist. Janire Gonzalez, second.
Wow, 2 goofy footers in that heat.
Well, Kira Pinkerton standing up on her board. Generally a sign that you're summoning something from over the horizon or hoping for something to pop up.
Or just keeping your legs active and moving so you're ready to tack on the
There's
next
a few
wave.
lines forming. Yeah, Kira well and truly in the box seat with the only excellent score we've seen in this heat. Did we have one in the last heat, or is this the only one of the round so far? Yep, only excellent score of this round so far. Kira dropped a pair of 6s in the round of 32.
I'm excited to see her catch another wave and do what she does.
All right, 6 minutes remaining. So growing up in Bali, you live up on the Bukit Peninsula.
Yes, I do.
You would get to see the best surfers in the world come through your hood all the time. Who are some of the female surfers who've left an impression on you over the years?
I've mentioned her name before and I'll mention her name again. Erin Brooks.
Yeah?
Erin Brooks. Watching her at the Padang Cup last year was a magical. She
finished second?
She finished 4th in the men's final. And
Open final. Open final. It's for everyone.
Yeah, I guess so, yeah.
But she beat a fair chunk of the male field. It's incredible.
Yeah.
Here goes Kira. All right, second score. The 2.6 is gone. You can see the tide is draining out on the reef behind. And Nao Amora is now in action. This is her 0.5. Disappeared.
Oh, no.
Oh, did I jinx it? Yeah, that was an incredible performance by Erin. We've seen Bethany Hamilton make a few heats at the Padang Cup in the past as well. But Erin storming her way through to the final.
Wow, I like this last wave of Kira's. She finished it off super strong. And that was a very critical section. Managed to pull it off.
Who else have you seen apart from Erin who's impressed you?
Definitely Tatiana Weston Webb. I love watching her surf at Ulus. She's super powerful, super stylish, and yeah, I love watching her surf.
Any natural footers, or we just don't like natural footers?
I love natural footers. I love watching people surf their backhand in Ulus.
Okay, a bit of shoulder to shoulder action right now. Izzy Campbell has priority. He says, "Oi, get out my way." And she is flying down the line. First turn was pretty strong. Oof, late to the party. Little rock and roll windscreen wiper to try and sign off, but not to be. So back to the drawing board for Izzy Campbell with 3 minutes 40 to run.
All right, so I think Kira has a big chance of bettering her 2.
Yeah, and anything over a 2.74 will put her into the lead. I think we can assume she's done that. And then we'll see a situation unfold for a requirement for second for Izzy and Naomura. Just over 3 minutes to run. So assuming Kira jumps up to the lead, how would you feel about going and doing a post-heat interview with her?
I'd love to.
Awesome.
Yeah. Yeah, Kira, I'm very impressed with her surfing. I've always been. Yeah, she's just naturally very talented and so epic to watch.
So when a surfer like Kira comes over from California and you guys hang out, surf together, obviously you compete against each other, but do you sort of form a friendship and you think maybe one day you go over and stay with her in San Clemente, or, you know, she reciprocates some of the hospitality?
Definitely form a friendship, because at the end of the day, it's you against you. And I admire her talent so much. And when I surf with her, I know that I'm improving myself and she's pushing me. And yeah, at the end of the day, you know, you're you against you out there. And I'm all about making friends.
Well, there it is. Kira Pinkerton, last score an 8.47. So pocket 8s for the Californian kid. She is a mile out in front. The rest of the field is now chasing 2 waves for the lead, and it is indeed a battle for second place.
Wow.
Nanaho Suzuki is sitting in second with a 5.67 and a 5.07. 90 seconds to go. Izzy Campbell requires a 5.74. Nao Amora needs a 6.74. We can see Nao heading a little bit north to maybe try and get away from the girls she's competing against. Kira's on the move. She's got third priority. She's got no need to get tangled up in any of this. Nanaho Suzuki trying to defend second with a minute remaining. Anything over a 5.07 will make life a little bit tougher for Izzy and Nao. Not sure about this wave. It's got a few ribs through the face. The drone angle always makes it tough to tell exactly what's going on, but she's handling section after section pretty nicely. 45 seconds to go. This wave continues to run, and there it is. That's going to be a good score for the surfer in green. So has Nanaho Suzuki just sealed second place? Not if Izzy Campbell or Nao Amura can do anything about it. This is a better angle to see exactly what went on. It was a smaller wave, but it had great shape and offered Nanaho plenty of opportunity. Through here, it's pretty gutless. So this is why the drone makes it tough, because these turns aren't massive, but they look spectacular from the sky. That was a nice turn. And down the bottom, it's just a bit of an exclamation mark. The finisher was one of her best turns the length of the journey. Regardless, it's academic. Kira Pinkerton is going to take the win, and she's going to be joined in the round of, well, in the quarterfinals by Nanaho Suzuki. Here goes Naomori looking for the wave she wanted, as Kira Pinkerton falls out of the sky and just about ends it. Why don't you go and have a chat with Kira, find out what she exactly was getting up to in that heat, and maybe ask her a question or two about dancing with the locals last night as well. Don't go anywhere. More action from the Krui Pro right after this quick break.
Sounds good.
He doesn't work in here.
Wow.
You know what? We are live. Back to the Krui Pro. It's 2023, Chris, and it's great to be here. What an absolutely cracking day. There's the police. They're looking after us. We really appreciate the support of the local government and the local authorities. Here is next round of 16, heat number 3. Philippa Anderson out there against Sierra Kerr, Annette Gonzalez, and Anders Santos.
Yeah, I was just talking to Taina about this heat. It's a real United Colours of Benetton type field. Philippa Anderson from blue collar Newcastle, Steel City, just north of Sydney. Annette Gonzalez from the Basque Country, from Zaruz. She's the second sister we've seen in action in the round of 16. Unlike her sister Janire, Annette is a natural footer. And coming from the Basque Country, I guess she would have a Spanish passport. In the white jersey, Sierra Kerr, who has done the majority of her growing up in California, but has an Aussie flag courtesy of her dad Josh, who's a Gold Coast rat bag of the finest pedigree you can imagine. Not that a Gold Coast pedigree is necessarily that fine. And then in the green jersey, Anders Santos, who's Brazilian but lives in Australia on the northern beaches of Sydney. So there's a lot going on in this heat. Billy, you know who the big winner is?
Surfing.
Yeah.
There she is, Kira.
She's having a time, isn't she? Oof. This is Annette Gonzalez. She had some awkward looking steps to deal with at the takeoff. Hasn't put her off one little bit. Wee, it's mighty shallow in there. Save the fins.
Save the skins.
2 turns and she's out of there.
Yeah, how's that? Super shallow. You see the tide dropping out there. When we first started the broadcast this morning, the waves were lapping up against the wall there.
You've got me feet wet coming to work.
That's right. Elliot Pirata-Reid rode a wave all the way in and stepped off onto the cement. It's quite incredible. Now she's high and dry. Look at those little steps. Mini ship sterns the other way. That's a good turn though. Nothing too dramatic, but a couple of turns.
Pretty dramatic in there.
26 minutes remaining.
Well and truly dry docked.
Philippa Anderson, saw her in action in the Philippines probably a good 10 years ago now. I got flown up there to do a bit of head judging, and it was a 1 star or 1.5 star or something like that QS, and she absolutely dominated. She was head and shoulders above the rest of the field, no doubt.
Put the Philippa in the Philippines.
It is. Look at this hassle. Look at this hassle. Kersey not giving away at all, but as Ana dos Santos holding her ground and holding a nerve onto a great wave. Fantastic to see a bit of power and passion in the women's surfing. Ana dos Santos, well done.
Oh, let's have it. Well, here goes Sierra Kerr on the wave behind. Oh, sorry, Philippa Anderson, my bad. So just the 1 turn. So I wonder where Sierra ended up after that little paddle skirmish. Let's have, I hope we can have a look at that. Oh, here she goes on her backhand. So gets out on the face, carves back to the source. That was a strong turn. Skates past Philippa Anderson. A couple of strong turns now. Big finish coming up. Can't quite ride out of it. And she's going to be right next to Ana dos Santos once again.
It's so good.
I'd love to see that little paddle scuffle right at the start, because Sierra was straight lining and Ana dos Santos, I think, may have done the little around the back.
Around the back, yeah. Look, looking over, maybe looking at Josh, he would have the biggest smile on his face. Of course, her old man doing the caddy duties, and one of the best hasslers, competition hasslers in the world was Josh Kerr. Make you proud.
Of course, no priority to start a heat, so that's when you do see a lot of the argy-bargy. And it's great to see the hunger from our competitors just to sink their teeth into the first opportunity. First wave for Annette Gonzalez is 4.33. Still waiting on a number for Philippa Anderson, and then 2 numbers for Ana dos Santos and Sierra Kerr. Sierra's looking at her board. I don't know if she hit the bottom or if she and Annie crashed rails together. This is the replay of her wave.
Yeah, I like it. This is the 4th surfer to catch a wave in this heat. After a little skirmish, it was well worth the wait because that second turn was money. I like this third one too. Even harder driving off the top. Sierra Kerr going from strength to strength, just kind of late, early, I don't know, to the party, but not completing that finishing manoeuvre.
This is Philippa Anderson flying down the line. That was a good turn through a big bucket of spray, but unfortunately one and done for the Novocastrian. And just while the judges try and figure out some numbers, we are going to throw down to Taina Squardo, who's chatting with the winner of the last heat.
Can't wait to hear it.
All right, I'm here with Kira Pinkerton, winner of the last heat. You dropped 2 excellent scores in the last heat. Run us through the heat a little bit.
Yeah, it was pretty fun out there. You could tell like when some of the sets were going too wide and not hitting the reef, you didn't want those ones. So I was looking for the ones that were just hugging it, and I wasn't trying to do a bunch of turns, just 2 good ones, and it worked out.
It definitely worked out. And how did you prepare for the heat? I heard you were doing a little bit of dancing at Lani's last night.
Yeah, this week I've been just having fun and not putting too much stress on myself, and yeah, danced with you, danced with everybody, and that's how I'm warming up this year.
You look like you're very comfortable here, and what's your favorite part about Krui?
I'd say the wave, for sure. I feel like this is the funnest contest I've ever done, and then also just everyone who's here is so great. I've had one of the best times.
So you're into the quarterfinals. What are you planning to do to surf that well again?
I'm gonna have a bintang.
She's gonna have a bintang. All right, well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Of the cool list with the 2 commentators in the booth. She's going to have a nice, refreshing coconut at the end of competition.
That's awesome.
That's great. I'm going to have a binny. Action.
Satu green bottle, please.
Action continues in the lineup and out the back. Look at the fish busting up around the local fishermen. Wow-wee. I know Paul Patterson's watching. He's been tuning in for the last couple of days. Ant-Man will be licking his lips. It looks like a pretty good left hand, but I'd love to go over there and do some fishing. And the Patterson brothers, Jake and Paul, mad for the fish. A bit of shaky action here.
Oh,
the surfer in red.
That was Annette Gonzalez.
Wow.
Lighting it up. And behind her, no one. This is Annie Dos Santos in motion.
They're together again. Anna and Sierra.
Yeah, well, there's priority this time, so there are some rules at play. Gets the tail nice and loose. That was beautifully done. Keeps a little bit of speed, and the floater just sort of, as much as anything, emphasises the fact that you rode out of that first turn with plenty of momentum.
I love that Sierra went over there just to make sure she was going to get that wave.
I like this. This is
me too.
Great little bit of niggle. Still waiting on a first score to come in for Sierra Kerr. 20 minutes remaining. There it is. A 5-1-7 puts Sierra up into the lead. And Dos Santos will probably jump back up. Well, we'll jump into first when her last score drops in. Shoulder to shoulder. Gotta love it.
Yeah, first wave for Dos Santos. She had a good campaign last year up at Nias, Chris. I still remember a massive tube she got that's getting imprinted in her brain for the rest of her life. She was reliving it the other day in a post-heat interview.
This is Izzy Campbell from the last heat.
All right, Philippa Anderson and Sierra Kerr sharing the lineup there. True professional. Philippa Anderson, second priority, straight on the inside, as though Sierra didn't even exist.
Force the issue, why not?
There's the breakdown of the scores. Chris, a 4-3-3 with that 777. And Gonzalez sitting pretty for the time being.
Yeah, moves into the lead. So it's now a bit of a battle for second place at the moment. And Dos Santos only needs a 1.15 to get up to second. She'll do that pretty comfortably. We're still waiting on scores to come in for Sierra and Philippa.
Right, Hannah Dos Santos briefly up into second place. That second wave, that 2-8-3. Not going to bother the score as much. But like I said, I like that Sierra went over there just to make sure she got that wave.
I love it. So 17:45 to run. This is heat 3 of 4 in the round of 16. And for the women, this is the last of our our 4 surfer heats, and it's just surfer on surfer from this point on. Last score for Philippa Anderson, a 3.9, puts her up into second. And now here goes Sierra Kerr on her backhand, spikes that first turn. Second turn was looking very spicy. Extra sambal on that one, but just kind of spun the wheels over the top of the coping and goes down. Talk us through this one, Bill.
Love the look of the wave. It's not a drop of water out of place. This one, she's just gone a little bit too much.
Over froth.
Probably a little bit late on the execution of that top turn. You see a board lost contact with the face of the wave. Nonetheless, she's looking dangerous. She's looking full of energy and competition savvy for such a young lady.
First turn was fantastic, and then the second turn, an over froth, saw an over the handlebars, and she's out of there.
283 nonetheless. A couple of 283s there in the scoreline.
So in the last heat of this round, Anon Matsuoka, Minamai Nanaka, Minori Kawai, and Safi Vet. So 3 Japanese and a Kiwi. And then we are back into the round of 16 for the men.
Dudes, yeah.
Have we got a heat draw for that kicking around somewhere?
Not as yet.
Yeah, we do.
Boom.
Let's have a quick little run through the roster. Heat 1, Kajiro Nishi up against Caius King, Alistair Reginato and George Pitar. Right now, Anidos Santos looking to grab a 4-2-8 and move into second. Tail slide was cool. She's out of there. Here goes Philippa Anderson, wave behind. First turn was good. Second turn strong up into the lip. Gets a little bit held up, and now the wave doesn't really cooperate. Runs for her once more now, but nothing there, and she is out. So Annette Gonzalez has priority, and Sierra Kerr has second priority. Here's the replay of Filsey.
Yeah, that first turn was straight up to about 12 o'clock. The second one just a little bit hung up on the foam right on the way down, and then it fills full of water off to that racy part. Small wave, a couple of turns.
This is Annie Dos Santos. Really opened the shoulders beautifully. That was a textbook turn. Nothing too hurried about her surfing. Got fantastic rhythm. Very relaxed style. Doesn't look like she's forcing the issue. And a couple of big turns along the way as well. 14 minutes to go. Still waiting on some scores to drop in. Anidos Santos has just backed up her 403. In fact, she's more than backed it up. She's dropped a new high score for herself, a 4.33. She still won't be happy sitting on either of those scores. Philippa Anderson still has a number to come. There it is, a 4.87, her best wave, puts her into the lead. And that is all of the scores we were waiting for. So 13.5 minutes to go. Annette Gonzalez has a 7.77 and a 4.33. Philippa Anderson has a 4.87 and a 4.4, needs a 7.24. So that's 7.77 of Annette's is really the deal breaker at the moment in this heat, because you look at it, she's got a 7 and a 4. Philippa's got 2 4s. Anne's got 2 4s. Sierra's got a 5 and a 2. So yeah, just that little bit of separation for Annette on the back of that high 7, and throw a blanket over the other 3. If anything, Sierra with a little bit of an upper hand, having the 5.17, which is the highest of their whole accumulation of scores. Running through the rest of the heats in the men's round of 16, Elliot Parada-Reed, very apologetic for claiming a 3 in his earlier heat. Will be back to make amends by hopefully claiming some 8s and 9s. He'll be in the red jersey. Daiki Tanaka from Japan in blue. Mega Atana, the Indonesian surfer, will be in white, and Axel Kuroda in green. Heat 3, Morgan Siblick.
Boom.
He's looking hungry. He's looking dangerous. Joe Azuki, Tully Wiley and Mike Clayton Brown. And in the last heat of that round, Rinta Utu, Lennox Smith with the best wave of the event so far in his earlier heat today, Raru Ito and Xavier Huxtable. So a very even split between the Japanese and the Aussies, with one lone Indonesian and one lone Kiwi to boot.
Alright, that's a nice place to be. Top of the scoreboard with priority. Just elephant minutes and 20 seconds remaining. Sierra Kerr with a second highest score of the heat, sitting at the bottom of the leaders table right now, but I don't think she'll be there for too long. Second in priority. Just needs to string together those turns. She hasn't finished a wave yet. Still has a 5.17.
Yeah, I wonder how Josh is handling this, if he's waving coloured t-shirts and towels and whistling and pacing and filming and pointing and gesticulating, or if he's just sitting there cool as a cucumber, just casually observing, chuckling.
Yeah, I'll go the
Perhaps he's found a local cat. He's just stroking it like a Bond villain.
He's in the lineup.
Oh, okay, carry on.
He's the caddying duties.
Makes sense.
Caddy daddy.
Tell you what, he would be sinking Sierra's boards paddling them around the lineup. Here goes Annie dos Santos. First turn was pretty good. A little bit of a variety on the second. And this one is just offering her plenty of opportunity. She's ripping into it from start to finish, and now she is out. 494 the requirement. Here goes Philippa Anderson, but Sierra Kerr has priority and plays that card on this wave. The first turn was good. Second turn needs to hold on to it. She has done so. And, well, I'd like to look at the replay so we can break this one down. They were two strong turns, though.
Yeah, they have been amassing a lot of points last couple of days, the two-turn bangers. Usually they're right near the lip line and a little bit more critical than just the shoulder, but we'll have to have another look at that one for sure. Annette Gonzalez and Sierra Kerr engaged in a little bit of a race to get to the top of the point. They all want that second priority. Sure.
So just a 4.1, the requirement for Sierra to get up to second. And quite a bit more than that to get up to the lead. So Sierra had priority. Talk us through it, Bill.
Yeah, it was kind of a bit of a check turn, the first one, wasn't it? Second one was quite decent. But, yeah, I'm not sure that's going to worry the judges too much. I like this one from Dos Santos. Smaller wave, but she rattled off a series of turns. And like you said, the wave just kept delivering sections to hit, as opposed to the set wave that Sierra was on. It was just a two-turn banger.
All right, 8 minutes 15. This heat got off to a pretty good start right out of the blocks. It's been a little sleepy through the middle third. Now we're starting to see a bit more action. Really need a couple of these ladies to just grab a set by the scruff of the neck, get out of this doldrum of 4s and 5s, and join Annette up in the 7-8 club, and you know, try and really make that spot in the next round their own. Well, this looks like a bit of a line. Philip Anderson has an inquisition. Wasn't anywhere near it. Sierra Kerr had a look. She didn't appreciate what she saw. Annette Gonzalez late, but into it. Good looking wall for the backhander from the Basque Country. Can she get out in front? Unfortunately, the wave races off without her. And that would have been what Philippa and Sierra both thought. They both had a good look, and they went, yeah, this one's a little bit long. And Annette Gonzalez has kind of vindicated their decisions, proved the fact for them down the line as the fish out the back continue to bust up all over the place.
Whoa! I wonder what's chasing those fish, Chris. The bigger fish.
Yeah. Oh.
All right, just a tick over 6 minutes remaining. It is still Gonzalez out in the lead. A 4.63 for those 2 hits for Sierra Kerr has seen her promoted up to the 2nd position. She has 2nd priority. Philippa Anna has 1st priority, and here she goes, Chris.
Yep, on her backhand, tearing into this one. First turn was good. 2nd turn was even better. Big bucket of spray.
Yep.
Couple more turns down the bottom. She'll be hoping for a big finish. Throws it up into the lip. Can she ride out of this one? Stand back up. There it is, Philippa Anderson. Very nicely done. The first 2 turns were good. The next 2 were a little bit going, but then the big finish brings the level of drama back up once again and makes the judges think. Here's Sierra Kerr. That was a really strong turn. She's chasing a 7.44 for the lead. 2 turns good. Now the wave gets a little bit foamy and starts to kind of run out of gas, but Sierra has hit it a bunch of times, finished it nicely, and is out of there. Judges are going to watch quite a few replays right now of both Sierra's wave and Philippa's to work out just what went on.
Yeah, Kersey there. Beautiful body torque through that first turn. Oof. A little bit steeper on the second one. Gets a bit frothy. That doesn't seem to bother at all. Keeping that momentum flowing down the line, and that is the completion right there for our surfer in white. There's another wave from Ana de Santos. I really like the one from Philippa Anderson, the veteran showing the way. 4.94, I think that's easily attainable by that wave.
It is. Whether or not Sierra has upgraded her position as well remains to be seen, and we don't really know what Ana Santos got up to on her last wave, so we'll need to try and catch up on that one as well. This is the replay of Philippa's wave.
Yep, check it out, the Novocastrian. It's a medium-sized wave. I wouldn't call it small. That second turn was the business. And these little reef huggers offering plenty of opportunity on the inside. And she goes, wasn't sure she could ride out of that rodeo ride in the white water, but she does.
Okay, I think it's just a minor score for Ana Santos, a 4.23. Goes into her top 2, doesn't change her requirement. 3.5 minutes to go. Annette Gonzalez is 3.13 for her last wave, doesn't affect anything. Ana Santos is asking for some kind of priority, perhaps. Here's her last wave that we haven't actually seen yet. So what did she get up to? Strong turn. Wow. Okay, so just the one turn.
A ripper though.
But it was a doozy.
She is waving her arms, holding up the green jersey a la soccer player style after they've scored a goal. I'm not sure what it's about. I think she thinks she has first priority. I'm my advisor just to get on with the surfing. You're not going to change the judge's mind. Have a chat to him after him if you'd like. Let's take that energy, young lady, and stick it into a wave.
So we're still waiting on scores for all 4 surfers at the moment. Ana Santos has just been given priority, so they have changed their mind. So the gesticulating served its purpose. Now she needs to regain her composure, focus on the task at hand. She's chasing a 5.47. We've got scores coming in for all 4 surfers. So with 2 minutes 15 to go, not knowing who's got what and what the various requirements are going to be cooked up out of the numbers as they drop in, I think if you're Ana Santos, currently you need a 7.21. You might think you've gone a bit better than that, but I reckon you just need to surf your brains out on the best wave you can find.
Yeah, the equation stays the same, Chris. It's get a wave, ripped it to bits, you'll win. I mean, Gonzalez is probably in the defending role at the moment, trying to fend off Anderson, Kerr, and Ana Santos. So she has second priority. At the moment, just sitting out there on the shoulder. ready to block any of the girls that she can in Anderson and Kerr. Santos looking a little distracted. Looking back at the tower again. Maybe she's using the lineups. That's her first priority. A whopping 7.21 required.
Yeah, we know the benchmark there. Philippa Anderson's got a 6.67. Annette Gonzalez has a 7.77. So Andos Santos needs to split the middle. Philippa Anderson, her last score a 6.67. Sierra Kerr, her last wave of 5.93 is her best. Andos Santos still waiting on a last score to come in. Currently, Philippa is chasing a 5.94 for the lead. Sierra needs a 5.62 for second. Andos Santos needs a 7.21 for second. She's still got a number to come for that one turn wave. It was a strong turn. It might just bring down that requirement, but it won't be by a lot. 10 seconds to go. So Annette Gonzalez is safe. And Dos Santos has a score to come.
We are on hold. I just heard the beach announcer, Mare Joy. So let's see what comes of that. We'll cross to an ad break. We're back with more action straight after this. Is the Krui Pro 2023. Stick with us, folks. Okay, we are back. Still waiting on the results of that previous heat. We know that Annette Gonzalez was through. We're waiting on the scores for Anderson, Kerr, and Dos Santos. There they are. Why don't you just read them on out there?
Yeah, so Annette going in first, and in second is blue, Philippa Anderson. Unfortunate for Andos Santos, just coming up short, and Sierra Kerr as well. This is now heat 4 of the women's round of 16. In red we have Anon Matsuoka. In blue we have Minami Nonaka. In white Minori Kawai, and in green Safi Vet.
Well, welcome back to the booth, Jada. Fresh off your heat win. Must feel pretty good.
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good. I'm stoked. I'm just happy to get a break sometimes.
Nah.
No, I'm kidding. It's good to be out there. The waves are really good. Kind of tough. I'm not going to say it's easy because it's hard to pick them out sometimes. But really good. It's some really good conditions out there. So here is round of 16 heat 4. After this, we're going to go straight into the round of 16 of the men's QS 5000 and then finish off the day with the quarterfinals of the women.
Another big day in the bank.
Yep. We're going to be here all afternoon. We are approaching the low tide. That will be at 1 today.
Now we did go and hold yesterday through the low tide. Conditions slightly better today, so we've got to push on through. Running out of time. This is the QS grind. It's called a grind for a reason. In the CT, you have those nice 10 to 12 day waiting periods for about 5 days of competition. You can pick the eyes out of things. On the QS, you just got to get your board, grit your teeth, and go out there.
Yeah, no mercy.
No mercy. No mercy, no prisoners.
So in the first heat of the round of 16 men, we will be seeing Keijiro Nishi, Japan, Kais King from Australia, Alistair Reginato, Australia as well, and George Pitta from Australia too. It's an all Aussie, one Japanese heat.
Alistair was really impressive this morning.
Yeah, he was really killing it out there.
Little post-heat interview. His tactics were to get those medium-sized reef huggers, which allowed the scoring opportunity. We saw his opposition catch the set waves. They were much larger waves than Elsa was riding. Just didn't offer that opportunity to get tight in the pocket and amass some big points. So interesting tactics. And you've got to have a plan A and a plan B with the dramatic tide changes around this part of the world.
Yeah, especially with the priority system, you know, it's really all about turns, so you have to know and select your your waves really well.
Yep.
I made a priority mistake in my
Oh yeah?
Yeah. Oh my god. I paddled for a wave and it was so bad and I didn't go and I lost priority.
Oh no.
Yeah. It's okay. All worked out. You see Anon Matsuoka going down to the inside, seeing if she can find something a little more down the line. We see her separating herself from the other three competitors. Beautiful, pristine conditions today. Really glassy out there.
It is. The girls off to a slow start. Might take this opportunity to go down to the athletes area and talk to Chris Binns, who has the winner of the last heat. Go for it, Chris.
Okay, thank you guys. Annette Gonzalez, congratulations. You're through to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, thank you.
You and your sister are on a roll this week. Just enjoying traveling together, feeding off each other's energy and getting through the heats?
Yeah, it's our first time coming here like alone with no parents. Yeah, we are very happy.
Well, I think you're doing a good job of convincing them that they should let you travel by yourselves more often.
What?
You should be able to travel more often now. You've shown them you can do it.
Yeah, she have to make her exam to drive, and we are waiting for that to go to the comps alone.
Perfect. All right. Well, you got the 777 in that heat that meant you didn't have to get engaged in the fight that was going on between the other three. Was that a relief not to have to be involved?
I was very nervous because I have 7 points, but my back it was so low. So yeah, but it was the best way for the heat, so I made it.
Every time we do one of these interviews, you and your sister are right here in the corner of the screen. So you're just sitting here studying it and watching it and watching it. Do you feel that's giving you a bit more knowledge about what the conditions are like?
Yes, and we are here too because there is Wi-Fi, so we can be with the phone. But yeah, we can see the wave all the time, and that's why we surfed good, I think.
How's your whole experience been this week in Krui?
It's so good. I love Krui
It's a paradise, and there are perfect waves, funny, and yeah.
And surfing in the Asian division, and it's a co-sanctioned event with Australasia. Are you meeting plenty of new friends this week?
Yeah, I made a friend. She's very nice, and people here is very nice, and yeah.
Well, we're really enjoying your performances. Keep it going, the pair of you.
Thank you.
Good luck, and back up to you guys in the box.
Thanks very much, Chris. And Santos, heat number 3 winner. We're looking at heat number 4. I've got Gia Lagarde in the booth with me. It's always a pleasure. I feel like a lucky guy every time I get to do this. Fresh off a heat win herself. You are into the quarterfinals?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Quarterfinals. I'm stoked. Yeah, those 30-minute heats really helping out there. It's really slow. So.
But when they come, they're super tasty, right?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yep.
When they come, can't complain. But a really good call from the WSL to make it into 30. Just more opportunity, more chance to showcase surfing and.
Yeah, it's a weird dynamic. It seems, you need a wave, and a lot of times the wave doesn't come 10 seconds after the siren goes. A wave comes. You make it 30 minutes, that still happens. So, yeah, there's so many variables that can happen while you're in a heat that can deny you a scoring opportunity. The best you can do is make it a fair playing field for everybody.
Yeah.
And roll the dice and see where it lands. And that's a really unique thing about our sport. It's frustrating at times for the people that don't get through, but it certainly adds the drama, doesn't it?
Yeah, it definitely has a drama, and it seems to be that all the action accumulates at those last few seconds. So then suddenly there's always a set, and then there's waves ridden, and everyone's paddling in, waiting to hear the scores. So it's a beautiful roller coaster of emotions.
Now, speaking of roller coaster of emotions, saw a bit of a paddle hassle, I suppose you could call it, at the beginning of the heat. The last one, it was Ana de Santos and Sierra Kerr. It looked like they really meant it.
Yeah.
And now, is there any those sort of feelings in your heat, or is it all friendly and nice?
Nah, it was pretty friendly and nice in my heat. I think we all were just there to surf. There was no hassling or any of that. This is Anon Matsuoka, fresh off a 6.33 on her last wave, and somehow already catches her second one. It's one of those inside runners. She unfortunately falls off. Hopefully she's okay. You can see the reef just starting to pop out over there.
Yeah, that might have come into play when she was coming down off that last turn. I might be imagining things, but I think she had a look at the reef and might have got a little bit freaked out.
Yeah, I saw that too. Could be.
Sean Gilhooly in the background. Photographer extraordinaire. Both him and Fetty, super hard workers. Ropic up there on the broadcast camera as well. Thank you very much to our production crew. Love the images. We love the storylines that come along with it. Hope you're enjoying the show, everybody. We are on the southern corner of Sumatra in the jungle. And this is our Japanese surfer, Kai.
This is Minori Kawai on a really good-looking wave. Nice first turn. About to hit the second one and doesn't get it. That was a really nice one, though. Kind of makes up for what she couldn't do in the earlier one. I think she wanted to hit it and probably got there a little too late, or the wave was faster than she expected. But a good wave nonetheless.
Good wave nonetheless. That second one getting a little bit hung up, but it was a really good recovery and a save. You can see how shallow it is there. And you might lose a few points for control. I'm not too sure. We'd have to have another look at it if it was on a replay. But yeah, still unconvinced about that ride. And on though, going a merry way. What's at a 9.50 heat total now. Here she is, the little powerhouse on that wave previous, the small one. That run and this finishing manoeuvre kind of got the better off. Oop, there's the reef. I don't want anything to do with that.
Yeah, the last wave of Anon 317. Still solid in the lead.
Nonaka there, just going quickly in and out. Unless there was something happened up the point. That's not going to bother the scorers too much either.
Yeah, so all the surfers already at least one wave under their belt. We're already reaching 17 minutes in this heat. We'll see the replay of Safi Vet. Nice first opening turn. Pretty bird on the second one. Unfortunately, looks like the lip of the wave just like sunk her nose or something.
Yeah, that was weird.
And beautiful view of up above. Thank you, Ryan, for these visuals. Absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah, someone scratching into a wave there. It's our surfer in blue, Nanoka. A pretty savage little blast. I think one only. I'm going from the drone to the front on vision, but I'm pretty sure that's just a one-turn wave. Still 16.5 minutes remaining. These 30-minute heats. Pretty good watching, and I'm sure it's even better surfing. 6.33 for Matsuoka. Pair that with her 3.17. She's sitting pretty at the top of the leaderboard, but by no means safe. Not her Kauai small requirements. Safi Vet yet to have that score drop of a first wave. Requirements only at 3.84. She might get on that wave.
Yeah, there were two pretty nice turns. Unfortunate for that fall, but that was some really good surfing from Safi. So yeah, some of the other heats coming up. In the heat 2 of round of 16, we have Elliot Parada Reed, Daiki Tanaka, Yoman Artana, and Axel Kuroda.
Yeah, that's going to be a great heat. Mega Artana, giant killer, taking down some big names in this draw. Might be undercooking him a little bit because, you know, he's a big name himself. He's done pretty well at this contest in the past. You see his name in the draw, you'd start to sweat a little bit, especially if he's coming up in your heat. Speed Machine from Kuta Beach, halfway board rider. Funny dude.
Yeah, so last wave of Minori Kauai at 383. We'll see the judges probably comparing Minori's wave to Safi's, as they were both quite similar. As we see, really good set approaching.
Look at that, buttery smooth, dreamy conditions. That's Anon Matsuoka in the box seat. She holds first priority. Let's hope that she's in the position to take this. She's a bit slow on the paddle. She might be a bit deep, or something's going on anyway. Doesn't like the look of it. I'll pass that up. I'm sure everywhere around the world people are mind surfing the heck out of that thing.
Safi on the inside.
Picked up the tail end of that, but good choice by Anna not to go. It looks like it was a bit fast on that part of the reef. I guarantee to the right of screen it's absolutely rattling off into the channel. There's a couple of parts this wave, isn't there? And when the big ones come, they kind of go wide. It's a fun ride, but a competition surfing doesn't hold too much steepness to it, does it? And it doesn't offer those scoring opportunities.
Yeah.
Hence why the girls are sitting up the point. There you go, Safi 4.13. Still in third out of those top two positions, but only a 0.95 to take it off Nanoka.
Yeah, there's only one real, like, 6'3" from Anna Matsuoka. The other girl, still no real backup.
No. Yeah, look at the column. The best two waves column, the left-hand side of it looks pretty healthy for the leaders. The right-hand side of it, pretty average. That 0.57 and the half a point and the zip is not what the surfers want to see. Safi Vet's had enough of that. She wants a second scoring wave or a third decent scoring wave. It's not going to get it going about it like that. Again, a one-turn opportunity only. But I like that approach. If you only got one turn, you really got to put everything into it.
Yeah.
Looks like Ice King getting ready down there.
Yep.
Kill your TV. Don't do that, folks. Keep us on. We love bringing you this. It's a funny thing, though. You barely watch any TV while you're up here in Indo, do you? There's always something to do.
I never
You're
watch
always
TV.
outdoors, meeting friends for sunset, getting up to mischief. I'm up here for about 6 to 8 months a year. Don't miss TV at all. When I get back, it's cricket season, though, so I'll make up for this. Sit in front of it for days.
We have a TV at home, and it's literally just decoration because no one ever uses it.
Yeah.
So you're into cricket?
Yeah, no, a little bit. The game goes for 5 days, like a test match goes for 5 days, and it's like a full day's play. So it's a great excuse to kind of sit on the couch and put the aircon on, nod off, wake up. So what are you doing? Oh, just watching the cricket. It's an excuse to sit around all day. But the Australians, world champions of Test cricket, did that to India in England last week. So well done, the Aussies. Stoked. We have bragging rights for another season. Right now, the Ashes are happening. We'll get back to that later. So Safi Vet racing down the line. Come on, girl, put it together. That's a beautiful looking roof line float, and that's an even better finishing manoeuvre. Goes for the completion. How good was that zombie flop into the white water?
Oh, yeah.
Safi Vet, I'm going out on a limb and saying that's the best wave for her.
Yeah, that was a good-looking wave. It was looking like she couldn't really string any turns together.
Yep.
But finally, she got that one down. Good-looking set as well. It wasn't one of the smaller ones. Looks like she got it down the line because she did have 4th priority. So it's going to be a good backup for Safi. Only looking for a .95 to go to second.
I like this roof climb, really cool. Harder to do than it looks. I like the controlled descent was really cool, and that was a pretty savage completion. Looks like she saw a lobster or something down there. I'm going after lunch. Here go the lads out there in the water next. Let's stick with the live action and on. Tsuoka, the powerhouse, very rarely falls and very rarely takes off on a wave that doesn't garnish at least, you know, a good number of points. Sticking with this one, well-versed surfers, well-coached, well-drilled. Always a dangerous combination when they're in your heat. That wave filling up full of water and offering no more scoring potential, so it's out, back on the paddle. 8 minutes and 30 remaining in this one, Giada. Check out this wave. Good bottom turn, eh?
Yeah, it was a really good bottom turn and really nice first turn. This one, a little more snappy, a little more in the pocket. So the points are definitely going to come from those first two. She's looking to replace a really small backup score, so I think she's pretty much already got it with this one. But waiting to see the last of Safi before I dig myself in a hole.
No. Just say it. You can always rescind with.
And as well behind her, Minori. Wow, that was a really smooth first turn.
Wow.
Nice. A little bit of got a little bit stuck on top on that second one, but comes out of it and takes this one to the inside. We'll see if this wave didn't give her that little extra finishing section. But
Liking that series of turns though, super cool. I also like this. Bit of a paddle battle, to use the cliche. But those two girls, whoever gets out the back first into a certain point, the priority judge will award second priority to them. And it looks like Anon really wants it.
Yeah, Minori looking...
I don't think she saw it coming.
Nah. Or she's just like, it's all right.
Yeah, you take it. On the hoof, look, kicking the feet.
There's some good sets rolling in.
Monaka now picks up second priority. So all this effort is just for third. So Minori has got the right idea. Just take it easy. Get out there. Save your energy. There's still just under 7 minutes remaining. Action out the back. Gia, maybe. Yes. What color is it?
This is blue. This is Minami Nonaka on her backhand. Just one turn. Oh, board flies over and out. We're still waiting for scores for red, blue, and green. Minori taking off on an insider. Don't know. Wasn't giving her what she was looking for. She doesn't have her second score just yet, so we'll wait for that before we update everyone with the situation. Safi sitting out the back with priority.
Ooh, Safi, 6.27. All right, that's cool for those two hits. She gives a thumbs up. Yep, I heard that score, no worries. And I'm sitting out the back with priority, under 6 minutes remaining. It's got to make you feel pretty good.
Yeah.
However, that right-hand column, 4.07 to take first. Anon is dangerous competitor. So there's no way Safi can relax yet. She'll be looking to take that 4.13 and ditch it. Throw it in the bin. Kick it to the curb. Just get rid of it. Give me a set wave. Show me.
So she does have priority. I'm sure she's going to be waiting for that set wave now with 5 minutes remaining. She's not safe, but she's comfortable in first.
Oh, thank you.
So, we'll see what happens next. And there we go. The other scores did come in. Minami
Yeah, go ahead, sorry. Go ahead.
With a 4.5. And there we hear it, second wave of white of 4.7. Not enough to take her to the lead.
Bit of interest in this chunk of Indian Ocean.
Yeah.
Safi going to let it slide, or she goes, girls, get out of my way. I've got priority and I've got the lead. Looking to ditch that 4.13. That's a good way to go about it. A nice size wave, but just coming unstuck on the second turn. Bogging the rail.
Right.
That has left the door open, hasn't it, for the rest of the field.
Yeah.
4.07 by Anon. And look at that. Bang, she's straight up to the top. We'll have a look at that scoreboard when it comes back. But Surfing in red already in the lead. Do you like this first turn?
Yeah, I really like that first turn. Unfortunately for this one, it gets her rail a little stuck and comes down, but it was looking like it was going to be a pretty good backup for the 4.13. And Anon Matsuoka gets a 4.80 on her second one, so that pushes her straight back to first again. But it's still pretty tight for first and second. Third and fourth, not looking for very big scores. So 3 minutes left. Priorities with red, second priority blue, third priority is with white. All the girls hearing their scores, knowing what they need. All scores are in. So it's all down to the ocean now.
Yeah, it's a familiar story, isn't it, Jian? Definitely wants that first place, though. Anon up the point, has priority. And that's a good-looking set coming around. She turns. Yep, definitely having a crack at this. It's one of those shallow ones. So she's going to have to get going. Caught behind at the moment, no turns thus far. A little bit of a taxi ride in, maybe. Pretty safe up there in first place. Lonaka now with first priority. 45 seconds remaining. The surfer in blue. A 5.71 is needed to progress into the next 5.91 rather. Need to progress into the next round. There's a few waves around too. 30 seconds. You wouldn't put your glasses down just yet because this is our surfer in white.
Yep, she's looking for a 5.71. Just a one turn. She knows that's not going to be enough. 20 seconds. Priority's now with blue. Let's see if she's in position to catch this set. Doesn't look like it.
Nope.
So it is looking like Anon, Matsuoka, and Safi Vet will be passing into the next round. And that was the last heat of the women's. And we're going straight to the round of 16 of the men.
Yeah, that's right, Giada. While the guys reset and the girls shake hands, we will throw to an ad break. We'll bring Mark Cliff back into the booth. This is the Krui Pro 2023. Don't go any further, folks. Action coming up.
All right, welcome back to the Krui Pro. We are on to the round of 16 of the men's. This is Heat 1. In red, we have Keijiro Nishi. In blue, we have Kais King. In white, Alistair Reginato. And in green, George Pitta. In the booth with me is my good friend, Mark.
You're having a moment, aren't you? That's all right. Long days. I've been called a lot worse than that, so I'll live with it. Here goes Kajiro Nisho. Ripping down the line. This is going to be a great heat. They all are. There's a lot at stake here. Moving into the next round being our person-on-person heats. So Kajiro Nishi, former winner, 2017, the inaugural year. Now at the back in the green, George Pitta.
Yeah, this is George Pitta on a really nice finish, turn to finish.
Yep, well, a couple of waves ago. It's all right. A couple of waves ago, a couple of heats back, he got, I think, a 9-4. Oh, got a huge number to get out of trouble and get into this round. So George has been on a bit of a tear. This is Kajiri's opening score. Kajiro.
That's a really good-looking wave. How beautiful is that wave?
Man, I remember the year this guy won, and the surf was really big on the finals day, and he beat a fellow West Aussie in Moses Legrice. But the style of this young man is, for me, he was one of the first Japanese I really sort of looked at and went, man, this guy has just got a killer style. He got a 9-something in that final and just murdered one of the largest waves I've seen ridden out here in competition.
Yeah, Kajiro Nishi. We've seen Alistair Reginato, a great last heat. Kai's king as well. All these guys have been really killing it, and rightfully so. You know, to get to the round of 16 is no small thing.
Yep, and this will be their final surf today, so you've got to leave it all out there. You want in on the man-on-man surfing, got to make it count right here, right now. Kai's king. So all these four guys are just red hot, so you'll see a lot of A-grade surfing. You'll probably see very little fumbling around. They are serious contenders for Challenger Series action. George Pitar.
George Pitar on his backhand. Wow, that was a deadly backhand turn. Fins out, rotated perfectly, came out of it. That was a really, really good turn. Unfortunately, just one.
Yep.
That would have been a massive score if he got at least maybe half a turn before.
Yeah, to add something else, that would have been really nice. But anyway, it was pretty mean. So the judges have been really rewarding the best top quality surfing available at this round, at this level, men's 5,000. You know, they want the absolute best surfers through to the quarters. So they'll be looking for who's doing the best surfing, not the most, the best.
Yeah.
How's these conditions? Just
Yeah,
silky smooth out there.
It's beautiful.
Boiling hot. Thank God for this fan right next to us. It is a steaming hot lunchtime down here on the point. It's 12:45. Another long day. This is the start of our men's round of 16. We have the women's quarterfinals. You're involved in that. We'll talk about that in a minute, Giada.
Yep.
But a sweltering afternoon. There's not a cloud in the sky. There's barely a leaf moving outside. So with a bit of rain yesterday, it's just turned into a sauna out there.
Yeah, but you know what? It's a good sauna. It keeps the conditions good.
Good problem to have.
Yeah, it's a good problem to have. So hopefully it stays like this throughout the afternoon. As we're reaching the dead low tide right now.
Okay.
So we'll see also another shift in the tide as we move into the next rounds. We'll have a little bit more water on the reef again. And hopefully that storm just stays away today.
So who are you matched up with?
I am, let me check. I'm matched up with Nanaho Suzuki.
All right.
So it's going to be a Goofy versus regular? Is she regular?
I'm not sure. Let's have a little look and stay with the live action. Pumping down the line is George Pitar. He's open with the best number, the 5.33. Glistening conditions out there, just spot on. Boom! George helping himself to a couple of big, heavy bangs down the halfway point of the reef. Signs off with a little incompletion, but a lot of good work done early.
So first wave of green came in at a 5.33. First of red of 4.5. And the first of blue a 3.9. Here we see green, George Pitar.
Yeah, this is the replay. Here we are. Got it. So George Pitar continues on his lead early on in this heat. Kajiro Nishi in the red past winner. Make note of that, 2017.
Here we see Kajiro Nishi under priority, catching an insider. This is a good looking wave though. A nice first turn, unfortunately doesn't ride out of it. Looks like his nose got stuck into the water.
Yep,
and fell out.
Boys pushing pretty hard. So I think we're going to throw down to Billy Hangen with an interview with the winner of the very last heat. Go for it, Bill.
Yeah, we're live. We're down at the athletes area with a very familiar face, Anon Matsuoka, winner of the last heat. Give me one of them. Congratulations, well done. Now the changing conditions. Were you out there looking for large set waves or smaller inside running waves?
Yeah, I'm looking for a big set wave, but like change the tide and then no set coming, so I really change. So more more inside and then more good, like compact wave I'm looking for. So that was good. And then, yeah.
It was very good because you came away with a heat win, and I've noticed some style in your surfing that I really like. Who is your favorite female pro surfer?
My favorite pro surfer is Carissa Mua. She has really powerful and then style. I love her surfing. Yeah.
Yeah, I noticed that because you are a very powerful surfer yourself, very low center of gravity, big strong turns. Now I'm very curious, where is your favorite place to go surfing around the world?
My favorite place surfing like Indonesia and then Trestles, Uluwatu a lot. Yeah.
Well, beautiful. There's the camera that's going all around the world, back to Japan, all over the place. Would you like to say hello to your friends and family?
応援ありがとうございます。次クォーターファイナル進出することができたので、また私らしくパワフルなサーフィンを見せられるように頑張ります。応援よろしくお願いします。
Beautiful, well spoken. And Matsuoka, ladies and gentlemen, back to you, crew in the booth.
Thanks, Bill. And Anon filling out that final remaining position, or one of the two final remaining positions there in the women's quarterfinals coming up shortly. Kaius King, there's been a bit of action go on in between that post heat, so we'll catch up with it in a moment.
That was a good wave from Kaius. I feel like had variety. Wasn't nothing spectacular, but here we're gonna see how he finishes it off.
Yep,
nice
signed
finishing.
off in style.
Yeah, you know, to have a solid score. He's building the house. I thought that was nicely done.
All right, so once Kaius's score comes in, it would be handy to get both their numbers, and then we can break it down and see where Pitar's gone. I don't think anybody's really put together a big 6 or a 7 or beyond, so everybody's living in that mid-range area. Kaius probably going to drop right in around there as well. The judges will be fairly stingy on their numbers due to the fact that they're trying to get 8 surfers into quarterfinals. Everybody's really good, so at this level they're separating, you know, real quality surfing from the absolute best. So they'll be comparing rides and trying to separate them numbers. Here goes the 2017 winner, Kajiro Nishi. Boom, big high speed hit right in the pocket, maintains his projection down the line all the way to this section.
That was really lovely surfing from Kajiro.
Oh, look at this bonus hit right out, son, and you're in for a big number. I think that's the best wave I've seen so far in this matchup. What do you think of George Pitar right here?
Nice first turn. Beautiful finish. I love George Pitar's backhand. Has a great style. Always manages to, you know, hit it vertical in the pocket. So,
yeah, he really coils up, doesn't he, and really unleashes hard. That rotation off the top is just absolutely to die for. So let's have a look at it again. So the judges have a look at this. He's really been impressing with that move today. Did really well to not nosedive. Epic recovery. Putting it together now, and he knows there's a big finish in the offering, so helps himself to another vertical bash. Wow. The power on display right there was undeniable. So White is going to have to get his groove on now. Alistair.
that was... this is going to be a great wave. Let's see how he finishes it off. Oh, that was going to be a massive score.
They're starting to step it up now, the boys. Yeah. I can sense a momentum shift here in their gears.
Yeah, as time winds down, everything's going to start to heat up.
Yep, no, there's, you know, that this is all a little better than that first exchange. So let's have this turn here. Boom, and look at him just spring out of it and had to get around. Buried a nice bit of rail there, maybe a mini little bobble, but disguised it well. Down the line he goes.
Just finishing.
Boom. Whoa. Well, there was a number of good rides out of that, so let's just hold on, see what the judges are thinking. White now.
This wave by Alistair was really impressive. That second turn, this one as well.
Yep, I'm thinking I might have to revisit my Oh, had he rode out of that, that was the best number. All right. Let's see where it all drops. I'm sure everybody's just putting their better foot forward now, though. So those surfers that just rode will no doubt increase their two-wave totals. It's a matter of who's sitting on the top at the end of these little upgraded numbers.
Yeah, the only one with two, for now, before the other scores drop, with two decent scores is George Pitter, but we're still waiting for a few waves to come by.
Okay, so the judges maybe didn't like that little bobble of Kajiro. 5-1-3. Geez, I think White was on his way to a big number.
Oh, that was going to be a massive one.
Had he finished? Anyway, he's recovered and he's back into rhythm. A small inside track that is just glistening away in the afternoon sunlight down here.
Oh.
Stuck again. Boys are pushing pretty hard, kind of starting to well, it's just the respect they show each other. They know they've got, they've really got to step it up and beat each other. So pushing really, really hard. A couple little errors starting to form there in the white column. It could come back to, if he loses by a narrow margin and we flash back to that error on his second last wave, that's probably, he could have turned what might be a 5 or a 6. It could have been an 8. No worries.
Yeah. That was solid surfing from Alistair Reginato.
Yeah, really top
and
to bottom.
And it was a bigger wave,
Bigger and bowly, and they've thrown some 9s today. They're not scared to go into the mid-range 9 even, and I think he was on his way to visiting an excellent score. Just needed to complete that last stab. 2 fall-offs in a row for Alistair, so he's got to get that out of his mindset and go, no worries, I still have 14 minutes.
Yep. Plenty of time left.
And the sunshine steadily creeping into the athlete area. Everybody pushing their chairs back a little further. Shaded area started to become an absolute premium now. 7-3 for Alistair. Wow, had he made that air move, there was a 9 coming.
For sure.
Wow. The judges have just so been hanging the big numbers on those real top to bottom, combination of manoeuvres in the pocket on larger waves. We've seen, who was it, the 9-3, Lennox Smith, the 9-4. I remember Morgan went there as well. Somebody else got up into the 9s. 9-5-7 for Lennox. There was a 9-4-3 over here for Mike Clayton Brown. Remember the backhand surfing MCB did on a wave? Maybe.
Well, actually,
you were probably getting ready about that. Yeah.
I was paddling out. I heard it as soon as I got out there. I heard he got a 9-5-7. I saw him splash the water. He was pumped.
Yep.
So,
Riaro Itu put him together an 8-5 as well in that last heat of the last men's round. So the judges aren't scared to throw the numbers. You've just got to do exactly what they want, and that's that top to bottom approach.
Yeah.
On the bigger waves. 7-3, Alistair. Could have been featuring in the 9s. Could have been up there with the best wave of the day. All right, either way, he's well positioned. You got the best number quite substantially. You've just got to now add a solid second score to it. The first of our 4-person men's round of 16. I'll just have a little look at the next one. We have Elliot Parata Reid coming up against Daiki Tanaka, Nyoman Artana, so that'll be Megatron, and Axel Kurota. So there's a lot of Australian names still in the draw, a lot of Japanese names. This next heat is mixing it up with a New Zealand surfer, an Indonesian surfer, and another Japanese and Australian. So we have Japanese surfers in every one of these matchups. We have Australian surfers in them all as well. 9 Australian surfers in the 16 remaining men. And quite a few Japanese. Let's have a little look. 5 Japanese. Kaias has parked up. He's only sitting on a 4-3, so things got a little sleepy on his wave in comparison. A 3-7 for Alistair. Enough temporarily for second position. So both his waves he's fallen on. He still got a 7-3, and he still got a 3-7. Could have had another couple of I reckon at least 2 to 3 more points on his scoreline had he finished both those waves. So that could have been a 14-point two-wave total, not an 11-point two-wave total.
Yeah.
So it's easy to say that from here in the steaming sunlight out there on Ujong Bachor Reef in the heat of battle. Decisions come pretty thick and fast, and you just got to do better than 2 other guys. Bottom line.
Pretty much. Yeah. You got to just catch 2 really good waves.
Focus on yourself. Do what you can control. Righto. Whereas yours, you've got to win. This person-on-person surfing.
Oh, Alistair Reginato going for another massive score. I think that first turn was crazy, and he takes it all the way down to the inside, throws so much water in each and every one of his turns. See if this wave gives him a little bit extra on the inside, and he finished it off nicely. That one's going to be feeling pretty good.
All right, so definitely better than his 3-7. It probably drops right in about the middle of his 2 scores. Either way, he will improve his 2-wave total. Probably will go to the lead. Kaias now. A long-haired, moustached Kaias King.
This is Kaias getting around this section. A beautiful turn right in the pocket, straight into second one, tail drifts, and he finishes this off looking for 6-7-1 before Alistair Reginato's last wave, but this is going to be a pretty big score.
It will be a big score. I heard the applause from the athlete area. Position not too far away from us. Yep, Kaias really got his groove on as he went down the line. He just kept getting better. So this is what Alistair put together.
Great wave from Alistair. That first turn was impressive.
Yeah. So he's doing some quality surfing on a smaller wave that really still offered some quality out the back. For a windscreen wiper hit, but not a bad finish down there at the end. Here's the wave I like. Let's have a look at Kaias.
Yeah, Kaias just scratches into this one. This a first, more of like a check turn. He gets around this quick section, and that was a beautiful turn in the pocket. I think that third one was probably my favorite because it had that tail drift.
Yep, these
and
two-end moves.
Finished it really nicely.
All right, so once again, the judges are going to have to re-watch stuff, and they've just had 2 good rides to kind of separate numbers. Helps to have a second look at it again on the monitor. Both those guys are definitely going to start to track down George Pitter for the lead.
Yeah, we're going to be waiting for some scores to come through. George Pitter gone a little quiet, as well as Keijiro Nishi, but they both have first and second priority. That's us on the screen.
Giada Lagarde is in the first. 2-person matchup at this year's Krui Pro. It's coming up pretty soon, about an hour and a half. Gee, we wish you all the best of luck.
Thank you.
I'm Mark Clifton. It is just after 1 o'clock here in the sleepy village of Tanjung, Setia, down here in Krui area. South Sumatra, thanks very much to the province, the region of Pesisir, Barat, the government office that have put all the big money up to have these points available again. 5,000 points is huge. Gee, how big is this for you?
Yeah, it's big, but unfortunately I don't get to take any of the points home.
Oh, you know what?
Yeah.
There's still a lot of prize money up for grabs. You
Yeah.
can take that. I'm sure that would help.
We're going straight to Lani's.
Woohoo! See you
I'll
there.
shout a beer. I'll shout the first round of beers.
George Pittar's dropped out of the lead. The boys have overtaken him. They've hauled him in. Reginato's back up 6.33. Kaias an 8.50. That is the big highlight out of this heat. Those last 2 moves were just brutal.
Yeah.
And he'd already done some decent work earlier. The wave was just shimmering away. It had a fair bit of height involved in it. The judges happy to throw these sort of numbers today because they're seeing some outstanding surfing.
Look at that water.
Yeah,
That is
it's
just
hitting its straps
beautiful.
now. It's just going off out there. 8-5. He's only got a 4-3 in his bank, and he's in second. Here is the replay again. Thanks very much, guys. It's always nice to see these big, huge numbers a second and third time. So a wind-up move. Look at that wave just shimmering away. And he really starts to string it together here. These back two moves, crunch. Nice little bit of drift, as you said. Huge finish as well. 8-5-0 into second. Really got a good look at the lead now. Needs only a 5-13. Pitar will go, hang on, I was in the lead. Well, you were. Unfortunately, your best wave is only the third best score in the heat and has been hauled in. Everybody's got a substantial 2 numbers. Kajiro Nishi is going to have to answer back now, the defending, well, the former champion from 2017. A 7-6-8. Look at the low tide out there.
Pretty low, Al.
Got a few of the locals there doing a spot of fishing. They might be looking for maybe sea urchins. Bit of food out there on the reef. Urchins of
crabs, octopus.
Crabs, macan, yep, squid, ockies.
This reef is so lively. Like, you can find any type of little creatures out there.
Might even find a few lost fins.
Yeah, for sure.
Plenty of skin, human skin on the reef.
Ooh.
Breaks up there, tubes off its head up there when it's really doing it. There's the shoreline. There's Ombak Inda just to the very left. Went down there and said hello to Annie earlier. Our former site up around the corner there. So you're parked right up around the right-hand tip of that reef.
Yeah, we're around the corner, like quite a big walk, but yeah, it's the most beautiful one. Very happy to be staying there at Krui Naka with all the crew.
Well, I've just had a huge renovation done on our room out the back here. We've now got Tent City right in front of our room. I hope there's not some gigantic speakers attached to that tonight, but we've just got the presentation stand. It's just been built probably 3 foot from my veranda. I certainly hope they're not planning on some festivities tonight. It's been a big week, another 20 heat day coming at us, so wouldn't mind getting some sort of sleep tonight, rolling into finals day.
Yeah.
But the boys have been busy building a huge structure. Tomorrow's prezzo is going to be a huge affair down here. Probably happen just after lunchtime, I reckon about 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
Look at that. What a setup.
Yep, how's the mirror on the in the water, in the little lagoon there.
We're so lucky to call this place home. Indonesia is, for me, the most beautiful country in the world.
It's a lot to like. 16, 17,000 islands. There's plenty of this that goes on around the place.
Absolutely gorgeous.
Nice work, Ryan Williams on the drone. George Pitar with priority. He got off to an early lead and held it for a majority of the heat. He's now looking at trying to track down almost 6 points. He goes Reginato, trying to improve on a 6.33. That big vertical stab has held him in really good stead.
Yeah, he's a very solid surfer. Beautiful style, quite relaxed.
Well, he's in the lead. Look at that 7.3. He's pretty handy.
Yeah.
He's got Kai's King breathing right down his neck. That was a good point of difference. Haven't seen him do one of those. So green now. George Pitar fighting for all he's worth to get back into a qualifying position. So Alistair, does he improve on a 6.33? We'll know shortly.
Yeah, with 2 minutes to go. Here's a replay of George's last wave. A nice first turn. Unfortunately, gets a little stuck as he tries to get down the line, and unfortunately doesn't ride out of that second one. He is looking for a pretty big score, though.
Alistair. Replays flying around. The end of this wave was interesting. He kind of hadn't really done anything hugely noteworthy at the start of the wave. So he's gone, right, speeding into this end bowl. I've got to do something. It was a nice float. Boom. Spins the wheels, rides down backwards, and then hoiks it back around to complete it. Pitta on again.
Oh.
Okay, Kajiro. Go for it.
Kajiro on a set out the back. A really nice second turn and wraps it around to finish it off with this section. He has that classic finishing, I'm guessing, and he's feeling it. He's pumped. Looking for a pretty big score, a 7.68.
Yep, I think there's a bit of two things involved in that claim at the end. He liked it, and he's also trying to sell it to the judges a little. Let's see, compared to some of the other scores in this heat, that was not bad. It wasn't too brutal. That was not a major. That was probably what you'd consider a pretty good turn. More of a setup move there. So this end move is one of his better of the wave. He kind of knows it. I think he's like, righto, see if I can squeeze another point off the judges by the theatrics at the end, because I think he might have needed to convince him right there.
Yeah, Kaisking looking to replace a 4.30, and George Pitter on the inside.
Still surfing for a 6 to stay in the event. We're almost done. There's a bit to still unpack here. Kajiro is owed a score. I think Green might be as well. Kaias is not owed a score, so we'll sit tight and just hope nobody dislodges him out of second place.
Yeah, we're waiting for a few scores to come through.
Yeah, nervous moments for Kaias. Had the best wave of the heat, that 8.5. Kajiro needs a 7.68. I think he needed to brutalise one of those first sections a little more. Judges might have seen that as a fair bit of setup work to get to that end bowl. Kind of been a bit picky here because the judges have been a bit stingy on scores. They want to see absolute flat out go for it surfing. Kajiro is kind of on the cusp here. And next heat will be out in the lineup hoping for a start, but the judges have probably still got their heads either on the screen or on the pads about to put in someone's fate. Either way, it was a ripping effort from Alistair. Alistair in white. I'm convinced he will still maintain the win. That fella there is asking the question, same with red. Had a lot of these finishes today. We've gone on hold for a moment because stuff goes on at the end.
Yep. Those last.
There we go. Still waiting. 7.68. They might be negotiating that number. Oh, Kajiro, what did he get? A 7.4?
7.43.
Borderline, but not quite enough. So it's going to be Reginato for the win. And I think we'll throw it on ad break. And I think it was Kaias hanging on to second position. We'll be back shortly with the next heat of the round of 16 men's.
Right, welcome back to the Krui Pro. This is Heat 2, round of 16 action. We just saw Alistair Reginato and Caius King get through. Unfortunately, Kajiro Nishi and George Pitar bowing out. Pretty high-scoring affair, that one.
Certainly was.
Bunch of 6s, 7s and 8s making up the final scores.
Yep, George Pitar had a fair bit of a share of the lead for a lot of the heat and ended up in 4th. Here's our next matchup champion. He's Elliot Parada-Reid in the red, the sole remaining Kiwi surfer. Daiki Tanaka representing a healthy bunch of Japanese surfers in the draw here. This fella, Mega Artana, goes by the alias of Megatron. And I think we also had Axel
Carota.
Megatron is a past semi-finalist the very first year this event ran, so he knows how to make it to the pointy end of the Krui Pro.
Here's the last Indonesian standing, and Elliot Parada-Reid is the last Kiwi standing. Beyond that, we have 9 Aussies and 5 Japanese making up the round of 16. So with the exception of this heat, every other heat is an all Japanese and Australian affair.
Yep. Heat 2, the round of 16, ladies and gentlemen. Things are going nuts outside, being a Saturday down here on the point. We will watch Carota wind up through his first effort. He's got a little dreamy inside runner, but just goes over the hangers. Conditions could not be any better out there right now, Chris.
Oh, I was just sitting up in the tower with the judges and the officials, and it's just got that slack wind.
Yep.
Just
look at the dead
oil
water out the back.
slick
Yep,
kind
oil
of
slick
conditions.
And after the rain yesterday morning and the no cloud afternoon, it's turned into a sauna. It really is hot out there. 29-degree water. The boys come in. When you're giving them a post-heat interview, there's sweat on the brow and they're looking around for a water bottle. It seriously is a occupational hazard. Surfing in the tropics, competing, you got to keep the fluids up. You got to keep in the shade. You sweat just about doing nothing. Thank God we got a fan in here with us, babe.
There's a lot of bigger waves breaking wide as well, out where the caddies are sitting, a little deeper into the bay. There's tons of lines. Saw a couple of occasions where you're thinking, oh, I wonder if the caddies attempted to spin and take off. I think you get fined for that kind of behaviour.
Yep, you can't be catching waves if you're caddying. No.
So Megaratana, first wave a 3.67. Mark, you spend a lot of time in this part of the world. Mega's quite a common name. Is there a meaning behind it? Is it a nickname or?
It's a good question. I'm not really sure of the answer, but I like it. You know, when people introduce themselves and go, "What's your name?" Mega. It's like, oh my God, that's kind of got rock star status attached to it. There's a few of them. Mega Samadhi's another one I can think of at the top of my head. Daiki Tanaka.
Mega Samadhi, about as much of a rock star as a priest could ever be.
Yep.
A holy man on the Bukit Peninsula.
Yep, he's a big deal out there on the Bukit and throughout Indonesia. So let's have a look at this effort. Do you like it, Chris?
I do. Yep. 3 strong turns. No downtime, fluidly moving from one to another.
Really shallow on the end of that wave. You could see him going into his final move, just having to skip over a buoy off the reef. So while we're waiting for those numbers, we'll throw over to Giada Lagardi to have a chat with the winner of the last heat, Alistair Reginato.
All right, I'm here with the winner of the last heat, Alistair Reginato. You had an amazing first heat as well as the second one. Was there any change in strategy, or were you just trying to keep it all the same?
Pretty similar, yeah. I kind of have an idea of what kind of wave I want out here, so yeah, kind of just kept that in mind and tried to implement something I did this morning, and felt like I did that pretty well, but yeah, pretty similar strategy.
So, you know, you're going for a great score and unfortunately just fell off you just fell off that score. You knew it was going to be big. So what do you tell yourself to keep calm, get out there and start from zero kind of?
Yeah, that was pretty kind of frustrating. I finally connected with probably the best wave I've had all event, and felt like I teed off a couple of times and then come unstuck at the end is pretty annoying. But to get a 7-3 falling off on the end is somewhat motivating, knowing that you can get scores without finishing. But yeah, just kind of going out and maybe trying not to do that again and finish your waves.
So you guys are clearly not used to this heat. What do you guys do to like cool down, or is there any other strategy to keep yourself cool?
No, trying everything. Going back into the aircon. I know having a few bintangs in the arvo seems to cool me down a fair bit. So yeah, just doing basically everything we can to cool down. Middle of the day, it's pretty hot out there, but I mean the waves are so fun, crystal clear water. Can't complain too much.
All right. Is there anything you'd like to say to your friends and family back at home?
Yeah, it's actually like one of my auntie's 50th birthday today, and also one of my best mates' 58th birthday today. So big shout out to them and all the crew partying tonight.
All right. Thank you. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks a lot, G. Having a chat with Alistair Reginato. So 2 Italians there.
Yeah.
One from the sunny coast and one from Canggu.
There we go. All right, so this heat at this present time, Daiki Tanaka a 5.83, Megatron a 3.67, Axel, mid-range 2 and just a 1 for Al. So this is, as you were alluding to, our final international heat, 4-person heat. The rest of the matchups are squarely Australians and Japanese. So the Asian region is being held in good stead is what I'm seeing out of all this, Chris. 6 of the top ranks on the Asian region at the end of the QS rounds will get an invite into the Challenger Series, and I think there's going to be some good representation.
Yeah, last year I think that was comprised of
3 Indos, I think.
Katut, Agus,
Oni
Anwar,
Kian
Martin representing Sweden.
Oops, okay.
And then I don't remember which Japanese surfers made it in there as well.
So just over 20 minutes, there's the White Sands right out in front of Ombak Indoor Resort. A lot of crew sitting in the shaded areas up there checking out the view, which is just ideal from that location. Same with where we are positioned in the resort next door, Karang Nimbor. Lots of good accommodation options along the point. Something there to suit everyone's budgets. So if you are thinking of coming to this neck of the woods, just kind of Google around, and there would be more than 15 real top selections there that you could choose from. There's some that will suit a lower end of the budget, just the travelling guy surfer by himself. There's stuff for families, there's swimming pools, all sort of luxury as well. Daiki.
Yeah, Daiki Tanaka on his backhand. Oh, that is just pretty as a picture. Look at those scenes as he works his way down the line. Not done yet either, so a string of good turns. This one continues to run, and Daiki, oof, it's pretty shallow there. Goes down right at the end section, but not to matter. Plenty of points available for him up the top. That flips priority to Axel Carrotta, the man we just saw on the screen. So yeah, last year's Asian qualifiers for the Challenger Series, Katutagos took it out. As we see the replay of Daiki Tanaka.
Yeah, he'll get a pretty good number for this. He was already sitting in first position, stabbing away non-stop every opportunity, really keeping busy. Finish there, small wave on the shallow part of the reef. It was a little incompletion, but he did some pretty good work prior to that spot. Probably going to have the 2 best scores.
Yeah, so last year's Asian QS rankings, won by Katutagos from Bali. Second was Oni Anwar from Sumbawa. Third, the man in this heat in the blue jersey, Daiki Tanaka, was the top-ranked Japanese surfer. John Mark Takong from the Philippines finished 4th. Kian Martin, surfing for Sweden, lives in Bali, of Brazilian heritage. came 5th.
Takes an Asian spot.
And Tenchi Iwami, Japanese junior, snuck in 6th. Only just from Joe Azuki, Kajiro Nishi, Yuji Nishi, and Hiroto Arai. So of the top 10, there was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Japanese, but only two of them, Daiki Tanaka and Tenchi Iwami, qualified for the challenges.
All right, so that's a good blend across the Asian region. It's nice to see the Philippines represented there as well with their great hope in Marimar, John Mark Tokong. Some waves start to peel down the reef. Top priority is Axel in the green. He really likes what he sees on this one, so he's going to pull the trigger. Let's have a look at his second wave. His first was only a mid-2, so starts off with the big rock and roll floater. Things steepen up a little and gets a nice splash in Feb's face, the photographer, Frederico. All right, a nice completion there. That's better. That's some of his best work. It's probably going to take him. It will take him to second and probably drop him right behind Daiki, whose last wave was a 4.67.
Right, let's have a look at this replay right now. Axel Kuroda climbs up and over, a really unhurried, casual, stylish first turn. Second turn was nicely placed. Gets the closeout jam. So pretty complete wave from start to finish. Didn't put a foot wrong. No like super explosive moments, but that'll be a decent number, especially when you look at that scoreboard right now and you just see 1s, 2s, 3s, 4s and 5s.
Yep, it's got to be up there with the second or so best scores of the heat. Be in the neighbourhood of what Daiki's put together.
Yeah, currently Daiki Tanaka has the best 2 waves of the heat. That's why he's winning. So who have we got up next after this? Morgan Siblick is the surfer in red. Joe Azuki in blue. Tully Wiley and Mike Clayton Brown. So 3 Aussies and a Japanese in this one.
Yeah, Mike Clayton Brown, a 9.43 in his last outing. Morgan put together a 9 and a 7.3. Joe and Tully are going to have to be on guard. It is another heavy matchup. 3 Australians, 1 Japanese surfer coming up heat 3. For the crew online that might be listening in then going, okay, who's that leave? I tell you, it will leave Rinta Uto, Lennox Smith, Riaru Ito and Xavier Huxtable in heat 4.
Okay, that was Axel Kuroda. We missed the start of it. Hopefully we can catch up on a replay. Alright, Barat of Reed has priority. Mega Atana has second priority. Daiki Tanaka third, but in the lead with a 5.83 and a 4.67.
So we're still owed a vital number from Axel.
Yep.
Red's on the hunt. Elliot. So the sole remaining Kiwi winds up down the line. He's a big fella. He's got plenty of experience in what he brings to competitive surfing. You could see the expletives bust out of his mouth. And the way he races off without him, here we go. This is Megatron.
Megatana on his forehand. That was a first fiery, strong turn. Repeats treatment a second time. Both had like a really consistent, even, chunky fan of spray. So 2 big bashes from the Bali boy. And we'll be able to dissect that now on the replay.
Yep, they would have been both hoping for a bit more out of these waves when they saw the lines approaching. So Megas was quite a short wave. It was 1 medium hit, not a bad finish. Elliot got not a whole lot going on. This fella is doing better.
Yeah, Axel Kuroda still waiting on a decent score to come in, but he's not waiting. He's just going to keep working, keep moving, keep in motion, and he's doing it very nicely. He's found himself a gem that just keeps on running. He'll keep building the tension, building the drama, and adding to his score as he works his way down the line, kicks out, and he'd be feeling pretty good with 13 minutes 20 to run as he begins the long paddle back to the top of the point.
So here it is again. If you missed it and you want to have a look at Axel's wave number 3, that was a good way to catch the judges' attention, and again just immediately blasting into a combination of major moves. Judges have been loving that 2-turn combo. It's part of the criteria. Yep, a combination of major maneuvers. It's right there in the criteria. Axel surfing to it perfectly. He's already into second with his last wave being a 5.9 a couple of waves ago. He's now got that score to drop. Mega's got his sort of rushed 2-turn combo to come in as well. But geez, Axel's going to add another substantial number here. 4.6, he'll go to first position here.
Yeah, I think so. So the 5.9, marginally over Daiki Tanaka for the best wave of the heat. And here goes Mega Atana once again. Flying down the line. First turn was strong. He's widening the stance. Is he? Oh, I thought he was eyeing off a ramp, but not to be.
Stays busy. He doesn't just sit there and let time tick away. He's always proactive, especially when he's not in a qualifying position. Yeah, he did widen the stance, but didn't get the lift off right. So plenty of time, 12 minutes is substantial. Everybody could still improve their totals. We're tipping Axel to go into the lead once his last number drops, but this guy's going to have something to say about it.
Yeah, Daiki Tanaka has found himself, well,
underwater.
Yeah, I was going to call it a good looking wave, but it did fill up with water pretty much as he got to his feet, and we could see his first encounter with the lip. There was just nothing there for him to hit, so he goes down. It's funny, you can take your visual cues from obviously what you see. Mega Atana stands up. He's got that fluoro spray. He's got the fluoro board shorts, the squat sort of staunch, wide stance, goofy foot with the Billabong sticker on the nose, and you get little flashes of Italo Ferreira when he does that top turn and throws the spray, and he's super quick, really fast twitch kind of muscles.
Yep, he's a small nugget of a guy. He's definitely springs from move to move, so I can see where your comparisons are. He's also got a touch of the Garutz about him too once he gets going, because he surfs with that non-stop spring into the next move. He's really got a lot to like about his technique. He's not that old. He's been going around at events though for quite a while, waving to the crowd there on screen. A third position here back in 2017, so he knows how to compete at the highest level.
Okay, last score in for Axel Carotto, a 5.7. So he now has the first and third best waves of this heat.
Still no blockbuster numbers to really shut the gate here, so everybody's still in with a sniff. Elliot arose from the dead in his earlier heat this morning to put himself in this position. He's got a high 7, almost an 8 to get out of trouble is the requirement. Carotto wants it all again.
Yeah, I think Elliot would be pretty happy to get rid of both of those scores. You don't want to be leaving yourself with a 2.57 in your scoreline in sort of the last few minutes of a heat.
So just starting to notice a few of those oil slick patches starting to fill up with a little bit of ruffle. The breeze have turned from nothing to 1 knot of kind of westerly direction. Either way, we'll cool things down on the coast here. Who's got priority? Al, that's him in the red. Representing New Zealand.
Yeah, priority kind of snaking its way back through the field. Elliot Parada Reid in the red has first priority. Mega Atana in white has second. Daiki Tanaka in blue has third, and now Axel Carotta's going to throw the cat amongst the pigeons and start making some moves of his own, see if he can't disrupt things a little bit. He is in the lead, so maybe he's just going to go camp out up the top of the point and see if eventually priority falls his way. Or alternatively, we've seen guys and girls from inside catch waves that stay inside and don't give the pack an opportunity. That might be the case right now.
Well, he's trying to sell this wave to the boys down the line. They're not buying into it. It's going to break right on the reef. He's trying to get his priority into a better position by looking down at those guys going, well, I'm showing plenty of interest. Who wants it?
It's like trying to trade draft picks or something. Look, I'll give you this little inside runner if you give me third.
You lose your fins if you catch something that's too small. Bone dry there at the moment. At least he's been kind of, you know, active about trying to improve his position. You could just park up near the others and accept that you're going to get fourth pick, or you could sort of try and get a bit of salesmanship going, or just investigate a different part of the reef than these guys are on.
Yeah, I've seen plenty of surfers do the opposite. Instead of paddling up, they sit down and get the ones that don't quite give the rest of the pack an opportunity. And it's amazing how many times you see those in-betweeners just hit the reef at the right sort of part and just run. And, you know, we saw Alistair Reginato do that in his first heat this morning. Bank 2 sevens under priority the whole time, just really letting his surfing do the talking on some slightly smaller waves, but waves with just that perfect shape.
All right, the boys are all getting a bit edgy now. Everybody's sitting on a 2-wave total they wouldn't be happy with. There could be some easy improvements coming. Once again, Alex trying to sell waves, having a look at anything that's moving. They've got to be a certain size though before you can pull the trigger, or you're going to lose fins and you'd have no room to move anyway. So Alex is giving everyone a little nudge here, and he's trying to...
He's just selling candy all over the place.
It's just a bit of window shopping. He's looking at everything and buying nothing.
Well, this might be one of those wider ones I was talking about earlier. He's got nothing to lose by having a look. And here goes Axel Carotta. So he's been staying very busy. And I don't know if this is on its way to going into his top 2. That turn was pretty vicious. He's got the big end section belt now. A bit of flair would be nice.
Yeah,
does hang on to it, but that one was never really convincing. His body language sort of suggests he's semi-engaged at best.
Yep, no, there wasn't a difficult section on that wave. All the bits he hit were just easy peasy stuff. Nothing brutal, so no risk attached to this wave. Lots of motion, a fair bit of surfing, lots of chook feathers out the back of the second turn, but the judges won't really buy into this. They've been sticking to their theory of big sucky sections or drops into the fair range.
Had a few people quiz me over your chook feathers call over the last few days. Mark, run us through that one for the international audience who doesn't quite understand where you're coming from.
Okay, I've got a flashback to our commentary at the Margaret River Pro. It happened a few years ago. Dave McCauley was in the booth for a number of years. Dave brought it up first. He was the first one to throw that at me, and I had such a giggle, and I went, well, he goes, it kind of is, because it's like someone's just throwing a whole bunch of white feathers up in there. And I said, oh, yeah, I get it. So we started using it, and the crowd had a bit of a snigger and a giggle, and that's kind of just in my repertoire now. So D-Mac, that's because of you.
Okay, here goes Elliot Parata Reid on his backhand. Oh, this is more like it from the Kiwi. Got the tail up and over. Has a look up at his mates on the athlete's deck and dives off. And that's 3 turns for Elliot Parata Reid, and he is not going to be in last place anymore, you wouldn't imagine. Talk us through this one.
All right, I can sense a bit of frustration build up here for Al. The down the line drive and just the body language through those moves. He was really heavily engaged in that wave. He had the eyes down the line the whole way. Some pretty brutal hits. There was a fair bit of projection out of moves without the real top to bottom hits. He's on again, so I saw him paddle off heading wide. Here he is.
Yep, big turn, not to be. Couldn't quite reconnect with the open face. Here goes Mega Atana. Good looking wall, long, drawn out carve. Wave sort of shoulders out a little bit. Mega would be wanting this one to stand up and give him a bit of an opportunity. Skates past Elliott, still just carving his way to the inside, not to be, gets out of there. So a couple of high points at the start of that wave, then not much beyond it. Elliott Parada-Reid, his second last wave is going to be the one of interest, but talk us through this replay.
All right, well, you can just see the spring in his surfing. Here he goes. Boom, straight out of that and just gives it a pump. No fuss, easy to get around that section. The wave kind of lets him down, though. You can see him trying for all his worth to find and dial up a steep section, but he's denied the whole way. Eventually has to give up on it. I don't think he gets the number. His first turn was the definite highlight reel right there, and the rest of it was a bit ho-hum. So the judges, to get a 5.14, they're going to want to see a little bit more than that. Elliott's number will put him in a better position. Easily Elliott's best wave, so the 7.93 requirement will be ditched. Time is a real factor, though, for both these two. I don't think either of them will move into second spot with that last effort.
So I've got a confession about your chook feathers call.
Go ahead.
I've commentated with you for years, and I always assumed it had something to do with a dog getting in the chicken shed and the resulting carnage that could come from it.
Nah, the chook feathers is the spray out the back. Come on.
Okay, here goes Daiki Tanaka. He's sitting in second. Last wave for Elliott Parada-Reid, a 6.57. Best wave of the heat. He now requires a 3.93, but time is in short supply. 90 seconds remaining. Elliott Parada basically needs a 4.
Yep, that's why he paddled straight out wide to give himself another opportunity. All the guys with priority ahead of him were up the point. Megatron will be anxious to hear, was it a 5.14? He's not sure. Daiki's trying to get some intel. Who do I go and sit on? Better make it red at this point.
1 minute to run.
Megatron will be well out of the picture and probably won't feature back up onto the point.
Elliott Parada-Reid has picked up second priority.
Here
We
he is.
saw him apologise earlier for claiming a 3. Can he go one better and apologise for claiming a 4 in the last minute of this heat? He is steaming out to the top of the lineup. Look at him go. He's got the outboard on. He's dragging Daiki and Axel with him.
And they've left Mega off the leash.
And do you think at some point Elliott is going to dart the other way? Pull the 180, the Top Gun, hit the brakes and let him fly right by?
No, he's going to keep moving.
30 seconds. He needs to find any kind of opportunity. Daiki Tanaka is hot on his heels. 20 seconds remaining. Elliott might just force Daiki into this one. Not to be, unfortunately. 10 seconds, and it's looking like Axel Kuroda and Daiki Tanaka are through. Elliott Parada-Reid, he's had a frustrating day, and it looks like that frustration will continue. And unfortunately, that is our last Kiwi bowing out of the draw.
Yep, so the Australian and the Japanese surfer do the 1-2. Heat 3 is just about to start. So we'll throw down to an ad break. I'll go have a chat with Axel and we'll be back shortly.
Hello. 3 of the round of 16. We just saw a closely fought affair taken out by the Aussie, Axel Kuroda, over Daiki Tanaka from Japan. And unfortunately, Mega Atana and Elliot Parada-Reed bowing out. In the water right now, one of the biggest names in the draw, Morgan Siblick is the Aussie in red. Joe Azuki is the Japanese surfer in white. And Tully Wiley and Mike Clayton Brown round out a 3-strong Aussie contingent. And I'm joined in the booth for the first time this event by Tibby Jabrick. G'day, mate.
Hey, Binzi, how are you?
Very well. What do you make of the conditions that we've been witnessing so far today?
Yeah, I think this is one of the best conditions we have all week. I have to say, Krui has been delivering.
Here goes Morgan Siblick on his backhand. Low tide runner. First turn was really strong. Repeats the treatment once again, and not the biggest wave, but he's going to be banking some pretty solid points if he can keep this up down the line. Gets the big end section bash, and he is out of there. So first move, an advantage to Morgan Siblick from Newcastle, New South Wales, Australia.
Yeah, that was a good opening there from Morgan. Looks like we have another replay here. Actually, they're all sitting really deep right there, Binzi. And when the tide is a little bit lower, like right now, it hugs really good on that reef right there. And if you keep going right there, that's usually where the bigger waves are breaking, but they are sitting really deep. And here we go. This is Joe Azuchi from Japan. Joe is a young surfer from Shikoku Island. He been a regular surfer here in the Asian leg of QS that happens in Indonesia.
Yeah, I remember him competing in World Juniors probably 5 or 6 years ago. He's one of the bigger names in the Japanese roster. Finished 7th last year, I think, in the Asian region to narrowly miss out on the challenges.
Yeah. Yeah, I think, you know, to have a quality wave like Krui here is really important for the development of, you know, surfing in Asia. We're going to have also a couple new events happening in Asia. We're going to have India, and hopefully there is something in brewing, you know, in Bali. Hopefully we can see one more edition of a QS. You know, we're working on it. One good thing is Nias is coming back this year. You know, it's going to be a... Hopefully we're gonna announce anytime, you know, this month. Hopefully, we missed Nias as a back-to-back event with Krui, but they committed to be back in September, so that's a good news.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Any idea if it'll be a 1,000, 3,000, 5,000, a 10,000 for the first time?
There is no 10,000 this year, so
it's a challenger, isn't it?
Yeah, but challenger is not something that we're looking for here in Indo. You know, we always want to keep the event as a, you know, QS 1,000 to 5,000, hopefully, and I think we're gonna try to push it into QS 5,000 and also the junior event. That's what we're aiming for. And then yeah, at the end of the year we're gonna have an event in Papua. That's gonna be in December. And before that, there's a couple events in Asia like Japan, Taiwan, Philippines. So it's going to be a really good event.
India
is coming, yeah.
How good. The Tamil Nadu Pro. Can't wait for that one.
Yeah, I have to say a big thank you also to, you know, like all the WSL crew that been putting the seat here back in the days, you know. We have Robo, you know, been here for, you know, numbers of years. Here we go. Looks like there's something going on right there. Ooh, tussle and...
So that was Mike Clayton Brown
and Tully Wiley, yeah.
And Tully Wiley.
Wow.
I don't know if anything actually came of that. Mike was on the inside. Tully was just kind of sitting on the shoulder.
Yeah.
Priority is with Tully. 317 the opening score for Joe Azuki. Still waiting on the first number for Morgan Siblick, which will be the best wave of the heat so far.
And while we wait for those scores to drop in, we are going to go and catch up with the winner of the last heat.
All right, here with the winner of the very last heat, Axel Kuroda. Worldwide audience watching here, mate. Would you like to tell us a few stats about yourself quickly?
Well, I'm 19 from North Stain, Manly. That's about it, which I can say right now. Yeah.
Have you done much other QS stuff before?
Yeah, this is like my 3rd season on the QS, but the last season or 2 I've been like focusing like pretty solid on it and locking in. But yeah, this is my best result so far by far. Yeah, it was a goal of mine to get to this round, and I'm just stoked I made it.
All right, so that was going to be my next question, your best result. So I'm finding out more about you as we go. Tell us about that heat, and we were talking about conditions and how hot it is. Tell the world what it's like paddling out after a wave when you've just belted off a bunch of moves. You must just about be sweating, yeah?
Yeah, the water definitely doesn't make you any cooler out there. It's yeah, it's so hot and exhausting. Like after one heat this morning, I was like dehydrated and everything, so just had to go back in the shade and reset. But yeah, it gets a bit tricky with the lower tide because it sections off a bit more. But I kind of noticed that, and I was just like planning on like 2 solid hits, and I know you'll get scores. You don't have to link it all the way.
Yeah, no, good theory because it definitely worked. I noticed the breeze went on shore at the back end of that heat. Did you notice that?
Yeah, I kind of like that a bit more out here. It gives you more of a lip to hit, kind of sections down, gives you a bit more of a coping to bounce off. But yeah, that doesn't really affect it at all. The face is still really clean.
You seem to be well drilled, mate. Would you like to give your coach a shout out?
Yeah, I'd like to give a massive shout out to Diane Neve Box Body from North Stain. I've been working with him heaps, and he's kind of just getting me my mental side like down pat, because that's what I've been focusing on. And yeah, he's helped me massively with everything the last couple months. So shout out to him and everyone at home, all the bench boys. I know you'll be watching. Yeah, sweet.
All right, well, a lazy Saturday afternoon down there in North Stain. Good on you, Axel. I'm going to shake your hand and say all the best for the Savos man-on-man heat.
Thank you. Thanks heaps.
Cheers, bro. You over and out.
Thank you very much, Mark Clift, and thank you very much, Axel Kuroda. And big, mention to his coach, Dayan Neve. Day off. Pride of North Stain. Haven't heard that name in a few years. Of course, Dayan qualified for the championship tour, I'm going to say in 2007, so 2008 would have been his rookie year. And he had a good sort of 3 or 4 year run. I think he qualified the same time as Kai Otten. So the 2 lads both coming from Manly to make it onto the World Tour. Speaking of guys qualifying, Tully Wiley would love to. He's going to take good results on the QS, and he was just tearing on that last wave. And here goes Joe Azuki with some work to do, and he did it nicely.
Yeah, that was a really good exchange between those 2 surfers between those interviews. You know what? There's a lot of young guys from Australia, Japan that come here. And you know, it looks like, you know, chasing the dream is a big part of every surfer these days. Yeah, they want to be where, you know, like Diane Neve back in the days, or you know, like Morgan Sibilik was. He was there. He'd have a taste of you know, the top level of surfing, and he want to get back there. And this is one of the platform for all the surfers to get back there.
Yeah, Morgan Sibilik, a championship tour final under his belt, a WSL finals appearance at Trestles as well, so finishing in the top 5. Here goes Mike Clayton Brown in green on his backhand. First turn was strong, second turn was even stronger. Big bucket of spray. He's not done yet either. MCB is smacking this one from start to finish, and just a little bit of icing to put on the cake right there, and he gives himself a little rev up as he kicked out. Why not? He's already got a 6.33. This wave will put him into the lead pretty comfortably. And talk us through the replay, Tippy.
Yeah, I think this is what the judges are looking for, you know, like super round, you know, close to the pocket, you know, like all the sprays is on the sky. Just another check turn before that one, and this is just a finishing turn from him. It could goes into a, you know, a good number here, because when he started that ride, it was super close and tight on that pocket. So talking about Morgan Sibilik, you know, he's one of the surfers that always score a high number, and I think experience just show what, you know, caliber he is.
Incredible on his backhand. Yeah, did so well through that Aussie leg. At home in Newcastle, then in the left-handers of Narrabeen, then on the running lefts of Strickland Bay at Rottnest Island, Wadjamup.
Yeah, he did really good on that. I have to say that was a Corona season on the WCT campaign, because there was like what, 4 back-to-back event in Oz.
Yeah, it was the Aussie Quaddie, as Rip Curl called it. They sponsored all 4 events.
Yeah, here we go. This is Morgan Sibilik.
So this is Morgs, and that was really where he put his name up in lights in the surfing world. It was his rookie season. He finished in the top 5, and it seemed like the bigger name of the surfer he came up against, the stronger he surfed.
So talking about, you know, this backside from Morgan, do you think every surfers that come from Newcastle have a good backside? Look at Ryan Callanan. He's one of his lethal weapon is his backside.
Yeah, I mean, even a guy like Matt Hoy, he won St. Lou at the CT level on his backhand.
Yeah. Matt Hoy, he's busy with his beer company these days, probably, no?
I think he's busy with all sorts of stuff. Old Hoyo.
Just rock and rolling back at home, probably at Newcastle. One thing we know about Hoyo, he always come to Bali, always bring a good energy. And yeah, he used to be a strong member of Quicksilver back in the days with, you know, Jake Pato and myself. We kind of like share a lot of good times.
Hoyo got a result at one of the G-Land events too. Back in sort of 98, 99 when it was...
It was 95 to 97.
Yeah, the peak of the Dream Tour.
I think that was when the Dream Tour started. If I'm not wrong, Renato told ASP that time that we need to move to a, you know, some tropical perfection, and when they went to G-Land, I think it started off a lot of, you know, good waves on the tour.
Yeah, that was Bugs' era as CEO, Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew. And we saw events like G-Land, and then followed on with Cloud Break and the like. Here goes Tully Wiley. He's got a 5.93 to his name. It's not going to take much to put him in the mix for second.
Yeah, nice condition today, I have to say, Binzi. This is like a dreamy condition for every competitors that come, you know, to any competition. And we can see there, you know, this is a nice one from Morgan.
Oh, he had to work hard to dig that one out, but he did. And he's still going to keep working away at this one. So, just over 15 minutes to go, you see Morgs sort of shaking his head. He's not impressed with, I think it was his second or third turn where he kind of got a little bit hung up. The opener was really strong, huge sheet of spray. That one, yeah, it was just pure brute strength that forced his board through it. And he did finish the wave, but he will know that he left a few points behind. Anyway, he'll shake that off like the pro that he is. Mike Clayton Brown, a 7.23 and a 6.33 is in the lead. Joe Azuki is chasing a 7.9 for first. Morgan Sibilik, he only needs a 1.7. He's obviously done that pretty comfortably. And Tully Wiley is waiting for a score as well. Here goes Mike Clayton Brown.
So yeah, currently sitting in the first place with a 7, and now, ooh, it's a little bit of a condition change there. So here we go. This is Mike on his, I have to say, oh, that's a good ride right there, Binzi.
Yeah, spicy turn to finish off. A little bit of variety. Here goes Joe Azuki on his backhand. That was precise. And it goes again, vertical, just whips his board so fast through those 3 turns in a row.
Wow. This heat can just go any side right now, because 4 surfers just back to back, just you know, getting the numbers that they're looking for. But here we go. This is another replay from Joe.
How's that style?
Yeah.
Knock knee, nice and tight. Very economical movement. It was the first turn for me. The second turn wasn't bad, and the third sealing the deal.
Yeah, that would be a good number for Joe, but here we go. This is a MCB. Nice there. I have to say maybe this one is the one that he's looking for. That wave just keep growing on him. 4 turns. Tali Wiley, this is why all the judges earn their money, have to give all the numbers to all these surfers almost simultaneously. So Tali is the only goofy footer surfing on this heat. Is this an advantage for him, or this is some kind of a extra work for him? We don't know.
Yeah, it's a little bit of both. We have seen a lot of natural footers in action, so being on your forehand gives you a bit of point of difference. You can, you know, carve different lines, attack different sections of the wave.
Yeah. I have to say, like, one of my favorite surfer on this event is actually Jarvis Earl. I thought he gonna have that heat before, but surprisingly, there's another Japanese guy that surfed identical to him, Ryaru Ito, and it's actually about the wave selection, and the young Japanese get a better one, and I have to say goodbye to Jarvis, and great surfer from the Japanese surfer.
Speaking of great Japanese surfers, no Hiroto Ohara at this event. Was there? He's still doing the challenges, right?
I think he got a wild card into the challenger, but if I'm not wrong, he's he's having a young family. He just have a kid during just after the Olympic, so maybe he's just preparing for next year. Who knows? Yeah, there's more of the Japanese younger generation on the QS campaign this year, but I have to say there's more of the young Japanese girls on that campaign this year, and
Well,
they're dominating.
That was my next question on the Japanese women's front. No Amuro Suzuki here.
No, I don't know. Maybe she's just focusing for South Africa on the next event.
Challenger Series.
Yeah.
All right, we've got some scores in. Morgan Siblick has a 717 and a 787 to be sitting in the lead. Mike Clayton Brown has a 727 and a 633. He needs a 778 for first. Tully Wiley has a 593 and a 467. He needs a 767 to jump up to second. And Joe Azuki is chasing a 7.9 to get up to second. So these are the kind of scores that we're expecting as we get deeper and deeper into the draw. There's berths in the quarterfinals at stake.
Yeah.
And Morgan Siblick setting the tone, 15 points. Has him with 1 foot in the quarters, but he's got 3 guys hot on his heels who'll be doing all they can to not only join him, but maybe even bump him out altogether.
Yeah. You know, Morgan with 15 plus points, it's putting more pressure on the other 3 guys. But, you know, with 10 minutes still to come, I think 797 when the waves are, you know, providing for Joe or even Tali Wiley, I think everything still possible. And, yeah, hopefully we can see a good condition tomorrow for finals day, because we have numbers of Indonesian surfers surfing in the final of the junior. We have Weston Hurst, we have Bronson Mady, and we also have Made Ariana. That's going to be a really good finals to watch. Here we go, MCB. Just on a smaller runner here.
Punt.
But this thing is just growing and trying to do something different there, because he knows he already have a pretty good commanding second place there.
Yeah, well, with a light onshore coming up, if the ramp's there, why not throw up
something different?
A punt or two?
Yeah. You know, talking about this event, there's a lot of big names that come to this event, and you know, to have like profile like, you know, like Sky Brown, Sierra Kerr, you know, even Morgan Sibilig, you know, it's amazing to have, you know, this kind of names that come to you know, like to an unknown destination as Krui, so hopefully, the Indonesian government can have a more motivation, by the local government putting this kind of event, because there's numbers of potential places that we can do, this kind of international events. We haven't even go back to Mentawais, Binzi, and
oh, I know.
and one of my biggest tasks that AAC, we're working our as hard as we can to bring an event back to Mentawais. We're aiming for Macarones or HD, in the near future, because we need. AAC is the company that working hard with the local government and connected to WSL. We want to have the Indonesian events on the map of one of the best event that we have in the WSL series. So just keep training, save up, and maybe in the near future we're gonna have event in Macaronis or HD on the on the list.
Well, you probably want to do them back to back. I'd say do both.
Could be back to back between one of the NIAS event or something. We want to have a consistent event in the next future. We don't want to have like a bit of a inconsistent on the schedule. We want to have them at least 5 years on the schedule.
What goes into deciding where you'll have these events? Like you've been to Lakey Peak in the past, is that a consideration? Is it the individual governments and their willingness to get involved from the different regencies? Are there some ways where you just consider them off limits and a bit too hard, or maybe even a bit sensitive with the crowds and stuff? You don't want to draw attention to them. There's obviously a lot of factors at play.
Yeah, but if you talk about we're dealing with individuals. Individuals is a human being. Human being means like they have their own personal motivation. Like if I have to say the head of a Krui, the Bupati of Pesisir Barat, he have the right motivation to grow his region. So it's all about the head of the region. If they want to push their potential, it's all about they're willing to put the financial support. At the end of the day, you need to invest. It's an investment. To have their area on the map, you need to invest, because without investment you're not going to have anything. So when we're talking about inconsistency, like places like Lakey Peak or all those places that they're on the tour on the map like in the 90s, but they're not there anymore, it's just lack of I have to say understanding of the potential, because Indonesia is a tourism destination. We need to invest so people come to that area. So it's just about connecting with the right people. That's how I have to say.
All right, well, Mike Clayton-Brown looks like he might have just connected with a pretty good wave, given he's down in 4th priority. Releases the tail. That was a beautiful turn.
Yeah.
Not sure if that's going to replace his 6.33. 5.5 minutes to go, so we just had a few very sleepy minutes. Joe Azuki is sitting in 3rd, chasing a 6.23. Tully Wiley is sitting in 4th, still chasing a 7.67.
Where's Tyler Wiley from, Binzi?
He's from Torquay.
Oh yeah. Big boy from Torquay, yeah.
Yeah, he and Xavier Huxtable, Spencer Kay, they all travel together.
Yeah. Look at that. There's a lot of sea creatures here surfing with you. There's a turtle out the back, and there's also fish jumping around, and there's a local fisherman's. I have to say, this coast of Krui is just been delivering a lot of adventure, But you don't have to worry. Even though you're like almost at the end of the world here, the waves are perfect. The road is kind of like bring you to another surfing destination. If you want to have a coffee, there's a cafes around. There's your comfort needs that you need. Way back from home, we have them here. So I think it's a good destination. But with 200 people in the water, it's hard for us to find a wave. Have you been surfing, Binzi?
I surfed before the event started. I've only surfed out here at Ujung Bechor once, but I'm staying on for a week afterwards.
Oh, good on you. So you can have a good feeling of a real Krui. without all these QE warriors. Yeah.
Exactly. Great blokes. And they're friendly enough in the water, but they catch a lot of waves and they never fall off.
Yeah, but that's the nature of professional surfers. They're super hungry. They
have to be.
Yeah, they're super focused. They know where they want to be. They have. I have to say, a lot of these young guys, they have another 5 to 7 years of their career if they don't make it into the top level. So they will travel a lot of QS, and it's tough to be in the top league, but to have the experience to travel, meeting a lot of people, on the road, it's a good experience also.
Yeah, I don't like surfing around these events too much because I know that the surfers are doing all they can to practice and prepare for their heats, and that's one of the reasons why Bells has been my favourite event for a long time, because there's another wave just around the corner. Winky Pop.
I was going to say Jane Jock.
Yeah, no. if you're from Torquay, cover your ears now. No, never Jane Jock.
I thought you were going to say Jane Jock is my favorite wave there, Binzi, because I have a couple friends from Jane Jock, and they claim that Jane Jock, when it's on, it's one of the best waves in the world.
Anywhere when it's on is one of the best waves in
For
the world.
sure.
It's just a matter of whether it's on or not. And yeah, anyway. But Winky Pop, amazing right hand point break, and it's not where the CT is generally held. So you can surf there without feeling guilty whatsoever, because you're not keeping someone off a wave that they should be practicing at.
Ah, I see. I never really surfed Winky. I surfed Bells, but yeah, it was cold. It was big. Not like your normal Legian days.
Winky for the win.
So here we go. 1 minute and 45 seconds to go. We already see Javier Huxtable on the screen before that he's going to be on the next heat.
Yep, another Torquay lad. Turned 21 a couple of nights ago.
Wow, could be another big karaoke night on the bar for.
Yeah, not only did everyone sing him happy birthday, they sang Bruno Mars, they sang John Denver, they sang.
Country Road is always on every on every tour.
I think that's the national anthem here in Pesisir, Barat.
Yeah. Yeah, what a strong performance here from Morgan Sibilik, putting a strong, exclamation here, as one of the highest seed in this event. He want to go back into the, challenger and also even the CT.
I think he's making a statement in this heat for mine. He is the man to beat in the draw. Talk that the swell's going to keep coming up tomorrow, is that we were hearing, Tibby? In which case, I think Morgs is going to find another gear, and he's in for, if he can get through the quarters, because we still have that to run today.
Yeah. It's going to be a really short day tomorrow. Finals day is, just a couple semis and finals.
Yeah, we've got 4 divisions to sort out tomorrow, so we'll have, 10 heats?
Around 8 heats, yeah. 2 semis and then 4 finals.
Yeah, beautiful.
10 minutes to go. Looks like this could be Tully Wiley's last try on this one. What he gonna do? He need a 7.67 here, Binzi. That's a big wrap around there. Is this gonna be? Can he catch that one? Oh. Only 2 turns.
Unlucky for Tully. He just didn't really find any waves that gave him much of an opportunity in that heat. Morgan Siblik's gonna take the win. Looking like Mike Clayton Brown through in second.
Yeah. And I'm off from here. So Binzi, good luck for the rest of the event, and
no worries. I'm going to go and have a chat to Morgan Siblik as well. We're going to throw to an ad break. Don't go anywhere. More from the Krui Pro right after this.
All right, we are back in the Arvo glare, mate, and ripping straight into it. Looks like the X-Man.
Yeah, looks like the familiar style of the Victorian. Banging away at the lip of the wave, as he always does. That's a really good turn of speed he's just put on. And does he get the completion?
Yep.
Of course he does.
So, 21 and 2 days old now, Xavier Huxtable. Boys turned it up down there at Lavina the other night, I heard. And you got to celebrate milestones. Would expect nothing less on you boys. So who else we have in this heat is Rinta Uto in the red. Lennox Smith, owner of the biggest number so far in the event, is in blue. Yep. Ryaru Ito had a whopping 8.5 in his last heat. There he is. He's in the white, and that was the X-Man there in green, Xavier Huxtable.
Yeah, Ito, a dangerous competitor.
Love his style.
Yep. Here he goes.
Boom. Yep, so he's going pretty well. A couple of big hits. You can see the texture of the surface is not shimmering like it was just an hour ago. Little fluffy onshore is making life pretty bangable for Rinta. Man, he's definitely capitalised on every single section. Not a big wave, but a damn good one. You can see how shallow it gets at the end there.
Yet tide dropping out.
Don't want to be nose diving on your end move. All right, so we missed the start of this. We only saw the back end. Oh,
goodness
hang
me.
on.
Goodness me. Xavier Huxtable picking up where he left off. Check out the X-Man just plowing this thing.
Wow, I love it. This is going to be right up there.
Like the finish too.
Yep.
He gets a real turn of speed there. I don't know how he does it. But that tail high, really bringing the board all the way around.
Well, in these conditions, I'm thinking an excellent number, Billy. I don't know what your thoughts are. See how old mate just got a little stuck. So this is what the judges look for to compare rides and to separate scores. It's still pretty good, just in the context of what the X-Man did, not as convincing. That little stuck moment will be costly at this level. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I agree.
What do you think? X-Man goes excellent?
I think it's just going to scratch the excellent range with Xavier, but I do agree that red will be below. I mean, a lot of the points goes on your criticalness and the size of the wave, sort of, kinda. I mean, when two people are very similar, two rides are very similar, that flow in between and control, that comes into play, and I think Xavier had more of that on that wave.
Well, I've overamped him. He's dropped in a 6.5, and Rinta a 4.83. So I didn't scratch anything. Scratched between the 6 and the 7, right in the middle. All right, so the boys are being rather reserved, and that's fair enough. We're looking at some pretty decent 4-person heats. This is the last of them to give us our quarterfinals, which I imagine the man-on-man quarterfinals will be the first thing we do tomorrow morning on finals day. We have women's surfing, women's quarters coming up next. So at the end of this heat, we have 4 more. I wonder if they're going to keep it at 25 or 30 because they are 2-person matchups.
Yeah, rightio. That's interesting. Yeah, we'll have to wait and see that. But this is the first one there, isn't it?
Yep. Giada
takes on Nanaho Suzuki.
Let's have a look at those while there's a little break in the action. It is Jania Gonzalez taking on Kira Pinkerton. The other Gonzalez sister in Annette will take on Safi Vet, the Kiwi surfer. And then Philippa Anderson and Anon Matsuoka.
Wow.
The veteran and the youngster. You know, that's a stark contrast there. The goofy, the natural. One with a heap of experience, one on the rise big time. So that will be our last heat of the day. What's been the best part of your day today, Bill?
Best part of my day, I didn't mind Elliot Parata-Reed's comeback 3 in the dying minutes. That was pretty cool. And just about every time that Morgs gets in the water. Big fan.
Yeah, Jizzy opened strong, didn't he, in that last heat and held that form going. So I imagine we're going to be hearing from him shortly with Chris Binns. Yep, so we're going to throw down to Chris right now, and let's hear from Morgan Sibley, the champion from the last heat.
Morgan Siblick, pocket sevens. That looked pretty fun out there.
Oh, it's so fun. The tide's definitely, it's really low right now, so I feel like a lot of the sets are kind of pushing out to sea. But those insiders are running so dreamy. Yeah, if you're rocked up in any day of the week and surf this, you'd be losing your marbles.
Is that what brings you here?
Yeah, 100%. I was last year, I think I said in a previous interview, I was just kicking myself all year. I didn't come here. Lob and Deal and a couple other boys came here and they were showing me the video clips, and I was just rattled all year. So I just thought I better tick it off the bucket list this year and have a bit of peace of mind there that I finally got good waves for a comp, and yeah, I was stoked.
Big Aussie contingent here. Even when someone gets knocked out, no one's left early, have they?
Nah, it's sick. Yeah, it's epic vibes. All the boys have been getting on the karaoke and having a few bintangs every arvo. I don't know, when you're in paradise, why not?
Have you kept it in check, or you belted out a few numbers?
No, I definitely had a few at the start, but I got pretty crook for a while there, and then I come good like yesterday. Started feeling a bit better, but yeah, I'm back to normal now, so maybe we'll see. Maybe get through the comp now. I'm on to finals day, so yeah, we'll get there, and then hopefully tomorrow Arvo have a big one.
Got to celebrate success, so maybe that's the incentive to get there. Talk to us about the heat. We've had a few heats that have had a really sort of funny rhythm. There's been sets, there's been lulls. That one seemed a little bit more consistent, and you definitely seem to know the waves that you were looking for.
Yeah, I've just been usually picking most of the insiders. They kind of have a bit better shape and run along the reef a lot better. Yeah, I came here 5 years ago for, I think, the second event they ran here, and it was pretty similar to how it is right now, and that's kind of what I took away from it, is the little insiders kind of run a little bit better, and yeah, so I was just picking those ones, and they give you a lot of sections, and it's that fun.
All right, well, it's damn hot. Get some water into you, and good luck when you go again.
Cheers.
Morgan Siblick, back up to you guys.
Chris and Morgan Siblick, the heat number 3 winner. He's through the quarters. Be happy with that?
Yeah, so we might get a look at those quarterfinals before the end of the day. We won't surf them, but I'd like to see the sheet and see who matches up with who, because that's going to be a big deal.
Finals day Sunday. It's going to be massive.
Well, it's only tomorrow, so yeah. And there's a lot of people. I did have a little walk over to the Ombak Indoor Resort today to say g'day to Annie. And there was a lot of Indonesians in that vacant block between us and her. It's turned into a little mini market over there.
Yeah, it's super cool.
It's really shady. It's quite a good location, so it's full of Indonesians soaking in the action tomorrow. I imagine Annie's place will be overloading with spectators.
Dignitaries.
There's going to be a lot of uniforms around tomorrow, mate. There's going to be a lot of backslapping. Rightfully so, being our finals day. Presentation, I'm not sure what time, but I'm thinking around 1 o'clock Sumatran time.
Right out front of our room.
Yep, basically on our veranda. Could almost do the prezos laying on my bed, I think.
All right.
Yep. They didn't leave us much breathing space.
No. All right, Lennox Smith, just half a point. He's looking to get going. Xavier Huxwell's happy with that.
Yeah, the 6.5.
Yep, 6.5. That's pretty cool.
So 4 women's heats at the end of this one. Giada Lagardi and
Nanaho Suzuki.
Yep. So the Italian surfer and the Japanese surfer. The Basque country girl in heat 2 up against the American. Quarter 3, another Basque one there. The sister up against Safi Vet, the Olympian on her way to the Olympics. And Philippa Anderson, the Australian, and the Japanese, Anon Matsuoka. So there's still a good blend of nations represented on the women's side of the draw. On the juniors side of life, it's all Japanese or Balinese.
Yep.
So the men's tomorrow morning for the boys, we'll have 3 heats, 3 Balinese surfers, Indo surfers in that final, and 1 Japanese in the women's draw, 3 Japanese surfers and 1 Indonesian girl.
Yeah, flipped it over.
Yep. So Battle of the Flags about to go down in the Pro Juniors. There's still plenty of bragging rights and money and points up for grabs. It's going to be decided tomorrow. It's going to be a big day, Bill. I'm looking forward to it.
Yep, finals day is always fun.
There's only going to be 12 heats tomorrow, so basically half a day for us on our busy schedule.
And what's on after this, mate? What's on for you?
Coconuts. Are you talking more further into the future?
Are you going to stay in Krui, or are you going to beat it?
Straight out. Get the little fella home. Been 3 weeks since we left Sumbawa. Wouldn't mind becoming a surfer again instead of just talking about it.
Yeah.
Yesterday when we did have a surf together, I had to think twice about what leg my leg rope went on. It had been a while. Yeah, we did a little gig in Bali for a week before here. 10 days in Bali, that's a lot.
That was a judging course?
A judging course, rolling into some shadow judging with some really good people down there at halfway for watching some longboarding, which when you watch the best guys and the best girls, it's pretty exciting, really. The nose riding's exceptional.
Yeah, it's hard to do.
It's hard to do. I'm not going to try because I know I'll fail, but it is hard to do.
The good news about that, the Federation of Surfing in Indonesia is just getting stronger and stronger with each one of those courses, sharing the knowledge, doing these contests. The standard of surfing and the support crew around Indonesia is getting super strong.
Well, Megatron, the guy that just got knocked in one of those last heats, he was one of the guys that sat in on the course.
Awesome.
So a ripping surfer, he's still a young guy, and he's thought, well, let's get in on this judging officiating act. Can go to some events and make some money, and if that's, as you know, if that's one of your work days, it's definitely better than digging holes or doing anything silly like that on a work site.
How would you know?
I don't know. Somebody told me it's not good. I know friends that have done it. I've got my safety boots in here with me, mate. Those all yellow things over there.
Yep.
That's as booty as my shoe collection gets. My sandals.
All right, enough talk about Mark Cliff's booty. We're going to have a look at Ito here in white. He holds priority. He's going. He's a long way back. He's got to go around that white water. He's going to do it easily. A good turn of speed. And now on the open face, drops the back foot, puts it down on the accelerator again. What's he got at the end? Goes to the air. He could still make this, Mark. He's in the white water. He's going to switch it around. He does. What a recovery.
Huge, really strong. What a finish. You know, there was a moment there that was debatable, but he did get the completion. A lot of speed involved. Easily got around that first fluffy section. He had it well measured. Meanwhile, the X-Man is just stabbing at vertical hits again. Here he goes. Crunching away out of Torquay. Winding up. Boom. Another really well structured wave as well for Xavier Huxtable. So we'll see those replays again in a moment, no doubt, for the people online. And let's see how the goofy footer compares to the natural footer. Have a look at this, Bill. You might have missed some of this. Boom.
Pretty good. Really difficult sections to get around because the waves aren't that big. You got to generate your own speed and momentum. These guys are making it look easy, but I can tell you it's not.
Yep, really good stuff there from Xavier. He'll maintain the lead. Blue was a quick up and down, but I'm sure the goofy foot action will be repeated again in a minute.
Ryaru Ito. Got a good style on him.
Ryaru Ito. So that's him in the red, waiting for his number to be announced. Oh, so that's Rinter. Ryaru is in the white. 2 Australians, 2 Japanese. Xavier's number he'll be pretty happy with, putting a second run on the board straight away. He goes blue, so Lennox Smith had a 9.57 this morning, mate.
He did. Well, never forget that wave. I'm sure Lennox won't either.
Wow.
And surfing like that, that's what it was like. Those big fans of spray, a lot of back foot in that backhand attack.
Yep, so he had to answer back. He was the only one that didn't have a substantial score right there. I think he's back in the conversation. Here is a look at the lanky The lanky lad winding up. Nice projection out of there to get to this end section.
Boom.
Yep. Does that well. Great rotation off the top. Plenty of spray. So we're owed a few scores. We'll then have a look at everybody's 2 single rides and see who's got the best number. I'd say Xavier is going to score handsomely again.
Look at these sets coming through, mate.
Oh yeah, bring it. So green. This isn't even.
No.
This isn't even our heat.
No, this is
that's a little bit of a
super confusing. I'm ducking down at the at the heat draw because I must be losing my mind.
No, that's okay. It's been a long day, mate. There's a lot to decipher. There's a lot of replays that we've seen, and there's a lot going on. Some scores are going to start to filter through. Everybody's back on the priority rotation, so they're all back in the right spot. They'll all be pretty keen to hear exactly where they're positioned. I'll be keen to see all those last numbers dropping. Blue is on. This is, without a doubt, Lennox Smith.
Yep, that's him. You can't mistake the style. Deals with that foamy section beautifully. Wow, not so much the third turn. Face plant into the flats. He'll be right. There he is.
That little ruffled surface now, every now and then, is causing someone a bit of grief.
Yeah, catch a rail on that for sure.
An hour or so ago, mate, it was just a dead oil slick out there.
It's a little onshore waft.
Yeah, it is. I was just standing out there before. It's quite a nice breeze, actually, if you're under the shade out near the coast. It's pretty good.
Yeah, as we tick down to the elephant minute remaining mark. Still waiting for scores to drop.
I like it. Taking that one home with me, mate. The elephant minute. Sure you hopefully can read between the lines there, everybody, and know what we're on about. Here goes White's last wave.
Yeah.
Speeding down the line, that zippy style. There was a lot of projection down the line. That was really difficult. I don't even know whether he reversed that in the foam. It was all hidden from camera. Hidden from the judges. What they will like is that he stood back up and rode out in the front of that thing. Here is Red, so Rinter. He's got a 4.83. He's got just about those points for that one turn. Backs it up again. Boom, upside down, 3 big, strong hits. Wow, I reckon I really like that, Bill. Oh!
I wonder what was going on there. This is White again, staying busy.
Riaru.
He's got that 5.27.
And reappears again. So he's that disappearing act at the end of his rides, that trying to hide from the judges, and then just pokes his head back up and said, no, still here. All right, so 5.27. If we compare that, so Xavier only got a 5.13 for his, so pretty similar. But this is good. This is really vertical. So I can see this going higher than those two boys.
Yeah, at a second look, mate, yeah, that was pretty quality.
Wow, look at the hand jive going on there for White. That was a huge move on a big section. Degree of difficulty, part of the criteria. Big tail waft again, lays back in the wash, reappears. I think what might have cost him last time, mate, was that layback in the foam after the air. Maybe the judge has just gone, hang on, a little loss of control, maybe. Yep. It could have cost him and dropped in at the 5.27. So once again, with that finishing move, very similar thing, just potentially the judges might see that as a mini loss of control before regaining composure and riding out.
Yep.
Reds, I really like Reds. There was nothing shaky or flaky about that at all, so I can see Red really moving up the leaderboard here. Everybody's going to have pretty similar two-wave totals. It's going to be really close. These last 8 minutes is just going to, everybody's in the hunt. Everybody will be able to win this heat, I'm tipping.
Yeah, it's a familiar pattern, mate. We've seen it all day. Tension starts to build around the 5 minute mark, 6 5 minute mark.
So Lennox, probably the lower of that lot. As a 3 drops into his column.
Oh, there we go. 7.67 for that left-hander.
Oh, yep. Yep, the judges have just been hanging their numbers on the big top to bottom attack all week. I don't care what happens down the line, but if you hurt those sucky sections and go top to bottom a la Rinta Uto, they're more than happy to throw high-end numbers. 767 is a huge number. Riaru just joins the party now. That's him in the white. He's still owed a number. So these requirements are not accurate just yet until we see where Riaru ends up.
As that straight through the boys.
Yep, splits the pack, splits the Aussies.
Lennox like, oh, I'll go follow him. Nah, bugger it, I won't. I'll stay here. Putting a little doubt in the mind. I like those tactics.
I think I'm deep enough, says Lennox. All right, so having a chat, the boys, with Riaru's last wave in white. So in comparison to Xavier's long wave and lots of surfing for the 6.5, Rinta in red, just 3 big bangers.
Yep.
He's gone more than a point better. Judges sending that clear message all week. Doesn't matter how far you go, and you know they want to see top to bottom. They want it done right in the pocket. Sometimes those connecting float projection moves add up to very little.
Yeah, you're right, mate. They're super hard to do, to get around those foamy sections, but they don't garnish too many points.
No, the judges are kind of throwing them in the minor to throwaway manoeuvre category. So let's see how this stylish one goes on this wave. He's owed a score.
This is from 4th priority, if you don't mind, Mark.
Yep.
Oh.
Got a nice little fin bust going on. Needs to get around here and add something else, and he does. A pretty difficult little foam climb to sign off. He is now owed 2 numbers. Got no idea where he's sitting. He moves in a second with a 7-point ride 2 waves ago and a number to drop.
Yeah, Ito sticking it to the Aussies.
Wow.
From under priority. These 2 guys held 1 and 2 priority respectively. And Xavier Huxtable now, he's on a good looking wave himself. Victorian trying to end it off beautifully. Little stumble at the bottom. I kind of lost him in the glare, but doesn't matter. The top turn was money.
Oh, well, compared to Reds. Let's have another look at this. So we know the judges want to see vertical. That was kind of there. This was a little out and back. See that?
Yep.
It was still an okay move, but at this level, that was a nothing move. That was noticeable, that little catch, but still recovered into quite a big blast.
This one, however, I like the way that brings the board all the way around. And this was a wave that no one wanted.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be a pretty good scorer.
He's thrown in a bit of variety and the foam climb at the end. All right, 2 rides to drop in before we have an accurate who's who on the leaderboard. Meanwhile, Red's not sticking around. Off he goes. Rinta.
Yeah, Rinta Uto. 2 good hits so far. This wave is going to run down the reef. Good looking backhand attack. Nice and eye-catching finishing. The eye-catching completion seems to be amassing a whole lot of points today, so super important that they do it. And the 2 Japanese gentlemen have got their head around it for sure.
Trying to burn off a 4.83 to make the decision worth it. I think he might just have improved. Lennox,
yep.
Time the big fella got the ball rolling. I think he was in 4th before he stood up. It's one of those bigger waves. He's somehow hit it a 3rd time, but does not get any credit out of that manoeuvre. So Lennox was chasing a 7. He's still going to be needing a number. So some good scores there as first numbers for both the Japanese surfers. Xavier has a score to come. Lennox has a score to come. And I think Riaru has a score to come. I think they all do actually. I think even Uto has a.
Yeah, Uto just rode one. I don't think it is the 483. Yeah, there's a few waves waiting to drop.
Well, they're going to have a big bearing with just 3 minutes to go. This is right when the judges earn their money, because sort of brain melting moments with people's campaigns on the line right here. It's been another really quality heat going down. Lots of big hits. So the judges have just got to stick with their theory of just rewarding absolute brilliance with big numbers. Everything else can just drop into the minor sort of scoring range.
601 for Huxtable at the moment. That could increase.
You can see them all sitting up. Their ears will be leaning towards the beach announcer, hoping to get some input. Look at that. The Japanese surfers are absolutely drawn on 1250 two-wave totals. So it's the 767 that is giving Uto the nod over Ito. And the X-Man is less than half a point behind them. 601. Not sure his number's in, but he's on the hunt again. They're under 2 minutes. And he gets the opportunity. 601 is still his requirement at this stage. It's a small reef hugger. Not a lot of room to move for the big fella.
Good surfing going on.
He is fitting into the pocket pretty well. Gets around this and adds something else. It could be very critical. Surfing out of his skin on a real sort of tough wave to maneuver on. Made the difficult look easy. Tiny wave, probably the smallest wave ridden in this heat. Still went pretty mental. Lots of rail work. What do you reckon of this thing, Bill?
Well, it looked really small and lacking power when he took off, but how's the speed and the control he gets through the inside there, bowling up on the edge of the reef. That's a ripper. Throwing that sharp eye around like crazy.
Yep, it really fitted into not enough room, but fitted in somehow. Skill oozing out of Xavier Huxtable here. All right, well, this is another one of those heats that's going to be decided after the hooter. The judges are going to have a good think about that one. Two Japanese tied for first. X-Man not far behind. 35 seconds. Nervous moments. Bill.
Yes, Will. 24 seconds. Lennox Smith had a bit of a quiet heat by his standards.
Yep, we'll pencil him in. Oh, is that a little line? Is that something? 10 seconds. It's just a mirage. It's not going to break in time. They've started the countdown. The siren's gone. This will be a nothing for Lennox Smith, not on that wave. He'll have to settle for a fourth. Who gets through? Xavier surfing out of his skin on a tiny little wave. It's gotten what's working against him. The surfing was undeniably good. Needs a 601. The judges have been fairly brutal with their numbers.
Well, it's
the score has dropped. The next heat has started. The person-on-person matchup between Giada Lagarde and Nanaho Suzuki has started. Let's hope we can bring it up. There it is. It is the two Japanese do the deed. X-Man did not improve on his two-wave total. Lennox Smith is also out of the draw. So congratulations to red and white. All right, now we'll throw to a quick ad break and back with the ladies quarterfinals next.
Right, giddy up. Welcome back to the Krui Pro. And Billy hanging.
G'day, mate. Surfer on surfer action.
We're into the quarters.
Giada Lagarde, Nanaho Suzuki, two strong performers. Good to be in the booth with you again, Chris.
Great to be here.
Quarterfinal action. Bring it on.
Yeah, this is our first look at how the heats are going to play out with just two surfers in the water. I think this is going to lead to more drama where it concerns catching waves.
Yes.
And less drama with people throwing their arms up in the air and wanting priority and paddling up and down the point, trying to find a little score, all that kind of stuff. I think the sort of trench warfare stuff is going to be left behind a little now.
More surfing, less hassling.
Yeah. Maybe not more surfing. I think there'll be a lot less hassling, but the surfers will be a little bit more selective about the waves they take off on. That is the Gonzalez sisters. That is Gonzalez Corner. Those
They've
two,
been there all contest.
Janiere and Annette, have not moved.
How's the band cranking up behind us? I'm not sure if you can hear it coming through the broadcast, but a local band really cranking it out behind the commentary booth.
Shades of kind of Bollywood.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of Indian tinge to this this soundtrack right now.
Right, sticking with the half-hour time frame. That's good.
Yep, 4 heats to go for the day, so exactly 2 hours. It'll take us through to 10 to 5.
Lagarde and Suzuki not wanting to give the other surfer any advantage. A little bump on the horizon. I don't want it. I don't want it either. A good start, super important at this stage of the game, Chris. We've seen a couple of wave-starved heats. So if anything kind of half decent comes through in the first 5 minutes, you'd probably be wise to take it. And here goes Giada.
No, this is Nanaho Suzuki in the blue jersey. And just a couple of quick turns. Did she hit her arm there? Having a look, seeing whether she took some bark off. So Giada Lagarde in the red jersey now has priority. Will be sitting out the back by herself. Nanaho Suzuki will rejoin her very shortly. Actually, no, she's going the other way, perhaps working her way down the line. And might pay off for her. Stroking into a wave with no competitor to be seen. Oh no. There are the Gonzalez sisters. They're actually on opposite sides of the draw, so if they are to meet, can only be in the final. Here goes Giada Lagarde. First turn was pretty good. Have a look at the Champagne Hour here in Indonesia. The backlit Indian Ocean is looking pretty good, and Giada has cracked that one a couple of times, and she is out of there. Talks to the replay, Bill.
Yeah, handy back foot turn. Kind of a bigger wave. She's had a wave selection on point through this whole event. And finishing super important. Italian surfer off to a good start. Probably the best of that exchange by a fair margin.
This is a good amount of points at this level as well. You pick up 2,282 points if you get bounced out in the quarters and pick up a 5th place. And you're definitely going a long way towards paying off your trip at this point as well.
Nanaho just assessing the damage on her arm there. Let's hope it's not too serious. Seems to be paddling without hindrance.
All right, here goes Yada again on her second wave. Whoa, hello, that turn was sick.
Boom.
And here goes Nanaho Suzuki on the wave behind, so an excellent exchange.
Oh, bit of
She's
body
surfing
Love
out
it.
of that one. Maybe putting that banged up arm through its paces. Jada Lagarde, can't wait to see a replay of this turn. This is going to be Nanaho's wave first. That turn was good, and unfortunately, that turn was good too.
Yeah.
Here, caught a little rail and goes for a little body surf. Talk us through this one, Billy.
Yeah, I actually wasn't concentrating, so this will be the first time I've seen it.
Oh.
Yeah, a lot of oomph into that. Release the tail on the way down. So a lot of intention in her surfing. Gia Lagarde, the Italian, meaning business here in quarterfinal number 1.
So opening score for Giada came in at a 6. That's a pretty good starting point. And she'll back that up very nicely. That turn had all sorts of pizzazz in it. Plenty of punch and power. The top knot came undone, so she had hair flying everywhere as well. Caroline Marks was doing that yesterday in the El Salvador event. She didn't have her hair tied back, so every time she did a turn, it was just like...
Adds to the drama.
Oh, sensational. Gosh, she was on fire yesterday. All right, we are going to quickly cross over to Mark Clift, who is chatting with the winner of the last heat. Take it away, Mr. Clift.
Okay, here we are, winner of the last heat, Rinta Uto. A great heat. He's going to answer his responses in Japanese, but a good heat. You happy after that?
はい、めっちゃ嬉しいです。今のヒートは今大会の自分の中で一番いい点数で出せて、いつも通り楽しく試合できて勝てたんで本当に今興奮してます。
All right, so you actually tied with the other Japanese surfer, Ryaru. You won on a countback with your 767. Were you aware of that?
76いくつかは狙ってた波でああいう点数出せて本当に良かったです。
When you go home today, do you watch the replay of your heat again?
そうですね。ホテル帰ってもう一回ヒート見返したいなって明日に備えたいと思います。
Okay, so is it a free surf this afternoon or relax?
Maybe relax.
Me too. I'm a master of relaxing. I'm going to go relax as well. So I just want to say well done, and you are through to the man-on-man. So very good results so far, yeah?
そうですね。いいリザルト出てとても今嬉しく思います。
Unreal. Thank you. Thanks for being good fun. Cheers and good luck tomorrow.
Rightio, wrapping it up there with Mark Clift. Thanks, mate. Winner of the last heat. We start to get into the semis. Into the quarters, rather. We are looking at the quarters of the women right now. Is Gia Lagarde taking on Nanaho Suzuki. It's the Italian out to a slender lead.
So just 1 point for her last wave. So judges deeming that she didn't ride out of that turn. That's a pretty sick one.
Yeah. Let's have a go at it. So here it is. Keep it rolling, keep it rolling. You've got to ride out in front of the whitewater. Anyway, back to live action.
Nanaho Suzuki's last wave was a 4.33.
Well, the waves, when they come today, have been world class. I think the swell's increasing. You know, I think there's a bit more motion in the ocean now than it was yesterday for sure. Let's hope tomorrow it's absolutely firing. We get to see heaps of action on finals day here at the Krui Pro.
Yeah, it's shaping up to be a good one. I think we'll have 10 heats. We'll have the men's quarters, and then beyond that we'll have 4 semis,
That's 8. Oh, 12 heats, because then we'll have 4 finals.
12 heats, yep. Half a day.
Nah, let's make them an hour heats. Did you see the local dancers last night, Billy?
Oh, magnificent. Young Lani from up at Lani's restaurant. She was the seemed to be the ringleader.
Star of the show.
So I liked it when they picked a whole lot of competitive surfers to get up and dance with them. Mostly girls, but there was one Japanese competitor. He was digging it.
Tenchi Iwami.
It was at Tenchi Iwami.
That was Tenchi.
Well, my boy then, he was up there doing the hand movements and all that sort of thing. It was a great little afternoon session.
The Japanese surfers were letting their hair down last night.
Yep. 900,000 I think they made. The dancers. Pass the hat around.
Passed the hat around after the show. Everyone was more than happy to hand over a few roops.
Yeah, it was no amateur show. It was the full makeup and the eyebrows and the traditional dress. Blasted traditionally through the iPod, through the stereo.
The big tiaras, the sort of body jewelry adornments. Yeah,
Well, I reckon we'll see a bit more traditional dress tomorrow at the Prezos, mate. It was absolute mayhem here last year when the presentations took part. It was in the public area. It was hard to get through to the stage. Of course, Jesse Mendez up there to get his trophy. Who else? Jamie Tomo won the juniors. I think.
I thought you were going to say he won the karaoke.
No, he didn't win the karaoke. I was there. No, I think Sam Norwood taking that award last year. Definitely the MC of the year. But we digress. We do have a whole lot of people to thank, and it is the Penda Pesisir Barat region. We'd like to thank them for hosting us. It's been a great time so far. I'm sure to be banging tomorrow, so thanks very much for that. Pertamina, thanks for the petrol. Thanks for keeping us going.
Benson.
PLN do all the power through Indonesia. We haven't had a blackout yet. Super good. Thank you for keeping us going. There's gensets all over the place, and the personnel have been really professional. Telcom and Telkomsel, thanks for the communications. You're allowing us to beam this out around the globe. I'm sure there's millions of people, millions and millions and millions of people watching right now. Actually, I saw it's about 60,000 in the control room. Tourism Indonesia, thanks for your continuing support of Indonesian surfing. Wonderful Indonesia. It's a big part of the tourism throughout Indo, especially around Bali and the Mentawai Islands, and anywhere there's a wave you'll find a surfer spending their money and trying to stay in Indonesia as long as they can. It's one of the best places in the world to go for a wave. The ASC crew who do all the work behind the scenes to bring these events to you, thanks very much. And the PSOI, which is the Federation of Indonesian Surfing, all providing a pathway for the young Indonesian surfers to follow if they want to make it on the world tour. This is the way to go through.
All right, a bit of movement right now. Nanaho Suzuki is sitting in second, and she's skirting around this one. Strong turn. Repeats the treatment, and you think she will have moved into the lead. And this wave still offering her a little bit of opportunity further down the line, and she capitalizes on that. She's not done yet either. Now she is out of there. Shadlaghardi now has the lineup to herself.
That must be a good feeling, being out there knowing you can get any wave you want. Nanaho, strong surfing. Very good technique. And rarely falls off. Just saw this, a nice, neat little foam climb, roof climb. And that'll do her. I'll get back out there and join Giada. So an Italian taking on a Japanese. The next heat, we have an American taking on a Spaniard.
Yep. Neither of them can add QS points to their total because they're both surfing out of their region. They're just here because it's a sick wave and they want to catch some of them.
Yeah.
As is the same, the second of the Gonzalez sisters is in the third quarterfinal up against Safi Vet from New Zealand. And then the final quarterfinal, QF4, Philippa Anderson against Anon Matsuoka.
Yeah, that'll be a beauty, that last one. The experience and expertise of Philippa Anderson taking on a young upstarter with a fair bit of experience herself, to be honest. It's going to be a good last quarter-final and the last heat of the day.
Okay, last wave for Nanaho Suzuki. A 4.67 does put her into the lead. Jada Lagarde now chasing a 3 to get back to first. 11 minutes 50 to run.
Just ran into young Nala Rubik down at the contest site. Got an arm in a sling. He had a little injury yesterday. It doesn't look too serious. They just decided to sling it up and get some painkillers into him. They'll get it x-rayed once they're in Bali.
She's a junior surfer. What happened to her?
She bowed out yesterday, and I think she whacked it on a rock or the rail of a surfboard. No broken bones, which is all cool. But just playing it on the safe side. So if anyone remembers seeing young Nala carrying her arm in yesterday after the heat, that is the result. Nothing too serious. Play on. Speaking of playing on, here is the Italian surfer now, Lagarde. Good opening turn. She's putting a lot of oomph into those things this entire event. Here's another section for her to have a go at. She does, wraps it around, hands nice and high, keeping the momentum going. It's a good looking wave. Managed to squeeze off a third turn. A bit of speed now, looking for a dramatic finish. Does it again, those beautiful current hands, and finishes it beautifully. That's a great completion, Chris.
Here goes Nanaho Suzuki, speed to burn. What's she going to do with it? This section cops the punishment, or does it? Suzuki goes down, so Jada Lagarde, much better coming out of that exchange. She only needs a 3 for the lead. You would imagine she's done that fairly comfortably. Looking forward to seeing the replay.
Yeah, G-Town, going for it.
All right, so this was Nanaho's wave as Federico heads below the surface. That was another wave of
it's one we missed.
Nanaho's. And then we see Jada steaming past.
Yeah, she's paddling with intent. It's a really important thing to do. Once you've finished a wave, get steaming, get out there. Your opposition knows you mean business.
Okay, this is the previous wave of Nanaho's. She had tons of speed, maybe had a little bit too much time to think about what she was going to do on this section, and went down.
Yeah. Losing the wheels on that one. Have a look at this, mate. It's a pretty good opening turn. Board coming all the way around. No wasted energy. That was a nice looking cutback. You know, just a bit of setup turns here to find the power part of the wave. She does find it, and look how much speed she's got through here. Boom! Tom Curran arms. Beautiful land.
Tom Curran hands. Oki hair. And so we're still waiting on a number to come in. We're waiting for a couple of numbers of Nanaho Suzuki as well. And Giada Lagarde, there you go. Last wave, a 5.57. Puts her into the lead. Nanaho is now chasing a 6.9. We can hear some whistles coming from out near the surfer's deck. Does that mean there are more waves on the way?
Tell you who's got a good whistle, and then there's Jamal. Elliot Parasa-Reed's dad. Oi, oi, oi. I think Elliot bowing out this afternoon.
Yep.
Which is a bit of a bummer.
It is.
Always great to have those two kicking around the competition site. Seven minutes remaining in this one. Right now it is Lagarde, the Italian, out in the lead. Maybe a score or two to drop for Suzuki. 6.90 is the requirement. Talking with Mark just the other hour. I don't know what day it is, what hour it is. Big fight coming up tomorrow, Australian time. Tim Zhu goes for the Welterweight Championship of the World. Going to be super interested to watch that. I have one eye on my phone and when my heat's off. Best of luck to Aussie Tim.
Well, Giada Lagarde with a 5 and a 6, beating Nanaho Suzuki with 2 4s. Just over 5 minutes remaining before we open up quarter 2 with the first of our Gonzalez sisters. It is Janire, and then in quarterfinal number 3, Annette.
Alright, we heard one of the Mates in the tower telling us there's 5 minutes to go, so Giada wants to get busy, finds the lip line again, gives it a good old belting, and another one, really sticks it in that time. The Italian inspired here in quarterfinal number 1, racking up the points. Looking for that bonus section on the inside. A bit of speed, a bit of flow, and a really good way to finish things.
Nicely done by Giada Lagarde. And this is Nanaho Suzuki swinging into action. Oh, and another stumble for the Japanese surfer. This is the replay of Giada's wave. She's got the head flick going.
Yeah. Uncharacteristic of Nanaho to fall twice in a row.
Yeah, seriously. This is Giada. Bucket of spray there, and she is out. I think maybe right now we're seeing a bit of an advantage for the goofy footer in that being on your forehand, you can see exactly what's in front of you and kind of temper your game accordingly. We've seen Nanaho Suzuki get herself into a little bit of trouble, possibly misreading sections, like overcooking it, pushing it a little bit too hard, whereas Giada's able to react a little bit more to what's in front of her.
Yeah, you're right, mate. There is a bit of texture on the face of these waves. Doesn't take much to put you off when you're pushing the limits. You're really putting that back foot into it. It just takes a little soap on the dance floor and it's all over. Right, under 3 minutes to go now. Still waiting on the score.
I think it was a
red.
3.87, so it doesn't go into Giada's top 2. And I don't think either of Nanaho's waves will go into her top 2 either. So 2.5 minutes to go. Nanaho Suzuki has priority, is chasing a 5.85.
A few swirl lines showing its face there. Suzuki is out the back. First priority. I don't think Giada's anywhere near the takeoff zone. Here she is having a good old look at this. She can be super selective. Pick out the white ones, and it's not necessarily the big ones that are going to hug the reef and give you a lot of scoring opportunity. But she's liking the look of this one, our surfer in blue. All right, let's hope she holds on to it this time. She does. Big fan of spray and a lot of speed in this section here. It's a little bit wobbly. Oh, catches a rail again. So, as we mentioned, the uncharacteristic mistakes creeping into the act of Nanaho Suzuki.
Yeah, 3 waves in a row. She's had 3 stumbles. I thought off the back of that opening turn, Nanaho may well have been on her way to overcoming that, because this was a beautiful turn through a big sheet of spray. That was just a half turn. She's racing here, and then as there's a little bit of backwash perhaps, so there was a bounce as she came to bottom turn, and things just went a little bit wobbly. So Giada Legati now has priority.
And sub 1 minute. That's a comfortable place to be. She's going to sit right on Nanaho. Nanaho's not going to give up, I can guarantee you that. Ferocious little competitor. But so is our Italian girl. Look at them side by side. Wonder when they're going to stop paddling.
Well, yeah, Giada's already got priority, so she's just keeping
keeping a loose on
Nanaho in her sights. Wouldn't be surprised at some point if Nanaho just does a complete 180 and bolts down the line. 15 seconds to go. It might just be 15 seconds of circle work and paddling for the horizon here. 10 seconds. That's a pretty picture, isn't it? Just the afternoon sun shimmering off the Indian Ocean's beautifully textured surface. And there it is. Giada Legati wins the paddling race. A shake of the hands. Congratulations, Giada Legati. Commiserations, Nanaho Suzuki. That is our first women's quarterfinal taken care of. We're going to have a quick break. When we come back, quarterfinal number 2 on the women's side of the draw here from the Krui Pro. Welcome back to the Krui Pro. We are into the quarterfinals of the women's side of the draw. Giada Legati from Italy
took out the first quarterfinal over Nanaho Suzuki. And on screen, that is half of Janire Gonzalez's head and half of Kira Pinkerton's head. And that is who is in action right now. Kira Pinkerton and Janire are just here surfing for the hell of it. They're not going to collect any points from this event. They're both surfing out of their region. They are purely here on the strength of the waves. And I know for Kira, it was an opportunity to reset what she described as a bit of a bummer of a competitive year so far on the challenges. She's just come to Indonesia to go surfing. This event fitted in beautifully with her schedule, and you can see surfing free of pressure. She's already here through to the quarterfinals. Janire, she's travelling with her sister Annette, and the two of them, the only place they can meet is in the final. We're going to see Annette in the next heat. Of course, the quarterfinal number 3 is the bottom half of the draw, so these guys are avoiding each other. Could we see an all-Basque final?
Well, it's highly likely, possible. They're surfing really well, and as you mentioned, on separate sides of the draw, so that's working in their favour. I'm sure the folks are going to be certainly wishing that happens. There seem to be a good support crew for themselves. Pretty solid, and time will tell. They've got to get through these quarterfinals first. So Kira Pinkerton is a formidable opponent, and the sister of, so Annette will have Safi Vetti, who's pumped after being invited to the Olympic Games via the El Salvador World Titles. So she's on her way to some greatness and off to the world's gnarliest left-hander come next year. Been a long day again, Chris, but a pretty good one. 20 heats, a lot of them 30 minutes, and puts us in a really good spot for the finals day tomorrow, everybody. 12 heats remaining. We'll start with the men's quarterfinals, the man-on-man stuff. What's some of the biggest highlights for you so far today, mate?
Ooh, good question. I think Morgan Siblick stamped himself as the surfer to beat on the men's side of the draw. Women's side, I've really enjoyed seeing the two Gonzalez sisters just feed off each other's energy. They've come here, they've never been to Indonesia before. This is their first time travelling without their parents.
Wow.
And they're just doing it as a team together.
It's working.
And it's really working.
Freed them up, or something's going on, and just loving, I can't believe, well, first time in Indonesia. They're pretty young. Did you catch ages for them both?
I think they're around...
Teenagers?
Yeah, 18 or so. Annette is... Well, maybe Janire is the older sister. I'm not sure. One of them needs to get a driver's license. That was the takeaway from the last interview. And then they're free, and they can hit the road, and they can say see you later to their parents. But this is as a trial run, proof of concept. The parents have got to admire the results
and accept that they're young little worldly travellers, and they're doing it really well. Everybody's sort of stood up and taken a bit of notice of these two.
They're about to fly the coop.
Yeah, I think so, and spread their wings and get on to the Challenger Series would be their immediate train of thought. This being the third tier in the big scheme of events to get into the very top tier, World Championship Tour surfing. It's very elite. There's only 16 women invited onto that tour each year, and that turns into 10 once the cut happens at Margaret River. So it's an elite sport at the top end, especially on the women's side of the draw.
Yeah, almost time
I think it's time to
add a few
expand.
more
I think so.
women to that side of the draw.
Especially when you look at how far they've come in a short amount of time, and the numbers that are featuring in these events now, and the quality that we see. It's, you know, it's not just the top handful that are any good, it's a huge field of surfers that catch my attention. Meanwhile, this is Kira Pinkerton.
Yep, she's been on the Challenger Series, surfed 2 events this year, and well, she's not going to want us to talk much more about that wave. Yeah, just the 16 women on the Championship Tour, or 17 in a wild card, and making up 18 at an event.
The man is 34 plus 2 wild cards is 36. For mine, I think the sweet spot's 24, both sides.
Equal billing?
Yeah.
Why not?
I'd also have 8-3 surfer heats to start off round 1, and third place would go home.
Ooh,
straight into the round of 16, and get an event done in half the time.
All right, well, let's see if there's any changes in the near future coming up for the big leagues. Meanwhile, everybody that is here, that's where they all want to be, feeding off this third tier system, QS 5000. Thanks very much to Pesisir Barat, the region down here in South Sumatra. They're the ones that put up the big dollars. It takes a whole lot of coin to operate these events and secure the prize money and the sanction fee and all that sort of stuff that goes with a 5,000. Men's and women's draw, it's a big deal. Biggest event this year for those sort of crew in Indonesia. And we are at the sleepy little village of Tanjung, Setia. It's not so sleepy this week. It's kind of really lit up. We've probably got about 200 competitors here this week, Chris. And they've been expanding into the night activities every day when more and more get knocked out. I can only imagine what tomorrow night's going to look like.
Yeah, well, if you're hearing music coming through your speakers right now...
That's my playlist.
Well, there were suggestions that it was a local band. I think it could be George Pittar, already on karaoke after his heat a couple of hours ago.
Straight on.
I imagine there'd be some daylight karaoke going on today.
Well, the boys all just got cashed up. I saw a whole bunch of the lads that got bumped out of that last round over there collecting their prize money. Straight back down to Lavina to probably offload a bit of it. All right. If you're thinking of coming here, everybody, it is, you've got to get your act to the Lampung airport in South Sumatra. Bit of a drive up over a pretty scenic ridge.
Scenic?
Well, it's a long drive. It is quite a nice.
It's definitely the scenic route. It's not the freeway.
Yep. The tourist route, let's say. And we are down here at Karang and Nimbor, our camp, the side of the all our structures. We're going to hear from the winner of the last heat, which happens to be Giada Lagati with Billy Hangen.
All right, we're live and down here in the athletes area with the Italian powerhouse, Giada Lagati. You made it through that heat. You're into the semis. That must feel great.
Yeah, I'm feeling really good. I'm excited. That's a long week, but I'm super excited to be in the semis. It's gonna be fun.
It's going to be fun, all right. You absolutely surfed, not out of your skin, well within your capabilities, but it was a really well put together heat. There were a couple of uncharacteristic stumbles by Nanaho, which you very rarely see. Were you aware of that?
Yeah, I definitely was. When I saw her, the last score she needed, I was paddling right over her and I saw she fell. I was sure she was going to get it on that one. So when she fell, I was like, oh my God, this is my chance. I heard I had priority and I had to stick with her because she's such an amazing competitor. She hardly ever makes mistakes. So let's just say I got lucky, unfortunately for her, that she kept falling.
Well, the harder you train, the harder you surf, the luckier you get. So you're going to have all luck in the world. What about that little battle thing at the end? How far were you going to paddle up the point before you let Nanaho paddle off to the horizon?
Oh, no, I was never going to let her go. Like, even if she paddled to Bali, I would have probably paddled with her as long as it meant she wasn't going to catch a wave. So, yeah, I was just going to stick with her the whole time. I knew there was only like a minute left, so.
Well, you did it perfectly. You're through to the semis. Give me another one of them. Bang. We'll keep this brief because Mark wants you back in the commentary booth. We'll cross back to you guys.
Very much. Yep, G, you're late for work. We'll see you in 19 minutes' time. And this is Janire Gonzalez Estabari from the Basque countries. She's from the town of Barat. She's not too, it's sort of halfway between San Sebastian and Mundaka. This is Kira Pinkerton on her backhand. The wave races off without her.
Yeah.
So we haven't seen any action whatsoever in this heat.
Well, I don't know. Let's just... I think Janire won't be a big number, but a completion. All right, so I think she's settled her nerves a little. It won't be, as I was saying, a huge score, but as far as your mindset goes and just being settled, I imagine a completion is better than 2 falls or 2 jump-offs. So let's see where Janiro's number drops. There was a couple of moves going on. Not the sort of stuff you really want in your 2-wave total, but the mindset.
So
167, you're
167.
right. Wow. Not going to do much for the mindset, really. Good bit of pace to it. She kind of moved down the line. Judges considering that. No major manoeuvres. A completion, yes. A number, no. So a bit of a 0-0 draw going on in our very second quarterfinal. My sister will be watching this one closely and assessing wave counts. Where do I sit? What's the tactic? Where do I go and park up in my very first positioning at the start of the heat? Until priority takes place, there's a few decisions to be made at the start of the heat. So for me, Chris, a couple of the big highlights today, I really think that men's heat 5 in the round of 32 this morning was probably the craziest moment of the day. Morgan Siblick had a huge win, a 9 and a 7.33, but it was Lennox Smith that had the biggest wave score of the day on the men's side of the draw. The 9.57 was huge. It was, I won't forget that wave in a hurry. Blue Rashy, big steep wave, 3 huge hits. Clayton Brown, MCB, did likewise in heat 8 for a 9.43. So they were my highlights of the day. I did see someone else boost into the 9-point range, I think, at some stage.
Yeah, do we have a heat draw yet for the men's
matchups? No, I haven't seen one. That might be a tomorrow thing.
Let's have a look. Bring it up on the telephone. Okay, the men's quarterfinals. Quarterfinal number 1, Alistair Reginato up against Daiki Tanaka. Kaius King up against Axel Kurotta. Morgan Siblick and Raru Ito. And Mike Clayton Brown and Rinta Utu.
So all Australians, all Japanese.
Yep, we've lost our only Kiwi and our only Indonesian.
All right, well, weight and numbers kind of proved that theory at the end of the day. Most of the surfers here were either Australian or Japanese. That's the way our men's side of the draws panned out. That's the way the pro juniors have gone. The women's have got a couple of the Basque country girls still kicking around. We've got an Italian in the semi-finals, and we've got a Japanese and Australian to duke it out.
Yeah, so an Italian, 2 Japanese, an American, a Kiwi, an Aussie, and 2 Basque surfers. So would have been paying good odds at the start of this event that 2 Basque surfers would be featuring in the last 8.
Yeah, well, they've had a big outing. First time to Indonesia. That's, you know, a very memorable thing for these youngsters. They must have wondered what they were in for, and they got here and they're like, wow, it's kind of a little bit primitive along the shoreline. It's old school Indo. And they've adapted well to the heat, to the food, to the hydration factor, to the surf. Going all right.
Indonesian food is obviously amazing, but it must be confusing for the 2 Basque girls to walk into venues and not just see, you know, an array of tapas lining the bench tops, cured meats and cheeses on every surface, hanging from racks all over the place.
Yeah, and then, I don't know, there's a bit to take in and decipher, and, you know, just the drive in and the countryside and everything that goes with this little sleepy part of South Sumatra. I imagine it's really opened their eyes as to what goes on in other parts of the world. I love Indonesia. It's been my second home for a long time, and some of the best moments of my life have happened in Indo. Some of the amazing surf, the sunsets, food, people you've met along the way, the events we've been to. It's definitely on my highlight reel over and over. Love it.
Okay, 13 minutes to go. Let's get a little bit more action before today is done and dusted, please.
Yep, something pushing through right now. Priority sits with Pinkerton, surfer in blue. Energy pushing up the reef. It's not stretching down to where these two are sitting.
Both just staring straight into the teeth of the sun. We're facing pretty much dead west here. We're on like a little, I guess it's a corner. This is around about anywhere below us they call the south coast, and then you can head a little bit north up towards Mandiri and a few other breaks. Facing a slightly more southern direction. This is the magnet that just sucks in swells from all directions onto this exact corner of reef.
Yep, you don't even really need a big swell for this place to fire up. In fact, as we saw when we first got here last weekend, a bit too much swell, it sort of burgers out a fair bit, and big wash throughs, and can not do its best work when it's chunky and a hefty swell pushing in. So a small to medium swell with the right direction. You might have to go down and have a chat with Dino from Larney's to find out exactly what that direction is. He started going through it all with me, and I said, hey, don't give away all your secrets, Dino. Got to keep some cards close to your chest.
And Dino, his knees flare up when it goes onshore.
And how's that? He said that the other night. He's gone, oh, my knees flaring up generally means some weather's on the way, and we're looking out. We're just watching the insane sunset and all that go on. And we woke up yesterday morning and it was raining and onshore. The first thing Billy said, who's my roomie, he goes, damn, Dino's knee. And we threw that out at him last night. He said, I told you. I told my missus too, and she laughed at me. It's true. Ring up and find how the condition of Dino's knee before you come here, and might give you a cue when to arrive.
All right, Kira Pinkerton sort of sitting up on a board, looking around. Still 11 minutes to go.
Surely someone's got to put some runs on the board in a minute. Right now, Blue sizing it up, says no, you can have it. Red, she looks down the line and says, hey, I better do something. Little mini section to get around first of all. Best heat, best turn of the heat right there. More on offer. Kira Pinkerton, steely nerves to let this wave go. Janire's probably gone, oh, thank you very much.
Oh,
capitalises.
And she's finished it as well.
Oh, and Blue's still sitting there.
So,
low.
Was that a mistake by Kira Pinkerton?
Maybe
or
not. Maybe
was it a good call as we see some bigger lines marching in towards the takeoff zone? We could see there, was it the second one that looked a little bit bigger? We'll catch up with that once we've got through this replay. So this is Janire Gonzalez. This will extend her lead, but I'm pretty sure when we cut out from here, we'll be watching Kira Pinkerton in action.
Where is she?
Okay, so did she catch a wave, or is she still holding on to priority?
I think that looks to me on the camera angle down the point. So I reckon we've missed her wave, and we'll probably try and catch up with it on the replay. Yep, she's paddling up further, so hang on, she's going again.
No, I think
that's just the different camera. Ah, that's the angle.
Okay, here goes Kira Pinkerton to get her campaign underway. She's on her backhand. She cracks that first section, but it's the only section, so one and done, and she is out of there. Janire Gonzalez is going to come out of that exchange the victor.
All right, so it's a score. It's her only move. It's quite a big one, right up in the lip on a bigger size wave. Unfortunately, no more room to move down the line. Janire's wave was still pretty decent. So the judges have got something to think about now. I didn't see that first ladies heat, so I don't know the scale that's set. But I did like Janire's two-turn combo. One pretty big hit though there for Kira. The numbers could be pretty close. Either way, we've kind of got a heat now, and they're off and racing. Still 8 minutes to add totals to what's just happened before we see Safi Vetti and Annette Gonzalez.
So we're waiting on scores for 2 surfers. They're also waiting to regain some form of priority. Kira Pinkerton, will she sit up and spin?
Wow, this line's pushing right down the reef. It's a potential closeout. What a bummer. Looks like too much wall there. So there's still swell in the ocean. That thing just had the wrong line on it. Bit of the wrong direction. Imagine Kira is up the reef here somewhere. Yep, she's gained priority, so she's obviously just to the left of screen.
Seven and a half minutes. We can see some lines.
Surely they get another one each at least.
It's a bit of a tease, isn't it? You can see these lines stacking up, but you feel like they're probably pushing a bit wider and just getting deeper into the bay.
Yep, going down to the caddies. Wow, what a pity. All that swell pushing that way, and the last set hit right up the reef. Something in between would be nice.
Kira's probably saying to Juniere just then, like, what was that all about? How'd you go?
Here we go. Look how close they are. The scores are in. We'll try and get both the scores up. There we go. So a 5 versus a 5, 6, 7. That one hit of Pinkerton's better than Gonzalez. The second number, though, a little higher for Red. Just about a draw. There's less than half a point separating them here.
Yeah, seriously, let's have them both catch a wave so that we can, you know, have 2 reasonable scores to make up their heat total.
Here goes Kira.
Oh no.
Fatal. Missing, cashing in the priority. Surely that swaps. It does. Gonzalez now will get next bite of the cherry. What a little error there in a really close battle. A wave-starved exchange. Pinkerton just paddled a little too far off the spot. Damn. What a moment. Let's see whether that comes back to bite her at the end of the day. So Red.
Well, she did it. Kira did a very good job of forcing Janiere's hand there. And here she goes, but a second score. This will extend her lead. She needs to finish this, and she does so. Whoa, little bit wobbly coming out of that. We've seen the judges be red hot on making you finish that in control.
All right, let's have a look at it again. I'm pretty certain she'll get the benefit of the doubt right there. Here she goes now, pushing hard down the line. Just a mini move to set up this second hit was better. Had good speed down the line. Another little half move. Finishing turn was definitely the best of them. Yep, there's credit there for that move, I reckon. Controlled the situation and then flicked out. That's how I saw that, Chris.
Did you see Jada's won in the last heat?
No. I missed the whole heat.
She did a really great turn and then kick out a bit like that.
And got nothing, got a 1.
Got a 1.
All right, we'll soon know. It's either going to be a 3, a high 2, a 3, or maybe a 4.5.
Either way,
Maybe a
Kira
5.
Pinkerton is going to be chasing a score. And anytime she takes off from now on, she's not going to be looking for that 1. You're never looking to catch a 1. So there it is, a 5.4.
Got the credit.
So it was only a small wave, but the judges enjoyed it, a 5.4. So Kira Pinkerton is now chasing a 4.73 with 4 minutes remaining.
Yep, so the judges are still hanging the best number on that one big backhand blast by Kira on the bigger wave. We've seen Gonzalez have similar rides where she does lots of fast, sort of spicy moves. Different scale of surfing compared to what Kira does. And at this stage, she needs to answer back with something just under what she did before. If she gets a similar wave, she'll go straight into the lead. She can't miss this thing. Here she goes, paddling hard. She's on. Righto, needs to get around this foam. That's important. Got to start doing something. 4.73. On her way to the number. Needs to complete this. She does. Here we go. A finish just to convincingly cap it off. She'll go back into first. Series of nice moves all the way down the reef. 3 minutes to go. She'll probably, well, she's given herself time to flick out and maybe track down maybe a wide wave if something comes through. Really good effort under pressure. Chris, what do you reckon? Wave of the heat?
Oh, it's in that realm. She had a lot of downtime at the start. Now she gets out to the open face. She threw a big bucket of water on her first and second turns. Great rhythm and flow through there. Forced that turn and just made sure that she got every last drop out of every turn.
Yep, that's for me. I think I can see the best number coming there.
She's chasing a 4.73. You would imagine she's got that with over
comfortably
just over 2 minutes to run.
In the wave-staffed heat, you know, I think she just, the amount of moves, the quality of what she was doing, shows power at every opportunity. Oh, judges have thrown only a 4.3. Oh, have we gone overboard here? 4.9. What did she need? A 4.7?
Yeah, I think she's going to fall short.
Wow, really? Okay.
Yeah, I think just...
Oh, my gosh, well short.
So 4.3, so a bit of maybe
Jeez,
lack
I saw
of
more there.
size. Not quite a heap of flow. She was having to pump her board quite a lot to generate speed. 90 seconds to go. Kira Pinkerton is still chasing a 4.73. That's still plenty of time. She could get one of those bigger, wider waves come straight to her. We've seen it happen before.
All right, well, apologies there, team. Late in the day, I kind of overcooked that one. I'm glad that call doesn't affect the decision. Half a point in it now. Less than half a point. The judges are favouring that little whippy style of Jania.
1 minute remaining.
The big backhand blast, still considered the best move of the heat.
Here goes Janire looking to put this one to bed. She can replace a 5. She'll make things really tough for Kira Pinkerton. She's flying down the line now. The wave races off without her. So 40 seconds to go. Can Kira find a wave? Where is Kira?
Well, she'll be down the line, so Janire might even regain priority here. 30 seconds to go. There's just about all she wrote. Kira there's really going to have to hope there's another lump behind this. 20 seconds. To me, it doesn't look like it. Well, a really close heat, Chris. I apologise for that call. I thought she might have had the score. Judges went no.
10 seconds remaining, and it's looking like the dream run of the Basque surfer, Janira Gonzalez, stays alive. She's beaten the highly fancied Kira Pinkerton from San Clemente, Southern California. She is into the semi-finals. So we've got an Italian and a Spaniard in our first semi-final. 2 more heats to go in the day to determine our 2 remaining semi-finalists. Don't go anywhere. I'm going to go and have a chat with Janir Gonzalez right now. We'll be back with more action from the Krui Pro after this quick break.
All right, we are live. We're back. Someone's just held up a sign saying we're live, so we are. Gia Lagarde, Billy Hangan in the booth with you. Great to be back. Fresh from your quarterfinal #1 win. Give me the knuckles here. Well done. Means you're into the semis.
Yep, into the semis.
These are the people in the water, Annette Gonzalez and Safi Vet. One person from the Basque Country in Spain and one person from New Zealand. They're going to battle it out for their position in the semi-finals too. Let's have a look at the results of the last one, and it is Janir Gonzalez over Kira Pinkerton.
Yeah, the first Gonzalez passed into the semis. Now we're gonna see if her younger sister Annette can, and this is her on the first ride. Starting off really strong already. 2 quick first turns. That was the earliest start we've seen in a heat in these quarters.
Yeah, here she goes, the surfer in red, all the way from the Basque Country here, travelling with her sister. They're making a good fist of it too. That's a couple of snazzy looking turns. Not a really big wave, not really exciting, but excellent to get a ride under your belt. You've done extremely well. You've gone out there and won a quarterfinal. You've come in, done a really great post-heat interview, had a shower, got redressed, and here you are in the booth. So really appreciate it. You must sleep well at night.
Yes, I do. I sleep really well. But I'm just happy to be here. I love Krui a lot. So
yeah, we're happy you're here too. Especially me. You really helped me out with the pronunciations of these Japanese names, which I'm slowly getting my head around. They're super cool names. It's just I'm a little bit ignorant in that part of the world. That is a great looking turn from Safi Vet. Wow. Well, both girls with a wave under their belt now. I might say advantage to the New Zealander.
Oh,
don't know.
I don't know.
Let's have another look at that.
See. I just want to thank you guys as well. I wouldn't be able to do this if you guys didn't back me up as well every time I had a heat.
All right, here we go. Anytime. All right, that's a bit of a lackadaisy check turn. So is that. I do like this though. Above the lip line.
Yeah.
And a bit of a 2 for 1. I don't know. On second look.
We'll see. It was that one turn, but I think
Annette had those 2 in a row.
Yeah.
So the guessing game started already in the commentary booth. I hope you're playing along at home, wherever you're watching around the world. I hope you're enjoying the broadcast. We are here at Pesisir Barat in the region of, in the province of Lampung.
Yep.
Wajong Bachor is what you just surfed over.
Yes.
And you get it slowly getting acquainted with that wave. You look really comfy out there. Tanjung Setia. That's the local village we're at. Super fun to be here. We've been watching fish busting up in the background all morning. Fishing boats going out there early. It seems a long time ago we started the broadcast. But it's a magical part of the world on the bottom southern corner of Sumatra. Look at that. It's the Spaniard now going up through the roof. I hope she really lands this. A bit of an ask. Free falling after that second turn attempt. Safi Vet got the outboards on. She wants to get up there for first priority.
Yeah, she saw that and is going to go back out, try get that priority. But this was looking like it was going to be a great wave. A nice first turn. Unfortunately, arrives a little bit late or just overdoes the finishing and goes over the handlebars on that turn. Safi's last wave came in at a 4.57. So it did get a little better than Annette's wave.
Yeah, I imagine that Annette's 6.67 is a combination of 2 waves, a heat total. We'll see when the score tablet expands. But in the meantime, I think we are going to cross down to the athletes area for a post-heat interview. Either be Mark Clift or Chris Binns. Let's get surprised.
All right, thank you very much, guys. Down here having a chat with Janiro. You're into the semis of a QS 5000. That's incredible.
Oh yeah, I think it's my best result ever in a QS, so I'm super happy. It was a really hard hit, but I made it, so yeah.
You don't even get to keep the points. That's not fair.
I didn't get points, but it's more the experience than the points, so yeah.
One thing that's missing from this situation right now is your sister. She's also on a roll. You guys are on fire.
Yeah, she's right now in the heat, and I don't know, I'm cheering her. Sure, it will be so nice to be both in the final, so yeah, I hope she make it.
Well, there's only one heat that you guys can meet up in, and that's the final. If that happens, who do your parents support?
I don't know. I think they will just, I don't know. I don't really know.
They'll throw a party in Thurut, though, for sure.
I think they will cheer me because it's always hard that the little sister wants the big one. So I don't know. I hope they support me.
That was an interesting heat. It was really, really slow. Kira's obviously a big name. Were you just surfing your own game, or were you always keeping an eye on her the whole time?
No, I was always keeping an eye on her because she's like the hardest, the one to beat in this contest. So yeah, I'm so happy to win her. I thought they will give the score in the last one, so I was lucky and yeah.
You make your own luck. You're getting confidence from round to round. You're through to the final day. Congratulations. Anything you want to say in Spanish to your friends and family back home?
Bueno, eskerrik asko etxeko guztiei, hau dana zuengatia da urrengoa da bihar arte.
Okay, perfect. Congratulations and best of luck tomorrow.
Thank you so much.
All right, back to you guys in the box. We got the up right now. These guys are on fire.
Support me if we get into the final. There's a long way to go, but Annette Gonzalez is going the right way about it. During that interview, both Safi and Annette putting another score on the board. We'll have to wait to see where that falls. But the waves still look good.
Yeah, the waves are
Look at that thing.
really good still, and I feel like it's kind of pumping right now. There's definitely, the swell is definitely starting to fill in. We haven't seen that outside corner looking wave break in a while until just now.
Yeah.
So it's looking like tomorrow's going to be a really good day.
Yeah, finals day, pumping. You bring your step-up board?
I did.
Oh.
I did.
I don't think you'll need it.
Nah, me neither.
It's a pretty user-friendly wave, isn't it? I mean, it can get really hollow and fast up the point. If you don't feel like taking that on, this area here is pretty user-friendly wave.
Yeah, for sure. But when it does get big, it's there's so much water there, so you can be up the point, and a set will drag you down all the way to the inside. So just something to be careful of.
So Yvette, check this out. It is the New Zealander racing down on wave number 2 or 3. I'm not too sure. That score line hasn't caught up yet. But it's a throaty looking thing on the inside. Another section to do a hit. I think this is just going to fill up full of water in the channel. It does. Safi's out of there. I'm pretty sure that's wave number 3.
Annette, while we were listening to the interview, got a wave, got a 4.77. So that does increase her lead a little bit over Safi. We'll see what last of Safi here are. Here's the replay of Safi's last wave. A little bit of a fatter one with a lot of foam on the face. So it was, she did really well to keep everything under control with all those bumps on the surface, but I don't know if that's what she will be looking for.
All right, so it's been an entertaining day. Women's surfing, men's surfing. It's been a bit of heartbreak. There's been a bit of drama. There's been some victories and happy people. It's always going to happen when half the field are knocked out. But the performances going through the roof as we head towards the pointy end of the draw, being finals day. Have a look at Annette Gonzalez now. She wants to be there tomorrow. Definitely. Her sister's already through. And I imagine that's a driving force for her as well. Stitch it up through the lip there. That's a beautiful turn. This wave playing ball on the inside. Wow, you won't get another chance on that swell, but one good turn, that's for sure. Really stylish and tail high coming down.
Yeah, that one turn was impressive. Here we're going to see the replay. She is like continuously, you can see her checking this wave, setting it up, and here you see her find that section.
Yeah, that's good.
Beautiful turn from Annette.
Pretty much just the one though, isn't it? Everything else was check, set up, so one turn wave really. All the other tick-tacking backwards and forwards is probably going to mass, 1 point.
Yeah.
There's the presentation site. We've got a new veranda in front of our room. How good's that? See Tivi Jubrick working the magic there. It's going to be full of dignitaries and VIPs tomorrow. I wonder who's going to hold up one of the 4 trophies. Of course, the big reason we are here is the QS 5000. There will be a man and there will be a woman, and they'll be very happy tomorrow. 5,000 points and a whole lot of dollary dues.
Yeah.
There's Philippa Anderson under there in the red rashi warming up. I think that's your coach there, isn't it?
Yes,
Ivan. Yep.
that's Ivan. He's here with Philippa and, well, myself as well.
Of course. You're already into the semis. Philippa has the work to do in front of her. The next heat she takes on Anon Matsuoka. She is an absolute powerhouse from Japan, so that's going to be a really good way to end off the day.
Yeah, that's going to be a great heat to watch. Anon Matsuoka also looking unstoppable lately. But it's a great day of competition. It's been a long day of competition, long week, and we're finally getting it to the last few heats of the QS 5000.
All right, the New Zealander now on a good-looking set wave, straight into attack mode, through the lip, but going over the handlebars as she went down into the flats. What a pity, that was a great-looking turn.
Yeah, that was going to be a really great turn, and there we have it. Annette Gonzalez, last wave of 5.50, extending her lead again. You can see every wave she catches, she just gets that 1 point better. Increasing her lead. Safi now looking for a 5.70. Nothing she hasn't done before, so
yeah,
she just needs to find the right wave.
She does. There's the grommets on the yellow boards again. They've been getting a fair bit of airplay every afternoon at low tide. They surf those boards straight over the rocks without a care in the world. How good is it to be young and not have to worry about anything but surfing? It's kind of what you do when you hang around Indo. The tides, the moon, the swell, the wind. That's what dictates your days and weeks and months. Sometimes it ends up into years. It's a great way to live. If you're thinking about coming up this way and checking it out, I can recommend it.
My favorite place in the world, for sure.
Safivet has priority. A little bit of work to do. A 5.70 is not a massive ask, especially for a surfer with the caliber of a... her. All right, the next competitors, that looks like Anon checking on the welfare of the local grommet. Of course I'm all right.
Yeah, they're surfing on 20 centimeters of water over there.
Yeah.
Anon, I'm excited to see this heat. It's going to be a great matchup. Philippa Anderson warming up, getting ready. Anon already paddling out. It's going to be a great matchup. Australia versus Japan.
You surfed in Japan?
I did.
Where'd you go?
I was at Miyazaki. Unfortunately, it was a while ago, so I don't remember exactly the name. And I can't remember the names. But unfortunately, I was there for ISAs.
Yep.
So the junior and 2 opens. But unfortunately, we didn't get amazing waves, but I'm in love with Japan. I mean, the place, the food, the people. It's a very special place, holds important part in my heart. And I would love to go back, but this year I would like to go back on a snowboarding trip.
Yeah, a lot of my friends head up there around Christmas time. That's got the famous Japao. Apparently, not one person has come back from Japan and gone, well, it kind of sucks. Everyone loves it, so definitely a part of the world I want to check out before I get too old and decrepit to do anything.
It's very special. I highly recommend it.
Righto. I'll tell them that you sent me. All right, 13 minutes and 35 seconds remaining in this, to be precise. And then Gonzalez is out to a lead. It's not a really big one. Safivet is a hell of a surfer. She has priority. She likes the look of this. She's turning, she's going, she's committed. The natural footer, sticking it through the roof straight away. And again, that's 2 in a row. She's had a stumble. Very uncharacteristic.
Yeah, it's very rare. Safi is one of my favorite surfers to watch on the QS. I love her style. I think she's a lovely person. I like being around her. She's always happy. She's joyful. Always sees a positive side in everything. Of course, an amazing surfer. So I'm cheering for her.
Yeah, come on.
How quickly has the tide gone up?
It's a fast-moving tide. It's one of the games that you learn to play in Indonesia, surfing the tide. You don't want to get too excited and go out when the tide's not right, because you'll have no energy when all of a sudden in 5 minutes it goes from good to great.
Yeah.
Or from bad to good.
Every time you think you can't get better, it just gets 100 times better. Yep, 12 minutes remaining. This is the quarterfinal of the women's here in the Krui Pro, Heat 3. We will be finishing off today with the last quarterfinal, and then we'll start tomorrow's day with, well, I don't know if we're starting with the men, but tomorrow we will be finishing off the Krui Pro with the men's quarterfinals. We will do all the semis of the QS and then the finals and Pro Juniors too.
Yep, one thing is for very certain, it's going to be a great final Sunday. This is Gia Lagati. My name's Billy Hangan. We are here at the southern corner of Sumatra, the Krui Pro 2023. It's a pleasure bringing you all the action. I hope you're enjoying the broadcast wherever you're watching around the world. This is the second last heat for today. Make sure you join us tomorrow. It will be finals day. It's going to be excellent conditions and some high performance surfing. My pick of the bunch, probably Morgan Siblick. Yours?
In the men's side?
Men's side.
Could I have a look again at the list? They're all being ripping, so I'm not sure. I like something that Sierra said the other day in an interview when they asked her who her biggest opponent is, and she said, well, everyone has good days and everyone has bad days. It's all about if it's your day or not.
Yeah, you do have to concentrate on your act. You're very right. I won't ask you who your favourite is on the women's side, because it's yourself.
I do have a
No,
yeah.
All right, no. No. I'm sure Ivan would say, no, you are the one that needs to win. Here goes Annette Gonzalez. Little foam climb to start. This one looks like a good-looking wave. She's got a lot of momentum at the beginning. Nothing too dramatic so far. A lot of check turns and a lot of speed, but nothing too critical. The critical turns are what we're after. That's not going to happen. She's out of there. Safivet has let up the point with priority and a 5.70 to track down. Yeah, look at this whitewater. That hasn't been coming through for a couple of days. So it's probably a good indicator that the swell is on a bit of a rise.
Yeah.
We'll have to cross our fingers and wake up tomorrow morning.
Yeah, I noticed it when we were paddling out for my heat. There was a lot of sets coming through from that outside corner, and I was like, yep, looks like the swell's filling in.
Boom, boom.
It's cleared up a lot now from a couple hours ago. When we reached that dead low tide, there might be a little bit of a bump on the face because of the reef, but with this incoming tide, it's looking really good.
Doug Smith out there on the jet ski. Thanks him for his effort. Young man has been hanging around Nazaré for the last couple of years. It's a really steep learning curve if you haven't driven a ski. 10 foot of whitewater or beach it. So we thank him for his effort. Not sure if they want to get a regular water safety going on. Ty Graham is your man to speak to in Bali. He did a great job at G-Land last year. He had an all-star cast in Glendon Ringrose, Perry Hatchett, Bruno Santos, Sparrow. He was there. Racking my brain. Changi. Yep, so yeah, an all-star cast over there at the Water Patrol for G-Land, headed up by none other than Ty Buddha Graham. Super impressed with his effort over there, and I'm pretty sure he will have expertise if we want to get something solid going here in Indonesia.
Yeah, Ty has all the experience. He's definitely someone I look up to. You know, he's a
self-made man.
Yep.
It's a hard thing to do, to have a successful business in Bali, one, and he's had a few. Here he goes Annette.
Annette under priority, catches one of the outside ones, and as we've seen, sometimes these ones tend to fatten out a little bit, as we see there.
Yeah, it's full. So you see that where the whitewater is there on the telecast, that is the fuller part of the reef. You can see Safi sitting up the point there. This is where they run, and even when it's pumping, it breaks up around the corner there and tubes through that section. A lot of skin and a lot of blood on that reef, that's for sure. Gives you a good look, that overhead view. Here's a replay, not much going on here. Be hard not to take off. There's such fun little ramps.
Yeah, I mean, when you're taking off, it looks like it's going to be a great wave, but then it just kind of disappears when it hits that deep channel.
Yeah, be back in Bali next week. Talking of world sports, in time for the State of Origin, New South Wales takes on Queensland in Game 2. Of course, Queensland coming up trumps in the first one, which I hated. It's like an acid in my mouth. But let's have a look at the live action now. This is Safi Vet on a wave of her own. I don't know what's happened before that, but they're going to pull off right next to each other, and it's going to be on. Look at the paddle here. It's quite a paddle too. But Safi Vet, those big long limbs. Have a look at her putting on the outboard.
Yeah, Annette not really joining into or giving any energy into this paddle battle. It kind of just lets Safi take priority.
Well, there's 5.5 minutes remaining. You'd think only 2 surfers out there. You'd think they would set at least a couple of waves come through in that time frame. However, you know, she has the lead at the moment, and this is the last wave of Safi's. So one decent turn, and it just turns into that full wave, filling up full of water. So no opportunity. Safi will want to hear the priority judge say priority blue, and there it is. All right, 457 and a 360 for Safi. Needing that 570 still. I don't think that last wave will come into play, and we'll see how we go.
Yeah, we've already reached the 5-minute mark. Usually tends to be crunch time. Heart starts racing faster. You either need the score or need a backup. Safi taking a look at this wave. It looks like it's going to be a really good one, and a nice first opening turn for Safi as she takes it down the line. It looks like it's going to be a great finishing. Looking for a 570. This wave not giving anything more on the inside.
Not on the inside, Gia, but I loved what she did on the outside, especially that last turn of any ilk. It would have been really easy to overcook that thing, but she adapted really well mid-turn. I really like it. So that first turn was pretty good. That's another one squeezed out. Coming towards the kind of lip line, close that section there. This way, she just eased it down. That would have been really easy to overcook and catch a rail coming down. So Safi Vet doing her best to chase down that 570. I reckon it's going to come close. It's going to have to be wave of the heat.
Safi's last wave came in at a 4.23. Just not quite enough. Yeah, I agree. I think it's going to be close. But I'm no judge.
Plans tonight?
I mean,
Mandiri Beach Party? You're in the... I'm going to put the coach's hat on. Don't go to that beach party. You're in the finals tomorrow. You won't be able to help yourself, I know. Just hang around the old guys and watch a bit of footy and go to sleep by 8.
Oh my God. No, I'm kidding. I love hanging around you guys. But I do like a good party. I'll be home really early. I just want to go hang out, see everyone for sunset.
Yep.
And then I'll be back home by 8.
Okay. Ride safe. That was Gonzalez going down on the tail end of that wave. I'm not sure if anything happened before that, but we'll have to wait and see. 2 minutes 23. A lot is riding on this last wave from Safi Vet. Yet to come in from the judges. Not much going on there for the Spaniard. But yeah, that wave yet to drop from Blue. Chasing down that 5.70. Not enough. 4.57 rather.
Not it's 5.17.
5.17.
It
yep.
did decrease her requirement though.
Just got to do that again.
Yeah.
2 minutes to go. She has second priority. So Annette in the box seat. Wow. Need a 4-wave set or a 2-wave set. So both surfers have another go at it. Let's hope that happens. I'm not sure who that is.
I think that's a caddy.
Yeah, Caddy Shack.
I'm just kidding though, guys. I'm not going to the party.
All right, not hanging around to see if Safi can... Well, she's not going to play defense, that's for sure.
No?
She's having a good old crack at it. Why not? That's a good-looking wave. Looking to get rid of a 4.77. She's definitely played a really good hand in this heat. And that could be it for her. There's 1 minute remaining. So whether that's improved the 4.77 is yet to be determined. All eyes on Blue now. She has 50 seconds remaining. Here it goes. It's all on the line at the QE 5000. Let's build the tension. Let's watch it. The New Zealander now has to do a really good job of this wave. Cranks it up there for the first turn and goes down. You would suggest, unless there's another set right behind this, I think Gonzalez has done enough to get through to the semis tomorrow. Oh, that's a pity. She'd give it a good crack too, Sefi.
Really, really close heats. Look at the heat totals.
Yep. Disappointed. Why not? I don't mind to see that, you know, letting out a little bit of emotion is fair enough. You know, it means a lot to these competitors. And you feel for each and every one of them.
Yeah.
All right, that is the end of quarterfinal number 3. We'll be back with the last heat of the day. It's Philippa Anderson taking on Anon Matsuoka. We're going to cut to an ad break and we'll be back. Don't go anywhere. This is the Krui Pro 2023.
All right, welcome back to the Krui Pro QS 5000 here in Krui.
In we go.
This is the last heat of the day. This is quarterfinal number 4 of the women's. I'm in the booth with Mark.
Yo, good afternoon. A glary scene going on right there on camera, so lucky one of them's a goofy and one's a natural footer because we can't get that wrong. That's Philippa Anderson out of Australia right there in the red. And on Matsuoka from Japan. If you were a betting person, Giada, who do you reckon gets this one?
Ooh, it's going to be a tough one.
Come on, don't sit on the fence. What do you reckon?
I'm going to go for Philippa because I'm coaching with her and Ivan, and she's a good friend of mine.
All right.
So,
all right.
Yeah.
Let's see how that goes. And Ivan's been doing wonders with you, I reckon. Like, I can see a different act and a more consistent act with your competition savvy, so something's working. And I mentioned that to him, and I said, I can see something. He goes, she's relaxed. And I went, that's a good thing. So he's got you in a good mindset.
Yes.
Okay, well done. So an equal third at this stage as a minimum for yourself. We'll talk more about this in a minute. So let's have a look at the goofy footer.
Oh.
How's the backlight? Go for it.
That is Anon Matsuoka. Beautiful first opening turn. And straight into this second, a little bit more flat, but she'll be hoping this wave is going to stand up, and it does. She finishes it off really nicely. That's going to be a great way to start the heat.
Okay, meanwhile, the natural footer, Philippa Anderson, has been doing the rounds for a while. She's won a number of these QS events. I'm not sure how high the rating of her biggest victory ever is, but I have seen her on the podium. So it is, as we were confirming earlier, the veteran in a way in the red. This is Philippa, been doing the rounds for a long, long time, up against the goofy-footed youngster, 17-year-old Anon.
Yeah, Anon has been looking unstoppable this week, not only in the QS but in the Pro Junior as well. I'm sure she has already a spot in the final for the Pro Junior as we see the replay of her last wave.
Well, she was here last year as well, did the double, Krui Nias, won up there in Nias in the Pro Juniors. Probably surfed just as many heats as Jarvis Earl over those 2 events, and really got a good look at her act, and I like it a lot. So let's just throw down to Billy Hangen for the beach interview. Billy.
Okay, we are live for the last time today. I am here with semi-finalist, if you don't mind, Annette Gonzalez. You're going to feature in finals Sunday. That must feel fantastic.
Yeah, I'm so happy to win the quarterfinals, and I'm excited for tomorrow.
Now, your sister is standing right there. You may meet each other in the final. Now, if that happens, I know Chris has asked this question a heap before. Who does mum and dad support, you or your sister in the final?
They don't care. Like it's my mom's dream to be like they both in the final, and yeah, I don't care if she win. She don't care if I win. So yeah, good.
Well, you had some pretty stiff opposition there in that final, Safi Vet. Tomorrow, I'm not sure who you're up against. Do you worry about your opposition, or you just worry about your own act?
I'm happy with what I did, so I don't care if who is the tomorrow hit. I don't care. Yeah.
Well, you shouldn't care, and your act is. You should be happy with your own act, that's for sure, because you've just absolutely stamped your way into the semi-finals. Do you want to say hello to mum and dad?
I can't say it in Basque. Of course. Kaixo, familia. Sinestu semifinaletan nahola, 5,000ko QS baten, eskerrik asko apoiatzagatik da bihor ikustega.
All right, thank you very much. Sibling rivalry well and truly alive here at the Krui 2023. Back to you guys in the booth.
All right, nice work. I'm not sure the young one understood all of Billy's accent there. Us Aussies tend to talk a bit too fast for some of the overseas nations. But anyway, it's cool. A 7 drops into Blue's column. They're squaring that performance off against Philippa Anderson to come up with Philippa's number.
Oh, that's a great way to start a heat.
Sure is. So you're going to be doing your best to stop the theory of the two sisters making the final, yeah?
Yes, I have the older sister Jenny in my heat.
Okay, yeah, I know, yeah. So that's two goofy footers in that one.
I did have her in my round of 16.
And you beat her?
Yes.
There you go. Take that with you. Take that with you. You can do it once, do it again.
We'll see. Time will tell.
Yeah. All right, so out wide with 5, 6, 7 in the bank. This looks like Philippa. Oh, no, this is Anon.
Anon, keeping busy. I've seen her do this quite a few times in a few of her heats, taking off on the inside. A beautiful first opening turn straight into the second one. She wasted no time, and right behind her, Philippa on a steep looking section. Unfortunately, doesn't get around it, so it was just going to be that one turn.
Yeah, that wave just racing off without her, and a lot of that goes on this point. If you're not in the perfect sweet spot or it's got a bit too much wall, this happens really easy. She's got a turn to score, so she did, and the thing's just gone righto. So yeah, it's a tricky wave when it's you know, lightly onshore or not the right perfect direction. Meanwhile, did you like Anon's wave?
Yeah, I really liked Anon wave. This was a great turn. I like how she didn't take it all the way back to the whitewash because she saw that section coming for her. So she just took it halfway and just hit it to finish. So I think it's going to be a pretty decent score.
Yeah, and she didn't wait until she got all the way back to the bottom after that first little grind. She kind of turned a bit, sort of 3/4 of the way down the face to fit in that nice second hit. So a good read there by Anon. I can see she'll have the two. Well, I don't know. Let's see. That was a pretty good score. Out of today, I know what the biggest highlight is. You doing well. What's the second biggest highlight moment for you today?
Probably, I think Anon has been pretty much a highlight for me today. Every heat she's done, she's won pretty much.
She's amazing, and she's so consistent. I think she's got, you know, an age on her side, only 17, ladies and gentlemen. We've been predicting that it won't be too long before we see a Japanese female surfer squarely on the World Championship Tour. Could it be this youngster? I think she's heading in the right direction. Everything she does seems to be showing those indications. Every event, forget about that wave, we'll wipe that off the that comment, but her results and her mindset, her skill and her age, all in favour of a collision course with the big time, the big league, the Championship Tour. What do you reckon?
Yeah, for sure. I think another highlight for me today was MCB's 9-point ride. Mike Clayton Brown.
That was a 9.43 by memory.
Yeah.
I think Lennox Smith got a 9.57 to be the highest. Morgs got a 9 in that same heat with Lennox. If you remember that, you might. I don't think you were calling it with me, but they did. They both got a 9 back to back, same set. It was crazy.
Yeah, there've been some big scores dropping today, as this is
5.83, the two best numbers for Anon. Philippa's last effort, just a 3.67, so they've both got 2 scores. And the takeaway from all that is a 7.16 needed by the Australian to move on through to the semi-finals. So let's think about tomorrow. Again, you've had no free surfs in the start of your days. You're going to stick with that?
Yeah.
What is it, coffee and a stretch or just coffee?
Just coffee. Just coffee and into the booth. Straight away into here.
Yeah, I reckon. How about we get maybe you and Mr. Chris, if we can kick maybe you two off tomorrow morning?
For sure.
All right, so we might as well do a little bit of the breakdown now, a bit of the debrief. 6:30 call tomorrow morning, everybody. That's what Ty's told me. I imagine it'll be potentially a 6:45 start again. This is Sumatran time, so those times will vary a little. Depends where you are in the world. We are 1 hour behind Bali time, so factor that into your schedule if you're going to clock on and watch us. I'm pretty confident we'll start with the 4 quarterfinal heats of the men's, being the most surfers still remaining in the draw. And then semi-final women's, semi-final men's is how I see it. Into the finals, we've got 2 Pro Junior finals.
Yep.
Men's and women's finals. All that makes 12 heats. So we've just sort of touched on some of the highlights today. I'll have a look at a few more. I can see that Riaru earlier on today put together an 8.50 in the same round where MCB got his 9.43, the exact same heat. So 2 huge heats went down in that round of the men's, particularly heat 5, which was where Morgan beat Lennox Smith, but they both had whopping totals. The biggest wave score of the day happened there for Lennox, a 9.57. That was his very first wave, so feeling really good straight off the bat. The heat before that was also a pretty good one. That was won by Megatron, who eventually lost a bit later on in the next round. Heat 8 of the men's in the round of 32 this morning. That was a ripper, a 9.43. Mike Clayton Brown, the second highest number in the men's draw over 6 days. Congratulations, Mike. And Riaru, who is still in the draw, put together an 8.50 in that exact heat as well. So for me, that was, you know, they were the 3 heats that really, really stood out. Biggest numbers of the day. But there was some really strong surfing in the women's draw. Starting with our quarterfinals, what did you like out of all of that?
Yeah, in the quarters, we had Anon Matsuoka with a 9 and a 6.33, sorry, and Sumomo Sato with an 8.
Yep. Quarterfinal number 2 looked like it had a few highlights as well. Oh, sorry, we're looking at the junior women's.
Sorry.
Let's throw it back. Hang on. Women's Open. Here we go. Sorry, let's have a look at this.
Yeah, here we go. This is the one.
Sorry.
Well, yeah, in the quarter, in Heat 2, we had Kara Pinkerton with an 8 and an 8.67.
So this is the 4-person heats, round of 16 this morning. Cool.
Then we had not many big
What was your
heats.
biggest number in that heat that you took out?
Mine was not so big. Mine was like a 5.77.
A win's a win, yeah?
Yeah, it was a tough heat. There wasn't much going around, but I tried my best.
That's all you can do.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's a term. Sometimes you win ugly and you take it because you know you can do better, and you've only got to beat 3 other people or 2 people in a 4-person heat to live through to another day. So you did that. Well done, and you know there's more in the tank. The men's round of 16. We then saw some of these things go on. I haven't got my glasses with me. Maybe you can just have a little debrief on that.
For sure. In the men's round of 16, we did see some big scores come down in the first heat. We had Alistair Reginata with a 7.30 and Kais King with an 8.5. Both passing. That was a great heat to watch. I remember commentating that one. Alistair would have gotten a massive score, but unfortunately didn't get to finish
still
it
got
off.
a 7.8 or something, or a 7.5 or whatever it was. But
yeah,
I remember that. I was with you in the booth for that one.
And
where else did we go? Not a lot of numbers, but who won?
No.
Who won the
so we
second heat
had
in the round of 16?
In the heat 2, Axel Kurata winning
that's right,
that heat.
Yep.
And in second, Daiki Tanaka. Heat 3, Morgan Siblick coming with the win, and MCB.
All right, so I think Morgan's won all his heats today.
Yep. And in the heat 4, we had Rinta Oto taking the win and Riaru Ito coming in
that's right,
second.
Yeah. The Japanese did the 1-2 over the X-Man, Xavier Huxtable and Lennox Smith. Just saw them out the back there collecting their prize money. The boys got some word about a party that might be happening down at Mandiri. Have you heard anything about that? Any whispers?
Yes, I've definitely heard about that party.
You going?
No.
You're at the second. You're at Heat 5 tomorrow morning. You might get stuck down there and up to a bit of mischief if you do attend. Save it for the next night. Sunday night.
Next night. I'll go out another night.
All right. Meanwhile, the women's quarterfinals, this one's come to a bit of a stalemate. We haven't seen a wave ridden for a while. Hence, we're doing a little bit of a briefing now on the day, so that maybe we can nick off straight after the heat. So you won the first heat there. Congratulations, the first quarterfinal. We've just seen the pair of Basque Country girls, the sisters, squaring off in different semi-finals. You're up against Juni.
Yeah.
And Annette is the sole person in the second semi-final. These two are duking it out to try and join her. And at this stage, it is Anon Matsuoka who's kind of starting to pencil her name into that position. She's got to get over a rampaging Philippa Anderson. Been a long day. We started this morning at 6:45 again, and that is the word on the street for tomorrow. So for the crew online, just let's pay a bit of homage to finals day. We should be done by lunch. Huge structure has been built out the back of our commentary area, and we'll be on a little bit later on. I think about 1 o'clock tomorrow we'll potentially have our final day presentations. There'll be a lot of uniforms getting around. I hope to see you up there on that stage.
Hopefully.
Where does this sit on your CV of results so far? If as an equal third, a potential equal third, maybe more. Where do we go?
This is definitely my best result in a QS 5000. I've had semi-final finish in 1000s, but never in a 5000. So yeah, this is by far my best result.
What do you put it down to? Is it any extra training? Is it your coach getting in your mind? He seems pretty positive that he's got you in a good mindset.
Yeah, I think it's definitely my mindset. I'm a lot more relaxed this year. I'm not taking myself as seriously, and I just want to have fun. Honestly, coming into this event, I just wanted to surf. I didn't really have my mind on trying to win heats or anything. It was just surfing.
And you've been doing it well.
Thank you.
And the whole no free surf thing is you can almost use this as your warm up in the morning. Hey, watch a few heats, call a couple of heats, watch scores. It's probably better than sitting out there in the competitors area where there's a lot of distractions and everybody wants to chat to you and you blah 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 blah. We're getting replays. It's kind of a bit of quiet space really. So you're on in the morning. So if you come in and do perhaps 1 and 2 with Chris, something like that, maybe the interview of heat 3.
Yeah.
And then you can get your groove on for a heat and a half and then roll into your semi-final.
Yeah.
All right, so does that sound like a plan? You happy with that?
Sounds like a plan.
Okay,
Yep.
cool.
You guys will hear me in here, heat 1 and 2 tomorrow.
Unreal. Thanks for being such a team player. We appreciate it.
No, thank you guys for.
And I always say this, you're only as good as your team, you know. So it's when we got a good team and everyone gets on and no one's being funky and missing appointments, it's all pretty cool. So we do have a good team here. Thanks, Tippy, for giving us the opportunity. Tanjung Setia is the village we are at. And down here, right on the edge of that reef, Ujong Bachor, Pesisir, Barat, the regent that are hosting us here and putting up all the funding for the event. They'll be all here yet tomorrow. We'll no doubt hear some speeches going on from the dignitaries. Lampung, South Sumatra, loving it. Indonesia, what a spot. Karang Nimbor is the site of our work site. So thanks to the ladies in the kitchen, really looking after us every morning and evening, and they're doing a great job. They've been a bit overwhelmed by the numbers that are eating in the restaurant due to the fact it's right here on site. All the policey, there's a lot of them. They all drop in for a free coffee and a free whatever they can get their hands on in the restaurant. Part of the deal.
Yeah, we're reaching the last 9 minutes of this heat. For now, Anon Matsuoka in the lead. Philippa looking for 716.
Yeah, there really hasn't been a wave caught for probably getting close to 10 minutes now. So they'll be a bit nervous, a bit anxious. Must be getting hard to see the lines coming out there. How's the glare ripping off the ocean?
Yeah, the glare is pretty heavy. Even sitting out there on the close to the coast, trying to look out, it's hard work. Must be even hard work for the judges. So big shout out to them for being there all day, giving us all the scores.
But surely somebody has a look at this. Who has priority? Neither of them like it. I think that was Anon's ponytail going over that wave and the silhouette. It's even, you can't see any colours. Don't know who's who until they stand up. This looks like the goofy footer, I think. Got the little wings paddling down the line. It'd have to be Philippa with priority, so it is. We're watching the shadow surfer. It's like it's in black and white. Here she goes now. The colour's starting to dial in. A big hit. Right out. Ooh. Cannot. Wow. No manoeuvre wave. Waited a long time for that opportunity, but had to go for that move. It was the only section on offer.
Yeah. It was, and she knew that if Anon took off on that, that would have been a big score again. So here we're going to see the replay. Anon looking at it, but Philippa cashing in her priority. Nice first turn. Takes the high line to get around this section. Try goes up and above, but unfortunately falls off.
Okay, so one little mini move. I'll stand corrected. I thought it was no moves, but there was something there. I'm not sure it's going to improve on a 3.67, so still the 7.16, the fresh with the remaining requirement for Philippa. And on with the two best scores. So who's hosting the party down at Mandiri tonight? Giada? No idea. You just know where it is? Just know where it is.
I just know where it is. I've seen some banners going around.
Oh no, it's some public.
Oh, it's going to be a big thing.
Okay.
Especially after all the rounds we did today. I'm sure a lot of competitors are going to be down there.
Yep, I've seen a lot of people queuing up all day long just next to our little hut here, collecting their prize money. I saw a couple of the boys before and they had this look on their face like they'd just robbed a bank, and I'm like, boys, payday? And they're like, yep. I said, you're going to spend some of that tonight? One of them looked at me and said, all of it. There's Joko and Tippy and with his Earth Island cap on, a few of the local groms. There might even be a decent free surfing opportunity this afternoon out here in front.
For sure.
I can't see too many free surfers heading out and bothering the beach announcer to stay out of the area like they have every other day.
Yeah. There looks to be some really good waves out there as well, so, you know, I'd be taking a look at that.
You stick to the no morning surf
oh,
and
no,
no afternoon
I was
surf.
talking for you guys. I'm definitely not going out there. I'm done.
Yeah.
Nah, I was pretty tired after today. I'm pretty tired. 2 heats and working the booth.
All right, so up until this morning we'd done 104 heats. So right now with 124 heats in the bank in 6 days. A lot of those today's rolled out at 30 minutes as well, so that's kind of extended us well into the afternoon.
Yeah.
It's about 4:40 here in Krui time. Lima minute lagi. Day 6. Big campaign here. Feels like forever ago that we started. Someone's got a touch of the yawns. You need to go to bed early.
Yep. Feels like we've been here for quite a while.
Oh, today's Saturday. It's been exactly 7 days for me.
Saturday.
Didn't roll into town till about 9 o'clock last Saturday in the evening. So just about a week. Haven't had too many surfs. Been involved in 120 odd heats. A bit of footy down at Lani's, a few good meals down there. Bit of neck oil most afternoons just to soothe the afternoon and watch the sunsets. Have been amazing last night. So it was killer. It was so good.
Yeah.
All right.
As we see Philippa under priority taking off on this wave.
Oh, make that thing. Wow. Kind of having to go pretty big, chasing a 7.16. The error, the pressure mounting. Yep, you could see her just kind of go, damn. A little bit of a head nod at the end of that wave. She knows that was an opportunity. Had she landed that move, might have improved on a top wave, which would have brought the 7.16 down. Anon's not phased. She's not even worried about catching a wave at this point. She's just checked the watch. Just over 3. She's doing it pretty well. She's probably more worried about guarding Philippa here than perhaps finding another wave herself.
Yeah, she's with only 3 minutes. She has a pretty decent lead over Philippa, so she's gonna be sticking pretty close. And there we see her shadowing her.
And as we're winding out our day, we'll like to thank again our big sponsors in Pesisir, Barat, the local government. Thank you very much. Pertamina, the fuel company that fires up the whole of Indonesia. Thank you. PLN is the power company down here that's helping us keep our side all fired up and the broadcast rolling. Telkom and Telkomsel, thank you very much. Tourism Indonesia, the RS Chet, the Asian Surfing Cooperative, thank you. And the PSOI, Persatuan Selancar Ombak Indonesia. All right, that's most of our formalities done, apart from confirming who our final semi-final is. We'll do that in 2 minutes, but Anon can't really see her dipping out at this point, considering it's a little bit slow out there, and she's got the 2 highest numbers and priority. Everything's going in her favour. She'll now just stay close to Philippa. If the wave looks any good at all, she'll let her go. If it looks no good, she'll let her go. So here we go. Let's have a look at Philippa.
Philippa under priority. A nice first turn. Unfortunately, just the one.
Yep, that's why Anon wasn't interested. Philippa needs to paddle away from her now.
Yep. Anon taking off on this one. Waiting. Gets her first turn in.
Doors open. She's gone past Philippa, so she can't get back out there now and block her for any sort of wave opportunity now for Philippa Anderson. She's just got to hope something decent comes through. 7.16. Needs the wave of the heat. Inside a minute. Unfortunately for Philippa, I can't see much movement out there. 40 seconds. There's still time. She's moving. Paddling to her left. There may be one lump behind this. I think there is one opportunity right behind this little swell. 20 seconds. The wave splits in two and kind of the energy goes down the end of the reef. Where is she? Is she going to try and chase it down? She is indeed. There's under 10 seconds, ladies and gentlemen. We've had a lot of close end of heat finishes today. This isn't going to be one. That's a pity, but it's all good news for Anon Matsuoka. Team Japan have got another contender into the grand final. Oh, well, into the semi-finals. So what a day, Giada. And that is the result right there. Anon through. I'm going to shake your hand one more time and say it's been a pleasure to watch you feed your way through the field into a semi-final tomorrow morning.
Thank you.
There'll be a 6:30 call, everybody. That is Sumatran time. Remembering it is an hour behind Bali time. So factor that into your time you get online and view in. 12 heats will be surfed off tomorrow. We've just gone through all our highlights. There's been a lot of them. The men's round of 32 was pretty much where most of the real big heats and excitement, huge numbers went down today. And also that first heat of the women's with Anon getting a 9, and that was pretty cool.
There were some really big heats today. Big upsets, but big victories as well. Tomorrow is going to be our final day here at the Krui Pro QS 5000. Big thank you to everyone involved and everyone listening. So I'm excited for tomorrow.
This one's in the semi-finals. Giada Lagarde. Woohoo! On behalf of Giada and myself, Mark Clift, we're going to sign off. We'll catch you all back here at 6:30 tomorrow. But thanks for being part of the act here at the Krui Pro. Day 6, over and out. Boom, boom. See you tomorrow.